Chapter 1147. In the past, Rose Redemption could have been called an alliance of gods. But such an organization could only develop in secret under the suppression of the ancient god of the sun, hiding and conspiring in the palace at dusk. How powerful was the ancient god of the sun in the past? Klein couldn't help but exhale as he felt a strong sense of wistfulness. He examined his tarot and realized that compared to Rose Redemption, it was like a child's game. Even if he included Will or Septin, Palez Zoroast, Aztec Egus, and Rionet Tinker, none of them could compare to Rose Redemption at its peak. No, even if it's a shrunken version of Rose Redemption, Tarot is still quite a distance away. It can't be helped that its leader and summoner is only a sequence 4 saint. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark in a clear-headed manner as he turned his attention to the 11 figures. Combining their images, titles, and true names, it can be confirmed that the Wind Angel, Wisdom Angel, and White Angel are the present Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the eternal blazing Sunday. They really betrayed the ancient god of the sun, the creator of the City of Silver. Furthermore, they even devoured the deity they served. The god of combat and Earth Mother are indeed survivors of the Giant King's court. One is the Giant King's eldest son, and the other is the Giant King's queen. They have a mother-son relationship. This way, it's a little strange that Faina Potter didn't directly declare war on Ruin and help the Fasak Empire. It's worth pondering. Also, the goddess is indeed the former subsidiary god of the annihilation demonic wolf, goddess of misfortune Amanases. After that ancient god perished, not only did she grasp the authority related to Evernight and successfully ascend to the throne of Sequence 0, she also single-handedly wiped out all of Phlegria's descendants. She sealed the Antigonus family's angel in the nation of the Evernight, using Mother of the Sky's body as a vessel to descend. How ruthless! As Evernights blessed, Klein subconsciously raised his head and surveyed the area at this thought, afraid that the secrets in his heart would be leaked to the outside world. After entering the foggy town and learning that Antigonus and Mother of the Sky were descendants of the ancient god, Phlegria, Klein actually had some guesses about the true body of the Evernight goddess. After all, in the historical records of the City of Silver, it was clearly written that the annihilation demonic wolf had grasped the authority of Evernight and had many strange powers. Combined with the fact that the Antigonus family had the seer pathway, and the Mother of the Sky in the nation of the Evernight clearly belonged to the Evernight pathway, Klein suspected that the annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria was an ancient god that had the beyonder characteristics of 2 different pathways. Therefore, he was extremely crazy and almost irrational. His goal was to destroy and corrupt everything. Therefore, he guessed that the Evernight goddess might be related to the ancient god, Phlegria. From Roselle's travels, he learned that one of the 2 subsidiary gods of the demonic wolf king had disappeared after his death, and the other had sought refuge with the phoenix ancestor. Furthermore, his true name corresponded to Death from the 4th epoch, Mr. Aztec's father. He had vaguely connected the goddess of misfortune Amanases to the Evernight goddess. However, due to his temporary identity as an Evernight blessed and his instinctive fear, Klein didn't dare to think too much about it. He focused his attention elsewhere. At this moment, when he saw that true name, he wasn't too shocked. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. He felt that his boots had finally landed on the ground. In addition, he was even more fearful of the Evernight goddess. Because she doesn't want the ancient god, Phlegria, to revive, the goddess controls all sorts of matters regarding the seer pathway, preventing Beyondus without her permission from progressing further. Right, when the ecclesiastical figure in Afternoon Town mentioned who had tempted Dark Angel Sasria, the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the name couldn't be mentioned. It was as though he had been erased. Isn't this a manifestation of concealment? Apart from a place like the Giant King's Court, words that directly mention the Evernight goddess and Amanases together can't be said. Even if it's said, no one else can hear it. There are 2 conveners of Rose Redemption. One is Dark Angel Sasria, and the other is the goddess outside the location of the conspiracy. There's the power of concealment. In other words, the goddess single-handedly directed the fall of the ancient god of the sun, initiating the cataclysm and ending the 3rd epoch. Compared to her, be it Adam or Amorn, they're still far inferior. How could such a true god be so easily trapped by Adam's arrangements, making it difficult for her to interfere in the matters of the real world. Although it wasn't a conspiracy and was using what the goddess yearned for the most to make her willingly walk into the trap, how could the goddess, who was in charge of concealment and had plotted the fall of the City of Silver's creator, not have any additional preparations? Also, what does "that's also her thoughts" mean? Who is this he referring to? After knowing so much of the hidden history, will I be digested on the spot after drinking the scholar of your potion? With this in mind, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples, forcing himself to divert his thoughts elsewhere. That ecclesiastical figure self-destructed when it mentioned the fourth king of angels. Is it because the remaining three later became true gods? But from time to time, the residents of the City of Silver would use Jotun to say the names Badheil and Herabergen. Why isn't there any abnormality? What's the difference between them? The strongest of the kings of angels, the left hand of God, Sasria, why did he disappear in the long river of history? Perhaps he is one of the present evil gods, the true creator, the dark side of the universe, or the mother tree of desire. There are remnants of fallen godhood outside the conspiracy hall. Was this left behind by him? Yes, the birth of the true creator is related to the Rose redemption. How will he react when he sees the murals in this hall? With this thought in mind, Klein cast his gaze at Shepherd Elder Lovia. This lady's expression was slightly confused. She didn't seem to understand those titles and names well enough, but she recognized a portion of them. For example, Angel of Fate Ouroboros. She had become a believer of the true creator in the temple ruins with the murals left behind by Ouroboros. Derek also stole a glance at Elder Lovia, but he didn't notice any obvious changes in her emotions. As the Tarot's son, Derek was the one who understood the situation in the outside world the best. He had long known who the kings of angels were, and he suspected that three of them had later become deities. At that moment, he wasn't the most confused or at a loss. He was only a little shocked by the level of Rose redemption. This was even more exaggerated than he imagined. It's no wonder the Lord perished because of this. Derek first came to a realization before he felt his heart sink. At this moment, he swept his gaze and saw that the chief's side profile was unprecedentedly pale and ugly. He even muttered a few words. "This is impossible, impossible. In my memory, the chief has never lost his composure like this. Did he think of the Lord's perish from the members of Rose redemption? He can't accept that he will never return. But he already knew about this from me." Just as Derek was feeling puzzled, he realized that the chief's expression had returned to normal, apart from his tightly pursed lips. As for the other members of the expedition team, they were thinking of the prophecy they had previously learned in Afternoon Town. "Almighty Lord, I repent," tempted Sasria, and the kings frequently came to the palace belonging to Dusk to plot. "I discovered all of this, but it was already too late. Degeneration, blood, darkness, rot, murder, filth, and shadows have already drowned this land. A huge calamity will begin from here." Hyam, who was holding the unshadowed crucifix, took some time to calm his emotions as he said with a slightly hoarse voice, "This is the Palace of Dusk. This is the Palace of Dusk. These are the kings of angels and the subsidiary gods of the second epoch. They plotted everything, causing a huge calamity to happen, causing the Lord to abandon this land." Colin Iliad pulled out the two swords in front of him, half-turned his body, and calmly replied, "I'm not afraid." He calmly replied, "Very likely. If we can figure out what happened back then, will we have a chance to please the Lord and make him pay attention to this land again?" Upon hearing the chief's answer, Antiona pressed anxiously. At that moment, Derek seemed to see a trace of pity and sorrow in the chief's eyes. He grunted and said, "Yes." He grunted and said, "Perhaps. Then let's continue exploring." The other members of the team requested with burning eyes. In the past 2,000 to 3,000 years of suffering, this was the closest the City of Silver was to hope. None of them were willing to let it go, even if they had to sacrifice their lives for it. Colin Iliad slowly surveyed the area and said, "Don't forget the rules of exploration. Don't be rash at any time. After confirming that this place is related to redemption, we can still come a second, a third, or even more times. There's no need to be in such a rush." After hearing what he said, The rest of the members of the expedition team calmed down a lot. They responded one after another. They replied one after another, "Yes, Your Excellency." Under Demon Hunter Colin's arrangements, the remaining team members split into small groups and carefully searched the hall. They didn't discover anything of value other than the murals. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't any. After all, this was the divine kingdom of an ancient god. As long as the seemingly ordinary long tables, chairs, stone pillars, and torches could be taken outside, they would have some special effects. Furthermore, they could be maintained for a long period of time. However, to the City of Silver's expedition team, they weren't convenient to carry around and lacked practical value. As for the other murals, they were all profiled from different angles of the main mural. When combined together, they could form a three-dimensional scene. After completing the search, Derek and the rest regrouped and followed the chief to the exit at the back of the hall. There was a grayish-blue door that didn't open. Colin Iliad carefully observed for a while through the 10-meter-tall door before finally saying, "That's right. There are powerful guards outside." Chapter 1148. Upon hearing the chief's words, Shepherd Lovia immediately raised her question. Just like the two silver knights at the main entrance of the palace, they won't take the initiative to attack targets outside their range? Colin Iliad nodded slightly. At least that's what they've shown so far. They were already close to the exit, but the guards outside didn't react. This meant that the other party didn't possess true intelligence or spirituality. It was very likely to be something that had been animated. Without waiting for the other team members to speak, Demon Hunter Colin continued, "Huge, heavy." After obtaining the corresponding information, the people of the City of Silver tacitly split up. One team distanced themselves from the exit, but they were facing the door. They were protected by Shepherd Elder Lovia as bait to attract the guards. The other team received the corresponding holy oil from the chief and smeared it on the ground at the exit. With the unshadowed crucifix in hand, Hyam and Demon Hunter Colin each stood on one side of the door, using the stone pillars to hide themselves. Then, Colin Iliad sheathed a sword behind his back, took out a small metal bottle, and gulped down the liquid inside. His aura rapidly faded and was no longer obvious. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover his existence. This was another setup. Hyam was in the open, and the Demon Hunter was in the dark. After waiting for another 10 seconds, Shepherd Lovia reached out her right hand and grabbed at the air. Her long silver-grey hair was dyed a deep blue at that moment. With a howl of the wind, the greyish-blue door opened with a bang. Right on the heels of that, heavy footsteps sounded, causing the entire hall to shake. A giant covered in iron-colored armor ran into the hall with a halberd in hand. Its exposed parts didn't have any flesh or blood, as though it was made of metal. Behind the black mask was a dark red glow. If it didn't move and just stood there, it wouldn't be any different from a statue. Tap, tap, tap. The shaking of the hall became more and more obvious. The giant statue suddenly threw out the halberd in its hand, stirring up a hurricane as it ran towards Derek and company, who were facing the door. Bang! The halberd struck an invisible barrier, causing illusory ripples to spread out. In front of Shepherd Lovia, an illusory figure in silver armor had appeared at some point in time. It had stabbed the great sword in its hand into the crack in the floor. Thud, thud, thud. The giant statue didn't stop and ran into the hall. At this moment, a screeching sound came from under its feet, and its huge body suddenly leaned back. It stepped on the place where the holy oil had been applied. As the giant statue slid down, the crimson light in its eyes suddenly brightened, and an invisible force appeared to support it. Suddenly, a scorching white beam of light shot out from the unshadowed crucifix, accurately hitting the giant statue's single eye. The crimson color instantly dimmed. Demon Hunter Colin leaped up, holding a sword in a reverse grip with both hands, and like an eagle swooping down on its prey, he stabbed down. The rays of dawn appeared and converged on the straight sword, making it abnormally huge, even taller than Colin Iliad. With a poof, the bright sword stabbed into the gap in the giant statue's visor, stabbing into its eye. The surging rays of dawn surged in. Colin Iliad exerted force with his hands that were holding the hilt of the sword, and as the giant statue fell to the ground with a thud, He pulled out the sword and leaped to the side. The giant statue lay at the door, its body constantly emitting cracking sounds before it finally stopped moving. Demon Hunter Colin didn't look at it again. He turned to look outside the door and said after a few seconds, "There are no other guards for the time being. There are no other guards for now. I can deal with this statue." Derek and company quickly surrounded it and skillfully searched for materials on the giant statue. Above the grey fog, Klein watched the entire battle and was deeply impressed by the tacit cooperation of the City of Silver. According to his observation, the giant statue was made of an unknown metal, and its surface was covered with armor with astonishing defensive strength. It could completely ignore most attacks in battle, making it very difficult to deal with. Furthermore, the giant statue didn't have a spirit, which meant that it was immune to the beyonder powers of the corresponding domain, such as spirit-body thread control, hypnosis, frenzy, and nightmare. It was like a walking fortress, making one suspect that it was the work of the goddess of harvest. Klein wondered how the battle would develop if he were in the shoes of a bizarro sorcerer's core powers being ineffective and could only rely on his two marionettes' own abilities to deal with the giant statue. The Earl of the Fallen's distortion and chaos might have miraculous effects, but they might not be able to finish it as quickly as the City of Silver's expedition team. A team of Beyonders with great teamwork can really produce an effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Yes, the chief's grasp of timing and determination in his attacks are also key. Klein nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. If this was really a live broadcast, he might have been tempted to tip them. Of course, it was most likely just a thought. After taking away the most valuable items from the giant statue, the City of Silver's expedition team continued forward. They walked along the corridor outside and entered another hall. Just like that, they shuttled back and forth between the palaces, towers, and different corridors in an attempt to find more clues, as well as the entrance to the sea that the outsider, Jack, had described. Regardless of whether they believed the boy's words or not, they couldn't help but look forward to the deep blue sea behind the giant king's court. On the other side of the sea, there was a country where humans thrived. There were no monsters hidden in the depths of the darkness. The sun rose and set normally, and lightning only appeared before it rained. People harvested all kinds of food. During this process, the City of Silver's expedition team didn't encounter many enemies. Most of them were animated statues, and a small number were evil spirits formed from the combination of remnant emotions and the power of dusk. The latter was almost powerless against the unshadowed crucifix. That's normal. The fool Klein above the grey fog nodded slightly, expressing his acceptance of the current situation. After the giant king perished, this place already belonged to the ancient god of the sun. It's unlikely that there would be a large number of giant powerhouses and mystical items left behind. When the kings of angels were conspiring here, they would definitely eliminate unnecessary trouble ahead of time. When the ancient god of the sun was devoured, it would be unknown who this place belonged to, or it would be abandoned. In short, there aren't many demigods or items that can be predicted. Yes, without the unshadowed crucifix, those evil spirits would be very troublesome. The City of Silver's expedition team wouldn't have been able to advance so smoothly. They wouldn't have been able to advance to this stage unless an angel led the team or activated a Grade 0 sealed artifact. When the unshadowed crucifix returned to Derek's hands, the City of Silver's expedition team was already very close to the tallest building in the giant king's court. The dusk here was very rich, as though it came from the palace. Once we leave this hall, we should be at the side of the giant king's residence. Demon Hunter Colin identified the location and direction before pointing ahead. Shepherd Elder Lovia nodded. Finally, there was an uncontrollable hope in her expression. Derek's heart beat faster, and he could no longer control his excitement. Then, he was appeased by Antiona. After adjusting their emotions, the City of Silver entered the hall in front of them and saw things that resembled oil paintings hanging on both sides. These oil paintings depicted different giants. Some of them held bone flutes, some held wind chimes, and some hugged a 7-stringed zither that matched their height. With the arrival of the City of Silver's expedition team, the giants in the oil paintings suddenly came to life. They played the bone flutes, the wind chimes, or the strings of the zither, producing a beautiful piece of music. The dusk light in the hall brightened a little. Portions of food appeared on the long tables around them. They suffused a mouth-watering sheen and emitted an extremely alluring fragrance. Roasted chicken. Roasted goose. Fish smeared with honey. Is this the banquet of the giant king's court? But aren't those chickens, geese, goats, and fish too big? A masterpiece of the goddess of harvest? Klein glanced at them and confirmed that the food that appeared was an illusion effect. After all, the giant king's court no longer had any ingredients, and it lacked people who could imagine or create. This is normal food? Hyam, who was holding Thunder God's roar, stared straight at one of the long tables as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Possibly. Derek sniffled and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Apart from black-faced grass, they had never seen normal food. The meat of those monsters was roasted in different colors, but it was equally unpalatable. It could even lead to poisoning. Demon Hunter Colin stared at it for a few seconds before sighing. They're all fake. Don't touch them, or there might be unnecessary accidents. Apart from Lovia, everyone from the City of Silver retracted their gazes with great difficulty and followed the chief to the exit of the hall. After a series of observations, Colin Iliad stabbed his two swords into the ground and reached out to push open the heavy door. A crack appeared as an even more intense orange-red light shone in. As the crack grew larger, a palace that towered into the clouds gradually became clear. Then, everyone in the City of Silver heard a rustling sound. At this moment, Colin pulled out a straight sword and suppressed the restlessness in the hearts of his team members. He then pulled out another straight sword and slowly walked out of the hall. Derek and company cautiously followed behind him. After being completely bathed in the dusk, they looked to the left at the same time. There was a row of stone pillars that formed a railing. Beyond the railing was an orange-red cloud. In the distance, there was a gently surging, endless deep blue that emitted a rustling sound. Without needing anyone to explain, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team simultaneously recalled the records in the books and Little Jack's description. A term flashed across their minds: the sea. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1149. The dark blue, gently surging, boundless sea that seemed to contain endless life appeared before the eyes of the members of the City of Silver's expedition team. It was no longer a record in ancient texts, nor was it a combination of words spoken by outsiders. Although it was still very far away, it seemed to be possible to touch it. The wine-red-haired Antiona looked over in a daze. She opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but in the end, all she said was one word: sea. Just as she said that, a silver-white crack suddenly appeared on her forehead. The crack rapidly rose up and down, instantly splitting Antiona into two. Warm and bright red blood spewed out, splattering Derek's head and face. Silently, more silver-white light shot out from Antiona's body, dicing her body into countless pieces of flesh and blood. The face that was filled with hope and obsession was like a jigsaw puzzle that had fallen to the ground, splattering piece by piece. Only at this moment did Demon Hunter Colin react. He swung the two swords in his hands, one horizontally and the other diagonally, as though he was dealing with an invisible enemy. Clang! 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 Silver light flashed as the sound of metal clashing echoed. The morning light around Colin Iliad shattered and scattered. At this moment, the silver shadow behind Shepherd Lovia had already taken a step forward and stabbed the blurry greatsword into the ground. Clang! 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 Surrounding the people of the City of Silver, silver beams of light appeared in different spots, trying their best to slice through the invisible barrier nearby, like bugs struggling in amber. Clang! 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 The silver light that was sometimes dense and sometimes thick constantly appeared, causing the protective force that enveloped the expedition team to waver, as though it could shatter at any moment. However, be it Demon Hunter Colin, Shepherd Lovia, or Derek and company, none of them could find any traces of the enemy. Above the grey fog, the fool Klein was just about to give them a reminder when the chief of the six-member council seemed to think of something as he crossed his two swords in front of him. Clang! A huge silver beam of light struck the two swords, causing Demon Hunter Colin's feet to sink into the solid stone slabs. He seized this opportunity and suddenly roared unshadowed domain. Upon hearing the chief's reminder, Derek didn't hesitate. He stabbed a finger into the thorns of the unshadowed crucifix. As his blood flowed out, a clear, bright, pure, and blazing light suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire area between the two buildings. In this area, not even a trace of shadow could exist. There was nothing that could be hidden anymore. Light had become the ruler of this area. A huge figure quickly outlined itself on the side of the giant king's palace. It wore silver full-body armor and was nearly 5 meters tall. Behind the visor, there was a single vertical eye that flickered with a light that wasn't dark red or orange. This was a giant that was still alive. He wouldn't wait for the enemy to enter his warning range before he tried to attack. He had enough intelligence. Unlike the other silver-armored knights, this giant's armor had a distinct pattern. One was on the right side, blood-red in color, and circled around the arm. The other was on the left side, dotted with black spots. The giant knight raised the broadsword in his hand and pointed it at the city of silver. "How dare you barge into the imperial court and disturb Lord Sasria's slumber?" Sasria? Dark Angel Sasria? Above the grey fog, the fool Klein was alarmed when he heard that. He subconsciously sat up straight. The former left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the leader of the kings of angels, and one of the two leaders of Rose Redemption didn't disappear in the long river of history. He is sleeping deep in the giant king's court, in the residence of the giant king? Why did he choose to sleep? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he subconsciously cast his gaze towards the palace guarded by the giant knight. It was the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court. The light of dusk seemed to turn corporeal as it covered its surface, tainting it with a clear sense of decline. It gave off the feeling that dusk had fallen and that an eternal night was about to arrive. On both sides of the building was a steeple, and on the other side was a round tower. The main entrance was grayish-blue, and it was more than 10 meters tall. It was covered in symmetrical symbols, labels, and patterns. It was both solemn and mysterious. The door was 3 to 4 meters tall, and on the left side of the door gap, there was a pitch-black hole. It was equivalent to an adult's fist. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly thought of the dream divination he had done in the past. Back then, he had seen the exact same scene, and the medium for the divination was the giant key he had obtained from Vice Admiral Iceberg. That's the key to the giant king's residence. As Klein extended his hand and beckoned, he attempted to use his true vision to penetrate the obstruction of the building and see the situation inside the palace. Unfortunately, he failed. The black iron-colored key that was the size of a 7-stringed instrument landed in front of him. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin had already spoken abruptly before the giant knight could launch his attack. "Don't worry. You're a king's court chaser." The broadsword in the giant knight's hand did not slash down. He paused for a second and said in a low voice, in a deep voice, "After so many years, there are actually still people who remember the king's court chaser." He paused for a second and said in a deep voice, "I'm the leader of all the chasers, Light Slayer Merskagan. I later followed Lord Sasria. I've once hunted powerful dragons, elves, devils, demonic wolves, and phoenixes. Today, it's your honor to die under my sword." This Light Slayer didn't soften his attitude. He lowered his body slightly and held his sword with both hands. Like a meteor flying horizontally, he charged at the City of Silver at high speed. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, he could no longer hide his figure like before. Just as Colin Iliad, Lovia, and company determined that Merskagan's attack would arrive in a second, the giant knight suddenly slashed out with his silver broadsword. Demon Hunter Colin, who wasn't within Lovia's evil spirit defense circle, suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he pounced to the side. Bang! A sharp silver light suddenly appeared where he had been standing, destroying everything from the inside out. This attack was so strange that it seemed to have been produced by the void itself. At the same time, Colin Iliad, who had fallen to the ground, underwent a change. His clothes were torn into shreds and strips of cloth by his rapidly expanding muscles. In the blink of an eye, this demon hunter had become a 4-meter-tall giant with a bluish-black, grayish-blue base. There was a black crack on his forehead. Every inch of him contained boundless power, endless mystery, and strange mental influence. If Beyonders below sequence 4 were to see this scene, they would definitely suffer a strong impact. Their brains would very likely experience a terrifying stabbing pain that made them lose their rationality. Their spirituality would also be corrupted. And if they couldn't withstand such an influence, going crazy, losing control, or even dying would be inevitable. This was the incomplete mythical creature form of a demigod. Originally, Colin Iliad didn't dare to release this state due to the effects of dusk in the Giant King's court. But now, he realized that the feeling of decline had weakened greatly in the unshadowed domain. He then held the 2 swords that had been covered in the light of dawn and had become gigantic. He engaged in an intense battle with Light Slayer Merskagen in the domain that was shrouded in light and had no shadows. Clang! Clang! The 3 swords of the 2 giants clashed and separated from time to time. Although Colin Iliad was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the attacks of the leader of the king's court chasers. From time to time, he would have a strong intuition for danger. Then, without any warning, he would pounce out of his original spot, rolling or bouncing, and move in another direction. And at this moment, there would always be silver beams that would explode from the inside out of the spot where he was previously. Derek had already closed his eyes. Ignoring the loss of blood, he tried his best to maintain the unshadowed domain. Hyam and the other Dawn Paladin similarly didn't dare open their eyes. They helped shepherd Elder Lovia, allowing the team to slowly move towards the palace that they had just come out from without breaking away from the protection. If it wasn't for the help of the silver-armored knight Evil Spirit, they would have long been sliced into pieces by the storm of light that swept through the area, the silver beams that appeared everywhere, and the violent shaking of the ground. Light Slayer Merskagen had single-handedly pressured the City of Silver's expedition team into a precarious situation. They had no chance of counterattacking. As expected of the leader of the king's court chasers. This should be a subsidiary god, which is the first tier below angels. Compared to a demon hunter, a silver knight has several more terrifying Beyonder powers. Above the grey fog, the fool Klein held the sea god scepter and carefully observed the battle. He quickly figured out where Light Slayer Merskagen's strength lay. Firstly, the protective force has materialized into a full-body silver armor. Secondly, it can use light to hide its malice. Thirdly, the condensed Sword of Dawn can no longer be maintained for a short period of time. It can be used as a conventional weapon. It's sharp enough and good at purification. Fourthly, it can create a type of silver rapier. It has the ability to teleport, allowing it to bypass most barriers and directly attack the target. It can even erupt from the target's body. Furthermore, there are almost no signs of the condensation of this silver rapier. It's very difficult to predict. This is a saint who's extremely good at head-on combat. If it wasn't for the fact that the City of Silver's chief is experienced and has a strong intuition, allowing him to fight in his mythical creature form, he would have long been in danger from being suppressed in all aspects of the same pathway. If it were me, I might have already been killed. Of course, I wouldn't fight the leader of the king's court chasers head-on. From the looks of the current situation, as the evil spirit has to protect its herder and can't directly participate in the battle, the City of Silver's expedition team has almost no chance of winning. Yes, they're already retreating bit by bit. They're very rational. If it really doesn't work, I can only get Mr. Fool to send down lightning punishment. However, the true creator should still be watching this place. My lightning storm might not be able to quickly finish off Merskagen. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly thought of a problem. That was, how could Light Slayer Merskagen, who wasn't an angel, survive from the end of the Second Epoch to this day? He wasn't a demoness, nor was he a vampire, much less an undying, and from the fact that he had reason and the abilities he displayed in battle, he likely didn't have any Beyonder characteristics of other pathways mixed in. P.S. Update first. Chapter 1150. Since Light Color Merskagen didn't obtain a long lifespan from a Beyonder characteristic, Klein could only consider external factors. The effects of a mystical item? No, he doesn't have any mystical items on him, nor does the surrounding area. Apart from the Giant King's residence, that's where Dark Angel Sasria slumbers. Furthermore, the key is with me. Merskagen likely doesn't dare to enter, Who took away the key to the giant king's residence after Sasria slumbered? Isn't that a little too wicked? Of course, a palace without the augmentation of a deity's powers probably can't trap a king of angels. Or perhaps, this key has long been scattered to the northern continent with the migration of the giants. Sasria chose that palace to slumber because other than a few existences, no one can open the door and affect his slumber. Could it be that Vice Admiral Iceberg's key was given by the god of knowledge and wisdom in a roundabout way? He wants to see Sasria's current state? If it's not the effects of a mystical item, what could it be? Time bestowed by a marauder pathway angel? Ignoring the fact that the illusory item stolen can be given to others, there needs to be an angel of the marauder pathway or a grade 0 sealed artifact. And there aren't any similar existences nearby. Back then, he gave Merskagen a few thousand years of time at once. Perhaps only Amorn can do it. Clearly, he wouldn't help Dark Angel Sasria. In addition, this blasphemer's true body seems to be wandering in the forsaken land of the gods. If there's an angel of the marauder pathway or a grade 0 sealed artifact here, he might have long become his food. The cycle of fate. After light color Merskagen died of old age, everything began from him guarding Sasria? Yes, that's possible. If Merskagen is already in an old state, then it's completely understandable that a long period of time has passed. Furthermore, as this cycle has been sealed for hundreds of years, it hasn't reached a node yet. It's normal that I didn't discover any signs above the grey fog in my haste. With this in mind, Klein quickly observed his surroundings, searching for traces left behind by Angel of Fate Ouroboros. However, there were no remnants of such powers. Klein hurriedly retracted his gaze and continued observing light-color Merskagen, who was engaged in an intense battle with Colin Iliad and the silver-armored knight Evil Spirit. His spirit body threads are normal, eliminating the possibility of him becoming a marionette. Under true vision, his condition isn't abnormal. This means that he isn't a historical projection that was summoned. The divine kingdom of the giant king's court slows down the passage of time or aging. The former can be eliminated because my spirituality is about to be unable to support such observations. This matches the amount of time the City of Silver's expedition team has spent in this area. There's a certain possibility of the latter. Life is at dusk, but it's also frozen at dusk. But the problem is that the ancient god, the giant king, has already perished. Badheil, who wields the power of dawn and dusk, has moved the divine kingdom to the astral world. It's unlikely that such a powerful influence remains in this court. Klein ran through all the methods he could think of to extend his life, but none of them matched the situation of the leader of the court chasers. He had to consider another possibility, some kind of mystic technique with huge flaws. This should rely on some kind of power in the giant king's court. Otherwise, Merskagen's range of activity wouldn't be so small. He wouldn't have waited until the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at the giant king's residence before taking action. There's clearly another entity related to life in the giant king's court. That's the former goddess of harvest, the current Earth Mother, giant Queen Omabella. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein's heart stirred as he cast his gaze at the giant statues outside the giant king's palace. They weren't much different from the ones the City of Silver's expedition team had encountered along the way, except that they were a little taller. However, with Klein's careful examination, a small number of abnormalities appeared. These giant statues had the aura of life and a certain amount of spirituality, but behind the mask, it was pitch black. There was no crimson light flickering. This light color Merskagen used a certain mystic technique in the domain of life to bind his spirit to the animated statues. He used them to obtain a long lifespan, but because of this, he's limited to such an area, unable to leave. This is very similar to the existence of evil spirits. This way, Merskagen might not be able to reveal his mythical creature form normally. Klein conjured a gold coin and tossed it up to confirm. After seeing that the answer was yes, he raised the sea god scepter and prepared to use the prayer light to remind Little Sunday. At this moment, demon hunter Colin, who had dodged Merskagen's attack, suddenly rolled around him and ran towards the giant king's residence from the side. His gaze was locked onto the few giant statues. In the intense battle just now, although the City of Silver's chief had been at a disadvantage, he didn't give up on observing his surroundings, nor did he stop thinking. He was also puzzled as to why the leader of the king's court chasers could live for thousands of years. When he discovered that the animated giant statues were only standing outside the palace and didn't participate in the battle, he already had a certain judgment. He wasn't sure what was going on, what principles it was based on, or which domain it came from, but his rich exploration experience and demon hunter intuition made him believe that the statues were the key to the problem. Tap, tap, tap. Colin Iliad held his two swords and ran with large strides. However, he didn't run in a straight line. From time to time, he would turn left and turn right. Upon seeing this scene, Light-Colour Merskagen let out an angry roar. He held his broadsword with both hands and quickly slashed down. His reaction proved that Colin Iliad's judgment was correct. Bang! 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 Demon Hunter Colin suddenly leaped away and continued rolling. And on his original trajectory, silver beams appeared out of thin air and exploded, forming a long snake. It completely lifted up the hard and firm ground of the king's court, tearing deep cracks. With a thud, Light-Colour Merskagen took a step forward. His nearly 5-meter-tall body bent and slammed the silver broadsword in his hand into the ground. Clang! The area shook violently. The stone pillars and railings snapped and fell into the bottomless orange-red clouds. The ground between the two buildings exploded layer by layer, sending countless gravel flying. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he had already leaped up in advance. In midair, he crossed his swords, creating an invisible barrier that blocked the arrow-like gravel. At this moment, Merskagen, who had his back bent, flicked his knee, and his massive body flew out like a meteor, instantly closing the distance between him and Demon Hunter Colin. During this process, he held the silver broadsword tightly with both hands and swung it upwards. Seeing that Demon Hunter Colin had nowhere to hide, a clear beam of light suddenly shot over and accurately hit Merskagen's broadsword. With a clang, Colin Iliad landed on the ground and rolled. In one fell swoop, he finally approached the giant statues. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the silver-armored knight phantom in front of Shepherd Elder Lovia had already pulled out its great sword. It had condensed the light of dawn into a huge bow and continuously shot out arrows of light. The single eye behind Light Slayer Merskagen's visor was already dyed with a layer of dark red. He ignored the arrows of light and allowed them to hit his body, producing clanging sounds. He constantly charged forward and brandished his broadsword, causing silver light to burst out from different parts of the void. He chased after the giant-like Demon Hunter Colin, preventing him from having a chance to attack the giant statues. Suddenly, an arrow that was condensed with a bright luster leaped over Merskagen and silently shot into the gap in one of the statue's masks. This came from the evil spirit that Shepherd Lovia had grazed. Demon Hunter Colin was the bait, and it was the true attacker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows of light flew over one after another, but this time, they were all blocked by Merskagen. However, at this moment, the demon hunter had already found a spot and brandished his two swords covered in the light of dawn at the remaining giant statues. Light bloomed as a storm covered the area. Amidst the continuous cracking sounds, the statues collapsed and fell to the ground. As for Light-Colour Merskagen's aura, it rapidly weakened. The leader of the king's court chasers roared angrily, "Let's die together." The silver broadsword in his hand exploded, splitting into countless fragments of light. They formed a terrifying storm that swept towards everything around it. The silver-armored knight's evil spirit and demon hunter Colin stabbed their swords into the ground at the same time, creating an invisible barrier. The blazing white light swept between the two buildings, destroying the greyish-blue door and the stone pillars behind Derek and company. And when it scraped the giant king's residence, it didn't budge at all. After an unknown period of time, just as Derek thought that the invisible barrier was about to be torn apart by the storm of light, the light of dawn finally dimmed. In the ruined area, the silver armor on Light-Colour Merskagen's body faded away inch by inch, revealing his greyish-blue body in linen clothes. Not far from him, demon hunter Colin's body was covered in blood. He was returning to his normal state from a giant, but his aura was still stable. It was just that he had weakened a little more than before. With a thud, Merskagen knelt down on one knee. His flesh and blood rapidly aged, rotting, and evaporating. Amidst the orange-red light, the lively king's court seemed to appear in front of him again. In the frozen dusk, giants came and went, playing the seven-stringed zither and bone flute. They engaged in gladiatorial fights and enjoyed the delicacies that were available at any time. Their lives passed extremely slowly, and their king sat on a high throne, watching everything in a dignified manner. This no longer existed after that incident. Therefore, he chose to follow Dark Angel Sasria. A smile appeared on Merskagan's face as he opened his mouth and shouted softly, "King!" This king's court chaser lowered his head. The flesh and blood on his body evaporated, leaving behind a huge white skeleton and silver-white light that had condensed once again. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 1151. Above the grey fog, when he saw light-color Merskagan rapidly aging and rotting into bones, Klein suddenly thought of Mobert, Syatas, Frunzia, and Snowman, who had left Roselle's travels. He hadn't been able to stop them in time, and it was the same now. This was because the leader of the court chasers had enchanted the fool's honorific name, so he couldn't be pulled above the grey fog. However, compared to before, Klein, who had the sea god scepter and used the prayer light, could now do more things. He immediately accommodated the Dark Emperor card and mobilized the power of the mysterious space above the grey fog, allowing the paper angel to carry his words. With the help of the Crimson Star, he entered the real world and landed towards light-color Merskagan's incomplete spirit. This was the method that didn't ruin his status as the fool. After all, the true creator was still watching this area. As Merskagan's consciousness quickly turned blurry, an angel with layers of black wings on its back suddenly appeared in front of him. The speed at which his spirit body dissipated slowed down as a grand and dignified voice sounded in his ears. What is the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredient for the Silver Night potion? Is Sasria really sleeping in the giant king's palace? Merskagan replied in a daze, the advancement ritual for Silver Night comes from the blasphemy slate. The advancement ritual for Silver Night comes from the blasphemy slate. It requires setting up a complicated altar and placing the remains of the 6 powerful creatures that one has hunted in the correct positions before receiving the blessings of God. The supplementary ingredient is, I can't be sure. In short, that door didn't open after Lord Sasria entered. As he answered, Merskagan's spirit slowly but firmly dissipated. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and turned into rays of light, fusing into the unchanging dusk of the giant king's court. And this conversation took place in his mind, so no one else could hear it. Thankfully, I was careful enough to not let Merskagan say that the Silver Night potion's main ingredient can be replaced with a Beyonder characteristic. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heard the answer to the second question. The fool heaved a sigh of relief and praised himself inwardly. He then retracted his attention and seriously considered what Merskagan had just said. God's blessing. Isn't this advancement ritual a little too difficult? It's only sequence 3. I have to consider the error's background. Merskagan is a powerhouse who survived from the Second Epoch. He's used to calling angels a subsidiary god and placing them in the ranks of gods. In other words, an angel's blessing should be enough. Yes, I'll use divination to confirm it later. Of course, even if an angel's blessing works, I have no choice for the time. It depends on whether the city of the city's grade 0 sealed artifacts have living characteristics and whether I can communicate. The altar's layout is a little complicated. Do the remains of 6 powerful creatures that I personally killed have to be at the demigod level? It was very difficult for demon hunters outside the forsaken land of the gods. How could there be so many demigod-level creatures to hunt? Most of them were protected by a faction or organization. From the looks of it, the Church of the God of Combat should have a new alternative while maintaining the ritual's essence. Is this the difference between the second blasphemy slate and the first blasphemy slate? However, for this chief of the City of Silver, he must have killed more than 6 powerful monsters. That's simple. As Klein could confirm that the second blasphemy slate had appeared after the ancient sun's god perished, he could determine that light-color Merskagan was referring to the first blasphemy slate. He quickly conjured the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredients he had deciphered on a piece of goatskin. He used the topaz spirit pendulum to do a divination and received a revelation that wasn't wrong. Then, he threw this piece of information at the crimson star representing Sunday. "This is a gift from Mr. Fool." After doing all of this, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He increasingly felt that Muskegon's answer to the second question was worth ruminating over. He didn't say if Sasria was really asleep. He only said that after the Dark Angel entered, the door didn't open again. And the only thing that didn't open was the door. "The God of knowledge and wisdom gave me the key, and Adam gave me the unshadowed crucifix just to open the door to confirm the Dark Angel's condition." Klein's thoughts raced as he suddenly felt a little relieved. Fortunately, the true creator didn't seem too interested in this matter. If he had descended with his will in an attempt to influence Muskegon's dissipating spirit body, he would have clashed with the fool's paper angel. This would have been rather awkward. At this moment, Derek dared to open his eyes. His face was pale as though he had lost too much blood. In order to maintain the unshadowed domain, the cross had absorbed quite a lot of his blood. He looked around, held the unshadowed crucifix in front of him, and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At this moment, Hyam put down the Thunder God's roar and his weapon. He took off the leather bag on his back and found a set of clothes to throw to the chief. To the City of Silver's expedition team, as long as they weren't wearing clothes or armor that belonged to mystical items, it was inevitable that they would be damaged in battle. They would definitely prepare a few more sets in advance. To them, the use of clothes to cover their bodies was secondary. The most important thing was to provide space to store materials, medicine, and charms. Colin Iliad looked around warily and didn't discover anything abnormal. Then, he quickly put on his clothes and found a small metal bottle that had fallen to the ground during the battle. He unscrewed the stopper and gulped it down. His face turned a little green, as though he was showing signs of being poisoned. However, the wounds on his body and his declining aura were improving. Lovia was no longer able to continue grazing the silver-armored night evil spirit, so she stored it into her body. After Muskegon's Beyonder characteristic condensed into a silver-white brilliance that resembled a heart or a miniature sun, it was put away by demon hunter Colin. This shepherd elder looked at the giant king's palace not far away with his pale grey eyes. "Chief, the path to the sea might very well be hidden there." Lovia paused for a moment before adding, "Perhaps there's a way for us to directly reach the other side of the sea." As Colin Iliad watched Derek, Hyam, and company clean up the battlefield, pick up the items, and deal with Antiona's shattered corpse, he shook his head and said, "There's a dark angel sleeping inside. It's definitely a king of angels. We're currently unable to resist it, and even facing it will be very difficult. Let's return first and tell everyone about seeing the sea. Then, we can prepare to enter the giant king's palace." Lovia's silver-grey hair fluttered slightly as her expression turned solemn. "But we don't know anything. There's no way to make targeted preparations." After saying that, she fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I have a suggestion. You, Derek, Hyam, and the others can return first. I'll stay behind and attempt to enter this palace to gather useful information. I can blend into the shadows and perhaps not disturb the Dark Angel. If I don't return, it means that the danger inside exceeds the limits of what we can handle." When Lovia mentioned that she might die, her expression didn't change at all, as though she was already prepared. Demon hunter Colin quietly listened and stared at her for a few seconds. "No. We can't take such a risk. If you awaken the Dark Angel, he might leave the giant king's court and attack the City of Silver. And we definitely won't be able to withstand it." Without waiting for Lovia's response, Colin Iliad turned his head and looked at the other 3 team members. "Derek, what's your opinion?" "My opinion?" Derek was rather confused as he nearly blurted out a question. Hyam and the other Dawn Paladin were equally alarmed. This was because this was an internal dispute of the 6-member council, yet Colin Iliad was asking for Derek Berg's opinion. Could it be that the chief is nurturing Derek as the next elder of the 6-member council? The 2 exploratory team members thoughtfully looked at their teammates beside them. "Is he asking for my opinion?" Above the grey fog, the fool Klein frowned slightly. His brain immediately began to churn at high speeds. "What opinion can I have? If I open the door and awaken Sasria, I won't be able to save a single one of you. All I can do is get you to pray to the true creator for help. I should wait until I figure out the situation of the Dark Angel from the Red Angel evil spirit and other related existences before exploring. I don't have to care about the Dragon of Wisdom and Adam's thoughts for the time being. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with choosing to be steady and cautious at this time. As his thoughts raced, Klein spoke in a dignified manner. Return. He then projected the video into the crimson star representing the sun. Derek was stunned for 2 seconds before he calmly replied to the chief's question. I think we should give up for now and come back when we are ready. Colin Iliad nodded and turned to Shepherd Lovia. This is my decision. Lovia was silent for a moment. I'll follow your decision. She didn't say anything else as she helped Derek and the others mark the area. As Antiona and the others hadn't died at the hands of their blood relatives, it was very likely that they would discover an anomaly. Therefore, the expedition team would mark them so that those who came later would be more vigilant. However, this place was far from the City of Silver, so there was no need to worry about affecting it. While they were busy, Lovia suddenly looked up and said to Derek and Hyam, "This is the Giant King's court. It's very likely that there won't be any anomalies." She didn't explain as she watched the pile of Antiona's flesh and blood be burned to ashes by the flames. She then grabbed a handful and stuffed it into a leather bag. After doing all of this, the City of Silver's expedition team searched for any other passageways and received a disappointing answer. Then, under Chief Colin Iliad's lead, they began to return the way they had come. After entering the palace that had lost its door and had the oil painting band playing, Derek couldn't help but turn his head and look outside the broken railing again. He looked into the distance where the orange-red clouds were, and he looked at the dark blue, gently surging sea. After staring for a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and realized that the chief's light blue eyes were also quietly looking in that direction. Colin then turned his head and said in a calm voice, "Let's go." Then, he turned his head and calmly walked forward. Then, without looking back, he calmly walked forward. P.S. Update before making any changes. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1152. Above the grey fog, Klein heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the City of Silver's expedition team had embarked on their return journey without any changes to the Giant King's palace. He leaned back in his chair in exhaustion. After nearly 2 hours of observation, his spirituality was close to its limit. He could at most last another 15 minutes. Regardless, the harvest this time has completely exceeded my imagination. It's only right to give the Silver Knight potion formula to the City of Silver. Klein rubbed his forehead as his thoughts began to wander. Grasping these ancient secrets will be of great help to my digestion after my advancement. The problem now is that my Bizarro Sorcerer potion hasn't been completely digested. From the feedback I've received over this period of time, I can tell that the spread of all sorts of ghost stories is indeed quite effective. Once Miss Magicians completes the manuscript and publishes it, it should be done after some time. However, she only started writing a few days ago. I wonder when she'll finish writing. Why can't she write for a few more hours a day? When I pick her up, I'll urge her. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. He hadn't given Anderson the reward for finding Vice Admiral Ailment. I'll wait until he helps Danis become a conspirer. That's one of the agreements anyway. The advancement ritual of an iron-blooded knight isn't difficult, but it's not simple either. It's especially troublesome for a hunter. This actually requires a hunter who's good at provoking and scheming to form a team of at least 30 people. I have to nurture a deep camaraderie with them, allowing them to become stronger one after another and have great teamwork. They will be able to understand the intentions of a hunter through their eyes and actions, making them nearly one with each other. Then, they will form a ritual. The higher the strength and rapport of the team, the better the ritual's effects. Seeing that the City of Silver's expedition team had returned in an orderly manner without any accidents, Klein finally felt relieved. He left the world above the grey fog, threw himself into bed, and fell asleep. At the afternoon town camp, after a period of rest, Derek Berg finally recovered. His face was no longer as pale as before. Just as he finished eating the bread made from black-faced grass powder, a figure appeared in the shadows outside the door. "Derek, the chief is looking for you." "Yes." He stood up instinctively. "Thank you." He was going to look for the chief and hand over the potion formula of the Silver Knight. After watching the messenger retreat into the shadows, he walked out of the room and arrived at the campsite that was illuminated by the bonfire. At a glance, Derek saw many team members who hadn't participated in the expedition gathered together in twos and threes, discussing something in low voices excitedly. They already knew that the giant king's court could see the sea, so they knew that it wasn't too far from the sea. As long as they found the right path, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. This was an important step for the City of Silver to save itself after discovering the outsider, Jack. The residents of the City of Silver, who mainly relied on dawn and the light of dawn, finally saw the light of dawn. The long wait and persistence seemed to be about to pay off. Derek could understand the feelings of his team members because he was the same. However, having heard all sorts of things about the ruins of the Battle of Gods from the world's German Sparrow, he knew very well that the sea wasn't simple. It would probably be extremely difficult to head to the other side of the sea. Ignoring everything else, just Dark Angel Sasria, who was sleeping in the giant king's palace and blocking the key path, was a problem that couldn't be overcome at the moment. I can only hope that Mr. Fool will bless me. Yes, for that boy to appear in the ruins of the temple means that there are other paths that can bypass the giant king's palace and reach the sea. Derek thought hopefully as he circled around the quietly burning bonfire and walked to the chief's room on the other side. Suddenly, he saw a person sitting silently in the shadow of a boulder. It was a man in his 20s, much taller than Derek. He held a pale gold bracelet with 3 small bells hanging on it, and his eyes were unfocused. Derek wasn't unfamiliar with this man. He knew that he was Antiona's husband, Dolores, a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. In the City of Silver, before the age of 18, one could freely fall in love until marriage. And if one didn't have a spouse by the age of 18, one would be arranged. It was the same for those who had been widowed for 3 years. This was a necessary measure to ensure the population of the City of Silver. It seemed against human nature, but for the continuation of the entire race in the Land of Darkness, this was the only way. Furthermore, this could also ensure that everyone had a certain number of close relatives, preventing them from mutating into terrifying evil spirits after death. As for Dolores and Antiona, they were neighbors who lived on the same street. They had known each other since they were young and had a good impression of each other. Finally, they fell in love when they were teammates in the patrol team. Step by step, they became husband and wife, and their relationship was very deep. Considering that their children were still young, Colin Iliad had deliberately left one behind during the exploration of the Giant King's court. On the one hand, Derek felt that there was nothing wrong with the chief's arrangements, but on the other hand, he felt a strong sense of sorrow from Dolores's performance. It was as if he had returned to the state when he had to personally stab his parents to death. From the beginning to the end of the exploration, it only took half a day, but to Dolores, everything was different. After a moment of silence, Derek retracted his gaze and continued forward. His footsteps unconsciously became heavier. At the same time, he thought of a rumor shepherd elder Lovia once had a husband, but he had died during an exploration. This was originally a very common matter that wasn't worth discussing at all. However, apart from Lovia, the entire team that explored the ruins of the temple had gone crazy. After they were eliminated, a rumor gradually spread among the residents of the City of Silver. During that exploration, Elder Lovia had eaten her husband. The night with very low lightning frequency made the wind a little cold. Derek shivered and focused his attention back on what was in front of him. He took a few quick steps and arrived at his destination. He raised his hand and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin Iliad said without any abnormality in his voice. Derek pushed open the door and entered. He saw the chief in a linen shirt and a dark coat wiping the 2 swords with grease. Colin Iliad didn't stop. He raised his head and looked at Derek, who was at the door. He looked up at Derek and asked, "What are your thoughts on this exploration?" "What's the purpose of the chief's question?" Having been influenced by the hanging man, Alger, Derek subconsciously had this thought. He was unable to grasp the chief's exact intentions, so all he could do was close the door and frankly answer, "There might be other paths to the sea. There might be another way to the seaside. The Giant King's palace should be very important, but it's too dangerous. We need more information." Colin Iliad nodded and asked, "There might be other paths to the sea. was the conspiracy of the kings of angels and those existences in the name of deities to resist the Lord. And this success resulted in the abandonment of this land. Although Derek had never directly heard of such a deduction, it wasn't difficult for him to come to a similar conclusion based on the various secrets he had learned on the tarot. Yes, that should be the case. Colin fell silent. Even his movements of wiping the swords slowed down. After a few seconds, he put down the items in his hand and took 2 steps forward. Those who participated in the conspiracy are still active on the other side of the sea. After a moment of silence, Derek deliberated before replying, most of them. But not too active. Colin Iliad nodded, indicating that he had nothing else to ask. Derek hurriedly said, "That's right. Chief, when Light Slayer Merskagan died, I obtained the incomplete formula of the Silver Night Potion, including the supplementary ingredients and the advancement ritual." When he said that, Derek knew that his lie was too fake and could be seen through at a glance, because he didn't even dare to open his eyes. However, he still couldn't think of a better excuse. If Mr. the Hanging Man were here, he would definitely have a better solution. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he heard the chief speak slowly. "Very good, what is it?" After being stunned for a second, Derek hurriedly explained the corresponding ritual and the supplementary materials in its entirety. After Demon Hunter Colin listened quietly, he let out a long sigh and said, "Your contribution this time is very great. This is of great importance to the City of Silver. In the future, our upper limit will be sequence 3, not sequence 4. Within a certain range, the risks encountered by the exploration team will be greatly reduced." Why is the risk encountered by the exploration team within a certain range reduced when the upper limit is sequence 3? As Derek was happy that he had made such a contribution, he found it difficult to understand the chief's words. However, he knew that this was knowledge that he wasn't qualified to understand. He planned on asking about it at the tarot gathering later. He then bade farewell and turned to open the door. "Derek!" Colin Iliad suddenly shouted at him. Derek turned his head in puzzlement and realized that the chief's expression was rather solemn. Colin fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Be careful of Lovia." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied from the bottom of his heart. Beekland, Northborough. Hazel rode a carriage back to the city from Moose Manor. She planned on heading to the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation to meet Miss Audrey to discuss the donation and help. After interacting with her many times, she had a very good impression of this noble lady. She felt that there wasn't any pressure around her, and the strange emotions that had accumulated in her heart had dissipated quite a bit. She gradually recovered many of her forgotten memories. "I should have a teacher. What exactly happened that day? I shudder every time I try to recall it." Hazel cast her gaze out the window in melancholy. Her carriage was passing by Beauclund Street. At this moment, a man dressed as a postman rode a bicycle past her in a rather relaxed manner. Hazel casually sized him up and saw a monocle on his right eye. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1153. Hazel's gaze instantly froze as she felt something rapidly expand in her mind. It tore through an invisible barrier and spewed out. Instinctively, she averted her gaze and curled her body slightly. Then, she felt a light rise up from the depths of her heart, exploding into countless memory fragments as they roared back and forth. She remembered at once what had happened at home that day. She remembered her father, her mother, the maids, and the footmen putting on their spectacles or pressing their eyelids. The unspeakable horror was so vivid that it seemed to have been engraved in her bones. Hazel's expression broke down as she curled into a ball and trembled. It left the maidservant in the carriage stunned as she hurriedly got up and reached out her hands in a bid to help her mistress up. "No." Hazel's body trembled as she shouted with a nearly shrill voice. The maidservant was alarmed and frightened as she stood rooted to the ground, unsure of how to react. After shouting, Hazel calmed down significantly. She sat up and looked ahead with extreme fear. She saw that the postman with the monocle had already entered another street. All she could see was his back. I felt a little uncomfortable just now, but I'm much better now," Hazel turned her head and forced herself to say to the maidservant. She realized that she wasn't as horrified as she remembered. It was as though after some time, she could already accept the situation. If not, I might have lost control just now. Why did I use the word lost control? Thankfully, I've forgotten this memory. I didn't do anything too eye-catching when I saw the postman. I only broke down after about 10 seconds, otherwise, I might have been discovered and something terrifying would have happened. Hazel's thoughts flashed uncontrollably as her body trembled slightly. "Miss, do you need to go to a clinic?" the maidservant hurriedly asked. Hazel instinctively shook her head. Her mind was in chaos as she casually said, "Let's go to the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation first. I remember there's a private clinic nearby." "All right." The maidservant turned around and instructed the carriage driver to speed up. "All right." The maidservant turned around and instructed the carriage driver to speed up. Hazel repeatedly took deep breaths in an attempt to adjust her tense, flustered, and horrified emotions. It had to be said that this had a certain effect. She, who didn't break down immediately, seemed to calm down a little. At this moment, a sparrow had appeared above the carriage at some point in time. It blinked its right eye and spoke in human language with a nearly inaudible voice. "She seems to have some unnecessary misunderstanding about me. From the looks of it, I have crossed paths with her in the past. Ah, she's a resident of Boakland Street. Interesting." Before long, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street. Seeing that the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation wasn't far away, Hazel suddenly said, "Go to church. Head to St. Samuel Cathedral first. I want to say a prayer." She wanted to tell the bishops what had happened that day and what she had seen today. In the gap of the carriage, a black ant moved its right antennae and whispered with a human voice, "Humans these days are really uncreative. Whenever something happens, they like to go to the church. I thought I would discover something by following her. Next time, I will steal the church right in front of them." As it spoke, the other tentacle of the ant also moved. Hazel immediately forgot what she had just said. She forgot what she had recalled and that she had encountered a postman wearing a monocle. She got off the carriage at the entrance of the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation and walked in with her maidservant. Clearly, her maidservant and her carriage driver didn't remember the previous instructions. Inside the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation, Audrey welcomed Hazel and brought her new friend to participate in the aid for the injured soldiers on the front lines. As the World German Sparrow had mentioned that the Secret Order's leader, Zaratul, and other angels had infiltrated Beakland, Audrey had cautiously given up on the third stage of the treatment for Hazel, hoping that she wouldn't recall her past experiences for the time being to prevent any accidents from happening. Her current plan was to participate in charity activities and help others, allowing Hazel to gradually become more cheerful and strengthen her ability to resist the psychological trauma. In the Free City of Pirates, Force was drinking the local specialty fruit wine with high alcohol content as she recorded what she had seen and encountered today. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered as she instinctively looked to the side. She immediately saw a figure appear in the void and quickly take form. It was none other than the cold-looking German sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat. With a whoosh, Force stood up with a wine glass and fountain pen in her hand and subconsciously said, "That's right." She subconsciously said, "Good afternoon. Ah, Mr. Sparrow." As she spoke, she hurriedly placed the items in her hands on the table. Klein pressed down on his top hat and surveyed the area. "Are you thinking of leaving?" Force's eyes darted left and right. "All right." Over the past few days, she had already taken down the basic characteristics of this city that were different from other places. Klein didn't say a word as he gestured at the items on the table with his chin, indicating for Miss Magicians to quickly tidy up. Force didn't hesitate as she hurriedly tidied up the manuscripts as though she had heard the instructions. Klein stood there and watched as the man busied himself. "Suddenly," he said then, he suddenly asked, "How's the progress on that thriller story?" Force's body trembled indiscernibly before she replied, "Soon. Soon." Klein nodded slightly. "How much longer?" "1 week, no, 5 days, at most 5 days," Force replied quickly. Klein didn't say anything else. After Force packed up the manuscripts, pens, half a bottle of wine, and other souvenirs, he took 2 steps forward and grabbed her shoulder. Countless indescribable figures flashed past. Force was even more relaxed than last time. She was even trying to record this trip. Before long, she returned to Beekland and returned to the alley where she had disappeared. She heard the world's German sparrow say, "Rest for a few days before departing. Pay attention to your replies. Also, ask your teacher again if he has any information related to Blood Emperor Tudor. It's mainly about the various ruins." "Okay." Force quickly agreed and thanked him. After separating from German Sparrow, she returned to a particular street in East Borough and entered the room she shared with Zio. Zio put down the newspaper and looked at her friend. "Was it effective?" "It wasn't bad. I went to a free city that belongs to pirates this time." Before Force could finish her sentence, her expression changed slightly. "Give me my coffee beans and cigarettes." "Why? There's nothing there," Zio asked in puzzlement. She sat in front of the desk, unfurled the manuscript, picked up a fountain pen, and said without turning her head, "It's time for me to go to the library." Without turning her head, she said, "For the new book. Remember to make me some coffee." Zio followed to the bedroom door and opened her mouth when she heard that, but she didn't say a word. Elsewhere in East Borough, in a rented apartment with a similar layout. As Zaratul had already arrived in Beekland, it was unknown when Amorn would be fished over. The Red Angel evil spirit's true motives were unknown, and he still planned on preventing George III from becoming the Black Emperor. On the one hand, Klein was busy digesting the Bizarro sorcerer, and on the other hand, he was making all sorts of preparations. At this moment, after settling the matter regarding the magicians, he spread out the letter and wrote, "Dear Mr. Aztec, I've learned a lot about ancient history during this period of time. I believe you should be very interested. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to be a history teacher after losing your memories. This history involves secrets, so it's not convenient to talk about it in a letter. When you wake up, I'll share it with you in person. Also, I can now create a charm called Yesterday once more. Once you use it, you can find your past self from the historical void and borrow strength from him. This isn't something worth paying attention to. The most important thing is that it can allow you to directly retrieve your memories from your past self. There's no need to use decades of time to slowly awaken them. I believe you will like it. I've included 2 with the letter. If you wake up, you can try the effects. I'm currently in an environment filled with undercurrents. If you come over, please pay attention and observe the situation in advance. I will attempt to do something regarding George III advancement to Black Emperor, but the chances of success are very slim. Finally, I wish you well and wish you an early awakening. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti." After folding the letter, Klein stuffed it, along with the 2 Yesterday Once More charms, into the envelope. Following that, he took out Aztec's copper whistle and blew it. The gigantic skeleton messenger emerged from the floor and received the letter with a posture that was lower than Klein's. Klein nodded slightly and watched the messenger disintegrate into white bones before vanishing. After doing all of this, he used 2 fingers to take out the paper crane that Will Orseptin had folded from his wallet and wrote on it with a pencil, "There's something I'd like to ask." He then placed the paper crane under his pillow and lay down. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the depths of the pitch-black steeple, Klein once again saw Will Orseptin, who was wrapped in silver silk and sitting in a black pram. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he went straight to the point. "Do you know who can provide a way to accommodate the uniqueness? What kind of price do you need to pay? If the price is unbearable, forget it." Klein silently added in his heart. Sucking on his thumb, Will Orseptin was taken aback. "You want me to accommodate the die of probability?" Klein nodded solemnly. "Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I have to try." Just as he said that, Will Orseptin's tears began streaming down his face. The chubby baby beat his side with his hand, and sobbed bitterly, and said, "It's useless. It's too late. I've already rebooted. I still have to grow for at least 22 years before I can accommodate the uniqueness. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm really unlucky. It must be that silly snake, Ouroboros, who stole too much of my luck. P.S. Update first, then change." Chapter 1154. Listening to Will Orseptin's tearful complaints, Klein really did not know how to react, so he could only remain expressionless. When the baby wrapped in silver silk calmed down, he asked in puzzlement, "What's going on? Even if I had told you earlier, it would have been useless. When I met you, you had already rebooted." "No, at that time, I was still Will or Septin. I didn't have the surname Chris, and I've already rebooted a long time ago." The chubby baby wiped his tears and said, "Although there's still a long time before I reach adulthood, as long as I'm willing to take a certain amount of risk, it's not impossible to accept it. With the luck I've accumulated, that kind of risk can be resolved. But right now, the difference is too great, and there's no way to make up for it." Klein thought for a while and said after some deliberation, "Perhaps I can find a marauder pathway angel to steal your time so that you can grow up earlier." Will or Septin was still sobbing as he shook his head. "It's useless. It's impossible for them to precisely steal my childhood and adolescence. If it's purely about the time of my survival, it won't allow me to grow. It will only reduce the number of years that I'm supposed to live. At that time, Will or Septin Series will die prematurely. He will be born in June 1350 and will die in October 1350 at the age of 4 months, but I've seen examples of accelerated aging due to the theft of time." Klein recalled what he had seen in Amorn's mausoleum. The chubby baby still shook his head. "No, that's just a symbolic representation. If it were used on me, it would be the baby starting to grow wrinkles and his hair turning white. If you really want to accurately steal childhood and youth, you can only find Amorn, and his true body has to come in person." At this point, the baby wrapped in silver silk and Klein fell silent at the same time. Neither of them spoke for a long time. If Amorn were to be found, it might not just be his childhood and youth that were stolen. After a while, Klein exhaled without hiding it. "Then let's not think about this matter for the time being. However, I still want to know where I can get a way to accommodate the uniqueness. If there's a chance to get it, I definitely won't miss it. Who knows when it will come in handy in the future." Will or Septin put down his hand that was wiping his tears and sniffled. "There's no need to ask anyone. I've already gotten it long ago, but I just can't do it. Otherwise, do you think that I'm fake as the chairman of the Life School of Thought?" Klein was surprised and curious. "Why can't I do it?" Will or Septin tugged at the little blanket in the pram. "There are 3 ways to accommodate the uniqueness. The first is to be born with it, which is equivalent to the activation of the uniqueness and fuse it with humanity. The second is to activate the uniqueness to a certain extent and then forcefully absorb it into the body. Relying on the power of the Creator to suppress it, it will take a long time to wear it down bit by bit, adapt, and achieve balance. The third is to mix the uniqueness into an incomplete potion and consume it with a simplified ritual to become a god. There's no need to mention the first method. This is what people are jealous of about the brothers. The second method was impossible after the ancient sun's god perished. The third method is the only feasible method at present, but for a sequence 1 of the fate pathway, it can only depend on fate. The first point was mentioned by Roselle the Great in his diary. It was said by Mr. Dorr. Does the second point mean that after the ancient sun's god grasped many authorities, he was actually at least half a level higher than the present true gods, or even 1 level higher? The level of the Creator? Klein asked thoughtfully, "What do you mean it can only depend on fate? What does it have to do with me saying earlier that I can help you accommodate the uniqueness?" Will or Septin's chubby baby face revealed a wistful expression. The fate pathway's apotheosis ritual might be the simplest, but it might also be the most difficult. As long as we can find the right opportunity in the torrent of fate, we can directly consume the potion and attempt to advance. As long as we can find the right opportunity in the torrent of fate, we can directly consume the magic potion and attempt to advance. But the problem is that the exact opportunity can't be divined or predicted. There's no way to lock onto it. All I can do is eliminate certain interferences and patiently experience and search. I've already rebooted countless times. After an extremely long period of time, I still haven't encountered it. At this point, the baby's tears flowed down again. It sounds simple, but in fact, it's all about fate and looks. Klein felt wistful as he asked in enlightenment, "What's the matter? When I said that I would help you accommodate the uniqueness, did you vaguely grasp the opportunity?" The chubby baby cried even more bitterly. Although I haven't found it yet. I have a feeling. I see. When Will or Septin first came into contact with me, other than hoping to obtain the help of yesterday once more, he was also pushed by luck? What a charlatan. Klein grunted and said, then there's no other way, only if you give me a few more of those amulet. Will or Septin nodded heavily. All right. Klein wasn't stingy with his reply before adding, you have to fold a few more paper cranes for me. With that said, the baby wrapped in silver silk and him fell silent. In the rental apartment, Klein, who had woken up from his dream, got out of bed, walked to the room outside, took out a pen and paper, and began writing to Leonard. I've obtained some high sequence beyond us of the seer pathway. It allows one to borrow strength from their past selves. Klein didn't mention if his dear poet needed it. It was as though he was simply describing it. After folding the letter, he took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond-like charm and blew into the adventurer's harmonica. Rionette Tynker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. All eyes were cast on the yesterday once more charm. The 4 heads spoke one after another this time. Who are dealing with? Against? How direct? Klein sighed and smiled. I haven't confirmed it yet. I'm going to attempt to foil George III plans next. I might need your help at a critical moment. Rionette Tynker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads immediately replied this. Sounds very dangerous. Want more payment, more of these charms? The corner of Klein's forehead twitched as though he was experiencing the soul-tearing pain again. 3. Rionette Tynker's head, which hadn't spoken a second time, bobbed up and down. Klein forced a smile and said, no problem. However, it will take 1 to 2 weeks. Firstly, he had recently separated many worms of spirit and made many yesterday charms. It made him feel that he was approaching his limits and needed to rest for a period of time. Secondly, he felt that in another 1 to 2 weeks, with the release of Miss Magician's new book, he should be able to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion and attempt to advance to Scholar of Yore. When that happened, there might be a simpler and easier method. Rionette Tynker's 4 heads bobbed up and down with the help of her hair, indicating that there was no problem. Klein then pointed at the letter and gold coin. Send it to the mailbox at 7, Pinster Street. He had previously done a divination and discovered that Leonard wasn't home. He seemed to have gone south of the bridge. One of Rionette Tynker's heads bobbed up as she sucked the letter, gold coin, and yesterday once more charm into her mouth. Seeing Miss Messenger step into the void and disappear from the room, Klein pondered for nearly a minute before setting up the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. Since the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion was about to be completely digested, there was no doubt that he had to prepare the various ingredients for Scholar of Yore ahead of time. Among them, the demonic wolf of Fog's Heart and white frost crystal could be obtained from the Evernite goddess. And with the demonic wolf of Fog's Heart, he could fish the hounds of Fulgrim in the spirit world. After a period of work, Klein finished setting up the altar. He took 2 steps back and observed his surroundings. It's still rather clean. With the wall of spirituality sealing it, I've satisfied the ritual's requirements. I haven't contributed much recently, so how should I pray for a bestowment? Could it be that I tell the goddess that I plan on getting a credit loan and paying it back in installments? Wouldn't that be a little blasphemous to the deities? Yes, I'll try to sacrifice something of value. If the goddess is willing to accept it, she'll give me a corresponding bestowment, something of value. As he thought, Klein's thoughts turned to the junk pile above the grey fog. He really wanted to pack the biological poison bottle, the interrogator beyond a characteristic, the lunatic beyond a characteristic, the aura of a blatherer, the blood of a 1,000-faced hunter, the eyeball of a 6-winged gargoyle, and the powder of a spirit world plunderer to the goddess in exchange for the ingredients for Scholar of Yore. However, he felt that this would make the goddess look like a trash collector, so he had no choice but to give up on the idea. It has to be something of similar value. G. Roselle's travels won't do. It hides quite a lot of secrets, and it might be of great use. By the way, the next time Little Sun and company explore the giant King's Court, I can give Roselle's ashes to them. This time, I don't know how far they can explore. I'm worried that they will return before they truly enter the giant king's court. See God Scepter? That's even more important. Not only is it my most powerful sealed artifact at the moment, but it also involves the believers of the sea god. That will be my anchor for a period of time in the future. When I have more anchors, I can bestow them to Mr. the Hanging Man. Vin Rambizer's beyond a characteristic. I've already promised it to Miss Justice. After some thought, Klein realized that he didn't have many choices. One was Life Scepter, and the other was the Flaring Sun Charm, Fate Siphon Charm, Yesterday Once More Charm, and Control Spirit Bullets. The latter are all one-time items. Even if they are added together, their actual value can't compare to the main ingredient of a Sequence 3 potion. Besides, when my ability to transfer wounds improves again, I can also take on a portion of Life Scepter's functions. After some hesitation, Klein finally made a decision. P.S. Update first before making any changes. Chapter 1155. After bringing the wood-colored cane back to the real world from above the grey fog, Klein immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles and burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powder. He then took 2 steps back and skillfully chanted the goddess's honorific name. Finally, he said, I offer this cane, which is filled with the power of life, to you. I hope to receive your favor. He didn't directly mention the demonic wolf of Fog's Heart and white frost crystal. This was equivalent to an equivalent exchange, not offering items and praying for a bestowment. The other aspects of the ritual didn't need to be too detailed, but Klein believed that he still needed to pay attention to such a fundamental problem of attitude. As Klein's words ended, 2 of the 3 candlelight swelled up and intertwined, forming an illusory and dark mysterious door. The door slowly opened, bringing with it a strong, invisible wind. They swept up Life's cane and made it pass through the gap in the illusory door, disappearing into the scene of the endless starry sky. Right on the heels of that, with a flash of light, 2 items passed through the barrier and landed on the altar without making a sound. One of them was a strange heart formed from white fog, and the other was a frost crystal that emitted a cold aura. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly lowered his head to thank the goddess for her bestowment. When he raised his head again, the dark and mysterious door had already closed and was rapidly fading away. The altar area had completely returned to normal. Phew, I really succeeded. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward and put away the demonic wolf of Fog's Heart and white frost crystal. At this moment, the relaxed him couldn't help but have a thought that he absolutely couldn't say out loud. If I had known that it would go so smoothly, I wouldn't have needed to use Life's cane. I have such a large pile of miscellaneous items. Perhaps it's enough. Perhaps the goddess will bestow it even if I don't offer anything. The current situation shows that she supports me becoming a scholar of course, this way, I'll receive too many gifts. I wonder what price I'll have to pay in the future. It's better to use Life's cane to exchange for it. Yes, from the looks of it, before I advance to Sequence 2 and obtain the status of an angel, the goddess will likely still favor me. After that, it's difficult to determine what kind of development and changes will occur. Thinking of this, Klein collected his thoughts, ended the ceremony, and tidied up the altar. Then, he began to plan how to deal with the Hounds of Fulgrim, the so-called Sapphira Castle Guardian. The magicians would never perform unprepared. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Leonard changed into a black and white checkered police uniform and wore red gloves. He led his team members and the real police to the only cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Beekland. The epaulette he wore corresponded to a high-ranking inspector, but in fact, with his sequence rank and his identity as a Red Gloves team captain, he should be equivalent to a superintendent, or even a chief superintendent. However, a police officer at that level wouldn't take on such missions. Wearing the corresponding epaulette to the Harvest Church would easily arouse the suspicion of the citizens. After passing through the door, Leonard swept his gaze and discovered that it was empty. There were only 2 figures. One of them was the mountain-like Bishop of Fasak, who was sitting in the front row and focused on praying. The other was a handsome man with black hair and red eyes who was wearing a priest robe. He was cleaning the ground. Emlyn White. Leonard nodded to himself as he walked along the aisle to Bishop Utravsky's side. He then coughed twice, causing the half-giant bishop to open his eyes and look over. "I'm a senior inspector from the Beekland Police Department." Leonard showed his identification. "I need you to go back and assist in the investigation." Father Yutravsky slowly stood up and asked in a calm tone, looking down from above, "What is it?" "The residents nearby reported your abnormal behavior. It's possible that you're a spy from Faysac or Fainapotter," Leonard said, the reason he had long fabricated. At the same time, he was prepared to forcefully pull Bishop Yutravsky into a dream. Once he resisted, he would try to control this blessed in the shortest amount of time possible. With the Red Gloves team's configuration, as long as they didn't directly encounter a real demigod, they had a high chance of taking down a blessed who wielded a holy artifact. Furthermore, before Leonard set off, he had applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was also the reason why he had delayed taking action until today. Father Yutravsky fell silent for 2 seconds before turning his head to look at Emlyn White, who was standing beside the candlestick. Emlyn's slightly complicated expression froze. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Father Yutravsky retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. "All right. So cooperative? I thought I would experience an extremely intense battle. I had to be rather careful to not cause any casualties." Leonard was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation." If there really was a battle that harmed a blessed of Earth Mother, Leonard suspected that the already tense situation would change drastically. Through the ancient history he learned from G. Roselle's travels, the various secrets he learned from the tarot, and Old Man Pales's explanation, he understood that the current relationship between the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of Evernite was like dried wood. All it took was a spark to ignite it. When the time came, the history books would record today's events as follows: the fuse that turned the war from a local to a full-blown war. Leonard Mitchell ignited a religious gunpowder keg. Phew. Seeing that Father Yutravsky didn't resist and accepted the custodial protection, Emlyn White secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with his performance on the tarot. At this moment, the Red Gloves team member, Cindy, looked at Emlyn, who wasn't masculine enough and had the gentleness of the moonlight. He suppressed his voice and said, "Captain, boss, there's still a priest. Should we take him with us?" "Yes, we can also close the Harvest Church for a period of time to prevent any accidents from happening." "Emlyn." "Leonard." After a few seconds and repeated deliberation, Leonard finally said, "If the spy case involves Fainapotter, he's also quite suspicious. If the espionage case involves Fainapotter, he is also quite a suspect. Please ask him to go back with us to assist in the investigation." Emlyn was stunned, unsure of what expression to show. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Force rubbed her dark circles and drank the last mouthful of bitter coffee. She stood up abruptly and began changing her clothes. "Done writing?" Zio, who was enjoying her breakfast, was taken aback. "It's only been a day and a half." Force shook her head and took a deep breath. "No. However, I've already written the first part. I can show it to the editor of the newspaper. If it's going to be serialized, there's no need to finish writing it all now." Zio thought for a moment and said, "This is indeed a good idea. This is indeed a good idea. It can effectively reduce the pressure on you." Force's expression warped as she closed her eyes. "I hope so." In another rental apartment a few streets away, after a period of work, Klein, who had made his preparations and plans, put on creeping hunger. His body quickly turned transparent as he entered the spirit world. Looking up at the 7 pure lights of different colors that blanketed the sky, Klein released his 2 marionette's arms and took out a box. He removed the wall of spirituality on the surface, allowing the aura of the demonic wolf of Fog's heart to spread out. Then, he pulled Inuni, and Inuni pulled Kona's. The 3 of them quickly teleported deep into the spirit world. Along the way, all sorts of strange spirit world creatures passed by them, as though they were an oil painting depicting hell. After an unknown period of time, Klein's premonition for danger was triggered as he quickly outlined a scene in his mind. At the place where red, black, white, blue, and other colors overlapped, a slender figure abruptly emerged. It looked like a hound, and its entire body was covered in short, pitch-black fur. Its eye sockets were 2 burning dark red flames, and the corners of its mouth extended all the way to the back of its head. It clearly existed there, but it gave off an illusory and surreal feeling. The Hound of Fulgrim. Klein immediately turned around and faced that direction. He released his two marionettes at the same time, letting them wander in different directions. In an instant, the Hound of Fulgrim appeared. This monster that wasn't too deformed but was definitely terrifying turned its two dark red flames and looked at Klein. Right on the heels of that, its figure turned increasingly illusory and instantly vanished, as though it was a projection from history. It ran away just like that. As Klein muttered to himself in surprise, he became even more vigilant against any possible ambushes. More than 10 seconds later, two figures appeared at the same spot. They were both Hounds of Fulgrim covered in black fur, with burning eyes and the corners of their mouths that stretched to the back of their heads. However, there was only a dark red flame left in the eye sockets of these two monsters. The remaining flame was in their claws. Without waiting for Klein to react, the two Hounds of Fulgrim lay down in the void of the spirit world and wagged their tails. They wagged their tails. Klein's mouth was half open as he suspected that he was dreaming. P.S. First updated before making changes. The number of words is a little short. It'll be normal tomorrow. Chapter 1156. When the two burning dark red flames swayed from the Hounds of Fulgrim and landed in front of Klein, he snapped to his senses. He felt puzzled and relieved. Why would they take the initiative to harm themselves and give me a pair of eyes? There's also thick, sticky blood flowing around them. If this was their trap, I would have already stepped into it. To think that I was stunned for a few seconds. This is a fatal mistake in a battle between bizarro sorcerers. However, no matter who it is, it's inevitable that they will have a similar reaction when encountering such a thing for the first time. A terrifying enemy that they have schemed to deal with will kneel and beg for mercy the moment they see you, wagging their tails to curry favor. It's like a dream. This behavior is very similar to Erodza's. Could it be that the great existence above the spirit world can really show its uniqueness in the spirit world? As his thoughts raced, Klein looked at the two Hounds of Fulgrim that were prostrating in the void and wagging their tails. He extended his left hand and caught the two dark red flames and a large amount of thick, dark red blood. The moment he came into contact with these items, Klein suddenly heard familiar ravings and roars. They were sometimes sharp, sometimes deep, sometimes manic, sometimes alluring, sometimes crazy, and sometimes ethereal. Right on the heels of that, an illusory, grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. The fog spread in all directions, with no end in sight. Above it, one could vaguely see a majestic palace that looked like the residence of a deity. This was a scene that Klein was very familiar with. This was because every time he entered the mysterious space above the grey fog, he would pass through a similar place. In the beginning, when he took 4 steps counterclockwise, it was very difficult for him to notice his surroundings. However, with his adaptation and the advancement of his sequence, he could easily seize the opportunity to observe. And at this moment, Klein didn't chant the names of the celestial worthy of immeasurable for blessings, nor did he take 4 steps counterclockwise. This made Klein abnormally vigilant. Then, he saw several blurry figures appear in the endless grey fog. They overlapped with the grey fog at times, and at other times, they separated. They were Hounds of Fulgrim with dark red flames burning in their eyes and short, pitch-black fur covering their bodies. The two Hounds of Fulgrim who had lost one eye returned to their companions and merged into the darker spots in the grey fog. All the phenomena vanished as Klein, who was floating in the depths of the spirit world, discovered that there were no longer any Hounds of Fulgrim around him. There were only his two marionettes and the strange spirit world creature wandering in the distance. Klein lowered his head and looked at the eyeball and blood in his hand. By sensing their existence, he confirmed that what he had just experienced wasn't an illusion. The Hounds of Fulgrim are also known as Sapphira Castle Keepers. They live in the historical void in the spirit world. I just saw them active in the grey fog, fusing with the darker spots. Combining what he had seen and heard, Klein gradually made a bold judgment. Perhaps Sapphira Castle refers to the mysterious space above the grey fog, referring to that strange door of light, and the grey fog is a symbol of all the history in the spirit world. There's a void in it. Every time I enter the mysterious space through the grey fog, I will leave a certain mark there, making the hounds of Fulgrim no longer unfamiliar with me. They view me as the owner of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, the moment they saw me, they immediately offered me the items I needed. Wagging their tails and begging for mercy. After planning for an entire day, asking about the situation, and inviting helpers, they ended up targeting their own guards. With this in mind, Klein felt a baffling sense of absurdity. It was as though the fool above the grey fog had reached out his hand in an attempt to fleece some wool, only to end up fleecing him instead. Phew. Sapphira Castle. Although this development makes me increasingly terrified, no matter what, I'm finally beginning to understand the owner of the grey fog and that mysterious space. The unknown is the most terrifying. After standing silently in the depths of the spirit world for a moment, Klein slowly exhaled and summoned his 2 marionettes back. He planned on waiting for the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion to be completely digested before attempting to seek knowledge related to Sapphira Castle from Rhodes. When the time came, if anything were to happen, he could use his advancement to resist it. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Force, who had dark circles under her eyes, returned from outside and picked up the day's newspapers and letters. How was it? Zio, who had just returned home for lunch, looked up and asked. Force covered her mouth and yawned. Not bad. The editor I know is very satisfied with my new book's theme and writing style. He's decided to arrange for it to be serialized as soon as possible. You might not know, but the horror legend of Beekland Hospital has been very popular recently. There are already best-selling authors who have gained inspiration from it and have begun to serialize similar stories. I'm actually not the first. That's a good thing. Zio thought for a second and nodded seriously. This meant that Force, who was also writing about the horror legend of Beekland Hospital, wouldn't attract so much attention. Her new pen name wouldn't be tested. I know. Force threw down the newspaper and took out the few letters inside. She quickly flipped through them. Soon, she discovered a reply from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Force's expression immediately turned a lot more serious. She quickly tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and began reading it. Benjamin Abraham was a person with inties. He lived during Roselle's era. Apart from mysticism knowledge and a small amount of inheritance, he didn't leave behind anything of value. Later, everything was destroyed by the Aurora Order. I was unable to provide the corresponding information. Mr. German Sparrow is going to be disappointed. Force pursed her lips and performed a magic trick, burning the letter in her hand to ashes. Then, she began writing a reply, asking if her teacher knew of the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. The clue to Benjamin Abraham has been severed. It's all the fault of those lunatics from the Aurora Order. Klein came above the grey fog and listened to Miss Magician's prayers. He also learned of the news of the horror legend of Beekland Hospital being serialized. After returning to the real world, Klein was just about to head out for a meal when he suddenly saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 heads in hand. One of the heads had a letter in its mouth. Who sent it? Klein asked in puzzlement. Rionette Tynker's remaining 3 heads answered one after another. You've been seduced by, idiot, who is this? Klein turned even more confused as he took the letter and unfolded it. The mastermind behind those matters is George III. His goal is to become the Black Emperor. Are you interested in sabotaging this matter? Trissy. This demoness actually dared to write me a letter. Isn't she afraid of being caught by Miss Messenger on the spot? Right, Miss Messenger just said that the sender is a tempted fool. Trissy seduced a man and got him to help summon a messenger while she hid far away, waiting for the other party to contact her through the mirror. She's quite smart. Yes, she's really persistent in investigating this matter. Isn't she worried that she'll be killed by me or George III? That man should be a beyonder. It's still very difficult for an ordinary person to hold a ritual to summon a messenger. After all, it mainly relies on one's own spirit and spirituality. Klein was first surprised before he came to a realization. Right on the heels of that, he began to wonder why Trissy could guess that George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. Without sufficient mysticism knowledge, without grasping the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual, and without understanding the corresponding history, even a demigod would find it difficult to guess. It definitely wasn't as easy as the Red Angel evil spirit made it out to be. Could it be that Trissy has other helpers? Or could it be that she has obtained more powers from the primordial demoness, including all sorts of knowledge and secrets? Klein frowned slightly as he increasingly felt that there was a huge problem. If he had the chance, he would definitely get rid of demoness Trissy. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote a reply. I have some interest, but I'm not sure what you want to do. In the Beekland Bridge area, a man in his 30s was horrified to see the headless, four-headed demoness that had appeared not long ago appear in front of him and throw a letter at him. Are all the messengers in the world of mysticism that terrifying? After Rionette Tynker left for nearly 5 minutes, the man took a breather, picked up the letter, and opened it to take a look. During this process, his eyes gradually burned with passion because he could meet that dreamy beauty again. According to the instructions, he waited until evening before finding a black blob that resembled paste. He separated a small amount and evenly smeared it on a mirror. A few seconds later, the mirror turned dark, as though it was connected to another world. In the blink of an eye, a room that was completely different from the current environment appeared in the mirror. There stood a gentle and beautiful girl in a dark black dress. She was none other than demoness Trissy. The man who had completed the ritual immediately revealed a look of infatuation as he unconsciously softened his voice. The reply says that he has some interest. The faint dimples on both sides of Trissy's cheeks bloomed bit by bit, making the inside and outside of the mirror brighter. Her brows relaxed as she said, I'll send you a letter. I'll send you a letter. Pass it to German Sparrow. You mustn't read the contents. After receiving the man's unhesitant promise, Trissy reached out her right hand and swiped it across the mirror, causing the dark aqueous glow to vanish. She then found a pen and paper, deliberated for a few seconds, and quickly wrote, the secret mausoleum needed for George III ritual should come from Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. And there's an existence who knows this very well. Perhaps he can help us infiltrate successfully and destroy the ritual. I have a way to contact that existence, but it has to wait until the next full moon. All you need to do is provide me with some blood, hair, flesh, or bones of a descendant of the House of Abraham. Trissy. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1157. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Klein received demoness Trissy's reply from Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker and pulled a chair to sit down before reading it. She knows of Mr. Dawes' existence and has the means to use the bloodline connection of the House of Abraham to speak to him. Trissy can already withstand Mr. Dawes' cries for help, so she's not afraid of losing control. Furthermore, she seems to be very certain of Mr. Dawes' identity. She has really obtained more knowledge and secrets from the primordial demoness. But if that's the case, why is demoness of White Katerina pursuing her? As Klein read the short contents of the letter, questions surfaced in his mind. As the matters that Trissy had vaguely mentioned were within his understanding, he believed that she wasn't lying in this regard. Furthermore, she had indeed provided a very feasible solution. Of course, the premise of this method's success was to grasp the correct ritual, have a corresponding descendant of the House of Abraham as a medium, and be willing to bear extreme risks. Out of these 3 points, Klein was missing the first one. He still had some doubts about the third point, so he attempted to find a safer and more concealed method. As for demoness Trissy, she only lacked the second point. To me, it's easy to find a descendant of the House of Abraham. I can directly contact them through Miss Magicians, but once their hair, blood, flesh, and bones are given to demoness Trissy, they will bear the risk of being cursed. Klein knew quite a bit about the demoness pathway and knew that they were extremely good at curses. As his thoughts raced, he gradually came up with a countermeasure. It was to use the hair, rotting flesh, or bones of the deceased. He remembered that Miss Magicians had mentioned to the fool that she had once buried an old gentleman named Lawrence. Without a doubt, he was a descendant of the House of Abraham. I hope it's not a cremation. Although it's a little desecrating of a corpse, speaking to Mr. Daw is also a necessary procedure to remove the ancient curse of the House of Abraham. Using the dead is better than implicating the living. When the time comes, I'll add this line in my reply to Trissy. I'll pretend to be a descendant of the House of Abraham providing a ritual medium. Also, I have to first confirm that Trissy wants to speak to Mr. Dorr and not attempt to pull him back to the real world. They are either of a high status or are involved in a high status. It's very difficult to obtain an effective revelation using divination. However, the Emperor said that the ritual Mr. Dorr needs to return to is very complicated. It's definitely not something that can be set up by a small number of bloodline descendants. I can get Queen Mystic, Miss Sharon, and the others to monitor Beekland's underground market to see if there are any abnormal movements of materials or people. Klein nodded slightly and decided to find Miss Magicians later to rush her for her script. North Borough, Phelps Street. A young man with a thin face and a wide forehead was sitting on a bench. He was wearing a black windbreaker and a silk top hat. He was staring at the withered leaves of the parasol tree with inties in a daze. He wore a crystal monocle on his right eye, making him look rather refined. At that moment, an elder who was heading for St. Samuel Cathedral passed by. Seeing that he wasn't in a good state, he stopped in his tracks and gently asked, "Why are you here? Young man, what are you worried about? For the things lost in this war?" He suspected that the other party's relatives, lovers, and friends had died in the previous airstrikes or in the fierce battles at the front lines. That was why he was sitting on the street with a lost expression. The young man raised his hand to pinch his monocle, sighed, and shook his head. "I'm just thinking about some complicated problems." "Are you a philosopher?" The old man was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "No, but I often ask people philosophical questions, like who I am, where I am, and where I am going." The young man smiled calmly and continued his thoughts. From time to time, he would move his lips and whisper silently. The elder found it difficult to understand. All he could do was shake his head and slowly walk away under the gazes of the stray dogs, sparrows on the trees, ants on the ground, and microscopic creatures in the air. The young man didn't turn his head. His monocle reflected the falling yellow leaves as he muttered to himself, "Parasitic. No parasitic. Parasitic. No parasitic. Watch the bait. Swallow the bait. Watch the bait. Swallow the bait." After receiving the strand of hair from Lawrence's remains from Force, the Magicians, and seeing the Tussock Times begin to serialize the terrifying legend of Beekland Hospital, Klein entered a state of patient waiting. He also promised to send Miss Magicians to a new place next week to record new scenery and folklore. In the blink of an eye, a new week arrived. After Klein had lunch, he planned on taking a nap to prepare for the tarot at 3 o'clock. At this moment, Rionette Tynker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out from the depths of the void. One of them had a linen bag in its mouth. Who sent it? Klein suddenly had a baffling and complicated premonition. For a moment, he didn't reach out to take the bag in Miss Messenger's mouth. Rionette Tynker's 3 idle heads spoke one after another. Mutated. True. Mushroom, king. Of. Mushroom, this series of modifiers. I roughly understand what's going on. Klein controlled himself from baring his teeth as he slowly took the bag. When he opened the bag, he wasn't surprised to see a large number of all kinds of devils, no, mushrooms. Some of them were white and plump, as though they would spew out milk with a single poke. Some were black with blood-colored filaments and fat patterns embedded in them. Some were covered in golden stars, and their caps were the size of a palm. At this moment, these mushrooms were still squirming slightly, as though they were trying to spread their mycelium and spores. Klein gulped a mouthful of saliva and picked up a letter that was surrounded by mushrooms. He unfolded it and read it. My dear friend, German, I've finally completed your request. I've invented mushrooms that can be grown in dark and harsh environments. They rely on devouring the flesh and blood of monsters to grow and reproduce. They don't need any other conditions. Their descendants are split into 2 types. One will accumulate all kinds of toxins and can't be eaten, but it can be used as a source of toxins. The other type can be used as food after being steamed, boiled, fried, or fried at high temperatures. You must remember not to eat them raw or before they are cooked. Otherwise, they will reproduce in your body and use your flesh and blood as a breeding ground. Considering the taste, I invented a total of 11 types of mushrooms. Some are rich in milk, which can be drunk directly. Some are like beef. When you fry them, you don't need to provide extra oil. Some are as delicate as fish, but they don't have spikes. My suggestion is to roast or boil them. All of these results can't be achieved without your help. If I hadn't advanced to a druid, I might have needed a few more years, or even more than a decade, to solve the various problems I encountered in the experiments. If you have any other ideas that suit me, please be sure to share them with me. Your forever friend, Frank Lee. Klein held the letter and fell silent for a while. When he looked up, he realized that Miss Messenger was still waiting. He sighed silently, walked to the desk, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and slowly wrote. I'm glad that you've succeeded. These mushrooms have helped me tremendously. They will effectively reduce famine in certain areas. I'm currently busy with some things, so I don't have enough novel ideas for now. Your friend, German Sparrow. After folding the letter, Klein looked at Miss Messenger and hesitantly asked, Miss Messenger, how's Frank Lee's current state? Rionette Tynker's head, which hadn't spoken before, spoke first. Excited. The other three added one after another, active. Happy. Satisfied. Following that, the four heads spoke again, no longer. Afraid. Of being. Buried. In the soil. Why? Klein subconsciously pressed. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tynker's hands said word by word he can absorb from soil, nutrients, and oxygen. After Frank became a druid, he has indeed evolved quite a bit. Klein was momentarily unsure if he should be happy for his friend or mourn for the crew of the future. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein used cogitation to force himself to sleep. Then, he woke up at 2:30 in the afternoon to prepare for this week's tarot gathering. At 3:00, rays of crimson light rose from the ancient palace above the grey fog and solidified into corresponding figures. Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Tilda. As a senior psychiatrist, she had an extremely strong ability to control her emotions. Furthermore, she did not encounter any problems this week. She was mainly collecting donations, contacting pharmaceutical companies, and organizing volunteer medical staff. However, compared to the past, the carefree and cheerful feeling that came with her greeting was clearly much weaker. The Fool Klein nodded slightly in response to the greetings from the tarot members before casting his gaze at the hermit. He still owed the woman 8 questions. Katlear bowed her head and said with a perfect attitude, "That's right. Honorable Mr. Fool, there are still 2 questions this time." After getting his approval, she continued. The first question is, what's the current state of the devils in the abyss? Queen Mystic first suspects that the Emperor's mausoleum is hidden in the abyss. This is in line with the Emperor's train of thought. As expected of his biological daughter. Unfortunately, there aren't any citizens that can be ordered around. The Fool Klein muttered inwardly as he replied without a change in expression. Most devils can't even survive in the current abyss. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday. Tilda. Chapter 1158. The current abyss is a place where most devils can't survive. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's answer, Katlear and company couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock. In mysticism, the abyss was publicly recognized as the filthiest, most depraved, and most chaotic place. It was the residence of devils, and now, most of the natives were unable to survive there. Is the environment of the abyss worsening, causing the devils to be unable to adapt, or is the filth, chaos, and depravity there improving, making it no longer suitable for the devils? The hanging man Alger quickly had 2 guesses, but he didn't know which one it was. Katlear had similar thoughts as him, but she was more puzzled as to why the Queen would raise such a question. As for the deeper meaning behind Mr. Fool's answer, it was of no help to the Queen's desire to understand the secret she wanted to do. As for Audrey, she suddenly thought of the Church of Knowledge's prophet demigod. He had once said that the apocalypse would come in 1368 of the 5th epoch. This was a publicly acknowledged fact by all beyond us who were good at prophecy. Even deities had made the same claim. It's 1350 now, only 18 years before the apocalypse. Therefore, there are signs of the abyss. The filthy and chaotic environment, which is already filled with abstract meanings, has broken through its limits and become even worse. Audrey had a rough idea of what was going on, and her heart was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Originally, she didn't believe in the apocalypse because there were no signs of it. She usually paid more attention to the current war and the people who died, were injured, and suffered in the war. But now, the anomaly in the abyss made her inexplicably horrified. She was eager to improve herself and digest the potion as soon as possible to obtain the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Hvin Rambis to advance to a demigod. Only by doing so could she have the ability to interfere and resist certain things she didn't wish to see. Mr. World has more requests. Audrey silently prayed in her heart as she calmed her restless emotions. Leonard, Magician's Force, Zio, and the other members actually had some doubts about the existence of the abyss. This was because after the Second Epoch, the abyss had never appeared in front of the world again. Most of the devils active in the real world came from the blood sanctification sect. Even the high-level devils and evil existences that the rituals pointed to were likely the top echelons of the blood sanctification sect. Of course, the evil god, the dark side of the universe, was widely believed to be the incarnation of the abyss, but his presence was very low. If not for the occasional response to rituals and showing the characteristics of the devil domain, him would probably be considered a pure myth, just like giant King Aurea. But even so, the confidential information of the Church of Evernight that Leonard had access to indicated that the dark side of the universe was a disguise created by other evil gods and hidden existences. Sun wasn't surprised. In some places far away from the City of Silver, in the depths of the endless darkness, there were many devils who couldn't maintain their calm. Among them, there was no lack of demigods like devils. They didn't seem to be much different from the abyss. If not for the existence of iconic items like the giant King's Court, the citizens of the City of Silver would definitely suspect that the truth behind their abandonment was that they had been thrown into the abyss. As thoughts flashed through the minds of the members of the Tarot, the hermit Catlear reined in her puzzlement and continued asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the second question is, were the things that Roselle the Great did in his later years affected by external and unnecessary influences?" This question reminded Klein of the horrifying details and contradictions in Roselle's diary in his later years. He momentarily sighed. With the fool's attitude, he slowly shook his head. No. Those things were done by the Emperor himself. Just as Catlear couldn't help but feel disappointed and depressed, she heard Mr. Fool say with a half smile and half sigh, "It's not an influence, but a corruption. It's a corruption that's very difficult to detect." Corruption. Roselle the Great was corrupted in his later years. At that time, he was already him, a grounded angel. How could he be corrupted? This came from a certain true god, or is it an underground corruption that even the ancient gods fear? Amidst her shock, Audrey made a guess based on the secrets she knew. The Hanging Man, Alger, and the other members of the Tarot also didn't expect such a thing to happen to Roselle the Great in his later years. They had some doubts about his goal of creating the cards of blasphemy. At the same time, they believed that Mr. Fool's act of collecting the cards of blasphemy might have a deeper meaning, one that involved more than what they had originally deduced. In this game of cards that involves the entire world, only an important figure like Mr. Fool has the right to be a player, and we are just a card or some chips. Kings of Angels, Sequence 1 angels might have the right to participate. The Hanging Man, Alger, sighed as he had the desire to become a player. The story of the Emperor's later years goes from being a tyrant to an evil god. A book that begins with romance, inspiration, passion, love, adventure, and the erotic life of high society with inties eventually becomes a horror story. Even I wouldn't dare to write it like that. If I were to write it, I would make the Emperor's tragic ending stem from the betrayal of love, marriage, and promises. Magician's Force couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. She had the urge to write a biography for Roselle the Great. Of course, there were many biographies of Roselle on the market, and some of them were even banned items. Corruption. So it's corruption. Catlear felt both wistful and sorrowful. She felt wistful that the Emperor didn't end up like the story of the dragon-slaying warrior, turning from a hero to an evil dragon. He was still a legend worthy of worship. What was sorrowful was that this misunderstanding had only been resolved today. After her emotions gradually settled, Katlear recalled the matter of being corrupted, and the more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. She believed that she was the one who understood Roselle the best among all the tarot members present. She knew very well what heights the Emperor had reached in his later years. Mr. Fool was the convener and witness, but he wasn't a member. But it was such a sequence one angel who had the throne of a true god as his goal that had been silently corrupted. He and the people around him didn't notice it at all. This is even more terrifying than terrifying. Katlear secretly took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to regulate her emotions. Then, she bowed at the end of the long, mottled table again. "Thank you for your answer, Honorable Mr. Fool. I also thank you for not asking questions that were out of line." The Fool Klein gave a self-deprecating remark as he leaned back in his chair and nodded slightly. "You may begin." Just like before, the members of the tarot had either just advanced, were still digesting, or didn't have anything to trade. They were temporarily in a state of no need. After exchanging a few looks, they decided to directly enter the free exchange segment. Of course, Emlyn was an exception. He really wanted to make a request and get someone to help rescue him from St. Samuel Cathedral's basement. Yes, up to this day, he was still being held in protective custody behind Channy's Gate in the Church of Evanites Beekland Diocese headquarters. Next door was Bishop Utravsky, and during this period of time, no Nighthawks had come to interrogate them. If it wasn't for the fact that the staff in charge of guarding the sealed land would bring them a certain amount of water and food every day, Emlyn definitely believed that he and Father Utravsky had been forgotten. The dark and silent environment isn't too bad, just a little cold. But without puppets, newspapers, books, or historical documents, this life is meaningless. Besides, the Nighthawks only provide ox blood. It tastes terrible, and the effects aren't too good. "I'm already weak." Emlyn opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. This was because he felt that it was a very embarrassing matter. After all, he was the one who had asked the Star to push for protective custody. In the end, he had also been protected custody. "I hope that fellow hasn't forgotten me and is thinking of a way to release me." Emlyn glanced at Leonard and maintained his silence. Leonard maintained a rather upright sitting posture and didn't respond to the moon's gaze. He didn't have a good solution for the time being, because he was the one who had suggested protective custody in front of the Archbishop. As for Emlyn White, he was a vampire viscount, equivalent to a sequence 5 Beyonder. He was a moving human-shaped bomb, and he believed in Earth Mother. There was no reason for him to release him now. "I can only wait for the Sanguine to protest to us through other channels before I have room to maneuver." Leonard decided to apply for a private exchange later and get Emlyn to think of a way to get the upper echelons of the Sanguine to contact the Church of Evernite. Their interaction was noticed by Audrey, and she immediately thought of the question Mr. Moon had asked her previously. She suspected that something had gone wrong during the protective custody, but it didn't seem too serious. "I heard that the priests of the Harvest Church saved many people during the Great Smog of Beekland. I hope nothing happens." Audrey nodded slightly and cast her gaze at Little Sunday. Apart from her, the other tarot members also cast their gazes at Sunday. They all knew that the City of Silver was scheduled to explore the Giant King's Court last week, and the results should have been out by now. Derek sat up straight, glanced at Mr. Hanged Man, and said self-consciously, "That's not the case." He said very consciously, "We completed the first exploration of the Giant King's Court. 3 died, 1 went missing, and 5 survived. We first arrived at the main entrance of the King's Court and saw 2 Silver Knights in unknown states guarding it. This is the name of the Giant Pathways Sequence 3, Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 1159. 2 Sequence 3 Demigods guarding the main door. As expected of the Giant King's Court, the divine kingdom of an ancient god. The members of the tarot felt the same way. As for Sun, he didn't stop as he continued narrating. To him, he was rather shocked when he first discovered that the 2 Silver Knights were guarding the main door of the Giant King's Court. However, the series of events that followed made it appear extremely ordinary. It was no longer able to stir his emotions. According to the information shared by Mr. World, We circled to the back of the giant king's court through a rather concealed path. The monsters we encountered along the way were mainly wraiths, which were restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. After arriving at the waning forest, I attempted to explore it and discovered that the remnant will of the giant king had combined with the power of the divine kingdom to form an evil spirit. It was guarding his parents' mausoleum. Sun skillfully recalled his experiences along the way. As for Justice Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and the other tarot members, they quickly pulled their thoughts back from the Silver Knights and listened attentively. They were all very interested in the secrets hidden in the waning forest. They wanted to know what the ancient god, the giant king, couldn't let the queen and children know. Recalling the scene he had seen back then, Sun paused for a moment before saying, "After purifying the evil spirit, we came to the mausoleum of the giant king's parents." After purifying the evil spirit, we came to the mausoleum of the giant king's parents. There was a stone tablet there, indicating the identity of the owner of the tomb. The tomb and coffin had long been opened by someone, revealing the corpses inside. Those were 2 human corpses. Human corpses? There are human corpses buried in the tomb of the giant king's parents. Godfather and godmother? No, there wasn't any religion back then. As a demigod who had grasped a lot of mysticism knowledge, the hermit Catlear's first reaction was that the 2 corpses had another identity. Right on the heels of that, she recalled something that the Queen had mentioned. It was a question that Roselle the Great had asked as though he was muttering to himself. Why do ancient texts and historical materials call giants, elves, and vampires humanoid creatures or humanoid creatures? Why aren't humans called giant-like, elf-like, or vampire-like creatures? Could it be that all humanoid creatures originated from humans? Giants, elves, and vampires are mutations brought about by beyonder characteristics that can be inherited. Catlear instantly composed herself and seriously considered the possible reasons. At this moment, she felt that after returning to the real world, the potion would definitely be digested to a certain extent. This was because the sequence 4 of the mystery prior pathway was mysticologist, and the ancestor of giants and the source of humanoid creatures was undoubtedly extremely valuable. It was mysticism knowledge that ordinary demigods had no way of knowing. The giant king's parents were humans. It must be fake. The hanging man Alger immediately suspected that someone had faked the scene. However, when he thought about it, not only did he need to take away real skeletons and human corpses, but he also needed to prepare a suitable coffin so that the tomb didn't look like it belonged to a giant, and this kind of forgery was meaningless. It wouldn't have much of an impact on reality, so Alger felt that no one would do such a boring thing. To be able to enter the giant king's court, suppress a powerful evil spirit, and approach the 2 tombs was at least a saint. It was long past the age of pranks. Could it be true? The ancestors of humanoid creatures were all humans. This includes elves. As he had seen too many shocking things on the tarot, and he had experienced a collapse of faith due to the contents of the murals on the primitive island, the hanging man Alger didn't have any intense emotions. He just couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his dark blue hair. Mr. the Hanging Man connected this matter to me. The giant king's parents were actually humans. From the looks of it, most of the creation myths that are currently circulating are fake. They were deliberately fabricated by later generations. However, there are also some hidden metaphors. Mr. Moon doesn't seem to be able to accept this matter. Mr. World seems to have long known about it. Audrey used placate and other psychological powers and techniques to quickly control her state as she instinctively observed the reactions of the other members. At that moment, Emlyn was the most agitated one. His mind was filled with thoughts of impossible and impossible. If the ancestors of the giants were humans, then what about the sanguine? Could it be that we are monsters that mutated due to our beyonder characteristics? Impossible. We were clearly created by the ancestor. He has the authority of life and creation. We are completely different from barbaric deities like the Giant King and the Elf King who only know how to fight. As Emlyn's thoughts churned, he had a baffling feeling that his pride was cracking apart. His intuition, his rationality, and his brain told him that Sun had no motive to lie about this matter. The possibility of the other existences faking the scene was extremely low. Therefore, he subconsciously removed the giants and elves from the ranks of humanoid creatures, treating them as a branch of humanity. Leonard, magician's force, and Zio quickly accepted the possibility revealed by Sun's words. To them, it didn't matter if the giant ancestor was a giant, a human, or even a curly-haired baboon. At most, it would indicate that many Beyonder creatures were the result of the accumulation of Beyonder characteristics in ordinary creatures, but this didn't mean much in reality. Derek calmed himself down, and in the strange silence, he continued, "Don't worry. After leaving the waning forest, we entered the Giant King's court through the barren tunnel. Along the way, there were remnants of the powers of degeneration and concealment. We had to make the right response in order to pass through. That palace has a mural that contains the power of the cycle of fate. As a result, we were affected and transformed into participants of the gathering. We repeated a very short process, and this process was the establishment of Rose Redemption." Having said that, Derek looked around and saw that all the members had temporarily extricated themselves from their previous state. They showed great interest in the organization, Rose Redemption. They all knew that this was an extremely secretive and ancient organization that followed and believed in the true creator. It was the source of the Aurora Order, and its members included King of Angels Ouroboros, Medici, Sasria, and other important figures. Derek retracted his gaze and silently exhaled. The two conveners of Rose Redemption are Dark Angel Sasria and Evernite Goddess Amanises. Audrey, Leonard, and Zio momentarily doubted their ears. They were all believers of Evernite, so they never expected that the goddess would be a member and convener of Rose Redemption. This was akin to saying that the Evernite goddess was a member of the Tarot. If it wasn't for the fact that Little Sun knew what kind of person he was and that he wouldn't lie, they would have definitely suspected the authenticity of this matter. And now, they were momentarily speechless. They didn't even dare to think too deeply. Alger subconsciously turned his body to the side and looked at Derek as he listened to him speak slowly and heavily. "That's right, Derek, I'm not sure." He listened to him slowly and heavily say, "The participants are White Angel Orcases, Wind Angel Leodero." Alger's eyelids twitched as he didn't dare to have any thoughts. God of War Badhile, Earth Mother Omabella, Emlyn, who was leaning back in his chair, unknowingly sat up straight. There was only one piece of information echoing in his mind: Goddess of Harvest, Giant Queen, Omabella, God of the Dead, Salinger, God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsner. Sun's voice resounded in the ancient and magnificent palace. It made Catlear, Magician's Force, and the other members exchange looks. No one dared to speak, as though they would suffer the wrath of the gods if they delved any deeper into the matter. After Derek finished speaking, they remained silent. The scene was so quiet that it was a little strange. Finally, Catlear sighed and said, "Rose Redemption is truly terrifyingly powerful. Rose Redemption is so powerful that it's terrifying. Before this, I couldn't imagine that those existences were its members." Just as she said that, the world's German sparrow said with a hoarse voice, "That was an organization established to fight against the ancient sun god. It was an organization established to fight against the ancient sun god." Later on, only a few kings of angels remained. Upon hearing their conversation, Audrey and the other members seemed to wake up from a dream. All of them subconsciously cast their gazes at the end of the long, mottled table, at the figure shrouded in grey fog, as though they were waiting for the judgment of the authoritative figure. The fool Klein had long imagined such a scene. Without giving a direct response, he nodded slightly and sighed. As a result, the fallen creator was born. It's true. It's true. So Mr. Fool's reminder of Rose Redemption has such a deeper meaning. What is his identity in ancient times, and what is his position in these matters? Thoughts instantly formed a storm that swept through the minds of all the members of the Tarot. Sun looked at everyone, and seeing that no one spoke, he had no choice but to talk about the subsequent exploration. "We encountered the leader of the king's court chasers, Light Slayer Merskagan, outside the Giant King's palace. He said that Dark Angel Sasria was sleeping in that palace. Compared to the matter of Rose Redemption, the news of the mysterious Dark Angel sleeping in the Giant King's palace didn't cause much emotional turmoil for the star Leonard, the moon, and the other members of the Tarot. It only satisfied a certain curiosity. Of course, as a mysticologist, Cat Lear only hoped that Sun could speak a little more. After that, we returned. Mr. Fool bestowed us the Silver Night potion formula. At the end of the narration, Sun gave a very honest summary. Audrey and company were still immersed in what had just happened. They were still feeling the lingering fear of blasphemy, so no one gave any feedback. Only the hanging man, Alger, thought for a moment and said since the true creator's birth stemmed from the Rose Redemption, he shouldn't be unfamiliar with what happened in the Giant King's court. Why wasn't that shepherd elder Lovia prepared for this? 9 Heaven's Divine Emperors. Chapter 1160. This is also the question I wanted to ask. At the end of the long, mottled table, the fool Klein echoed Mr. the Hanging Man inwardly. Leonard thought for a moment and tried to find a possible reason. The true creator's birth stems from Rose Redemption, but that doesn't mean that he knows everything about Rose Redemption. Perhaps figuring out the truth back then is one of his goals. Just as he said that, Audrey denied this guess. The Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, who painted that mural, is still inside Rose Redemption and follows the true creator. If he has any questions, just ask him. Perhaps the true creator's goal is to confirm Dark Angel Sasria's condition. From Shepherd Lovia's strong desire to enter the Giant King's palace, this can be determined. Cat Lear gave her opinion. That's also my judgment. The hanging man Alger glanced at son Derek and said, of course, we can't eliminate the possibility raised by the star. Perhaps Angel of Fate Ouroboros's condition isn't right and has lost most of his memories. He can only rely on the murals left behind in the past to slowly recover his lost past. This probability is very low, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. We don't know what's special or problematic with the King of Angels. As he spoke, the hanging man Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, as though he wanted to obtain a hint from this existence, but unfortunately, he failed to receive any feedback. It wasn't that the fool Klein didn't have any ideas, but that he had too many ideas to give. Every time Tail Devourer Ouroboros reboots, he would grow up beside the true creator. No one knows what his current state is. After mumbling inwardly, seeing that no one had any more inspiration for the time being, Klein controlled the world to look at son Derek. I recently harvested a batch of mushrooms that can grow and reproduce by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters in the darkness. I wonder if your city of silver is interested. A mushroom that can devour the flesh and blood of monsters. Zio and company were momentarily alarmed and curious, unsure of how such a creature could exist. Indeed, there are many things in the world that we don't understand yet. This is what a scribe should record. Magician's Force sighed as she came to a realization. Cat Lear's gaze suddenly deepened. She sat there without saying a word or moving her body. She was like a statue. Derek was delighted when he heard that, but his thoughts raced as he blurted out, "What's the matter? Can the mushrooms attack the monsters? If possible, this could be used as food, and it could also be used as the outer defense system of the City of Silver. I thought little son would be afraid of those mushrooms." In the end, his request is even more excessive. The corners of the world's German sparrow's mouth twitched. No, if mushroom can actively attack monsters, then you guys won't be an exception. Son immediately felt a little ashamed as he hurriedly nodded. I understand, Mr. World. Klein then made the fake world give a further description. Some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, some can produce milk, and some can be rich in oil, equivalent to beef. Some have a texture similar to fish, but they don't have any bones. Apart from milk that can be drunk directly, the rest has to be cooked through steaming, boiling, frying, roasting, and other methods. Otherwise, those mushrooms will absorb the flesh and blood in the body and regain their vitality, turning a person into countless mushrooms from the inside out. Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and the other tarot members were originally listening to a novel and interesting story, but as they listened, they subconsciously shrank back and became abnormally silent. Only Cat Lear's eyelids twitched. She decided to have a good talk with Frank when she returned to the real world. She was very worried that one day, when the Star Pirates held a vote among the crew, a large number of mushrooms would cast a solemn vote. At this moment, Sun, who had been listening attentively, couldn't hide his anticipation and curiosity. Mr. World, what's flour? Just like black-faced grass powder? Also, what's milk, what's beef, and what's fish? In fact, he had seen fish before, but he didn't think that they were fish. In a swamp southwest of the City of Silver, there were many strange fish-shaped monsters that contained venom. Some of them were covered in lumps, some had teeth growing out of their eyes, and some had split heads with a layer of white membrane that could be used to hunt other creatures. No matter how strange those mushrooms are, to the City of Silver, there's something worth looking forward to. The first thing they need to resolve is whether they have them, not whether they're good or not. The fool Klein sighed when he heard that and turned his gaze to Justice Audrey. Describing in detail what flour, milk, beef, and fish was not in line with the persona of the world, German Sparrow. As a senior spectator and German Sparrow psychiatrist, Audrey instantly understood what he was trying to express. After some deliberation, she said, "Don't worry." After some deliberation, she said, "Milk is the liquid that cows use to nurture their offspring." She believed that little Sun could easily understand this point. After all, the City of Silver had pregnant women and infants. Seeing Sun nod in understanding, she continued, "Milk can provide a lot of nutrients, helping you grow taller and stronger." Audrey didn't finish her sentence, because little Sun, who was sitting in his seat, was extremely tall and sturdy. After Miss Justice finished explaining the concepts, Sun looked at the world, German Sparrow, with a fervent gaze. After Miss Justice finished explaining the concepts, Sun looked at the world, German Sparrow, with a fervent gaze. "Thank you, Mr. World. This is exactly what our City of Silver needs. When I return, I'll immediately inform the chief. He will definitely be very happy. What do you want in exchange?" The fool Klein hesitated for a moment before controlling the world, German Sparrow. The potion formula of classical metallurgist. No. Cat Lear subconsciously wanted to stop him, but she ultimately held back her urge. She secretly glanced at Mr. Fool, and seeing that the mighty existence didn't say anything, she immediately felt a lot more at ease. "Yes," agreed Derek cheerfully. After exchanging these matters, Leonard requested for a private conversation with the Moon Emlyn. "When will I be released?" Emlyn asked the moment the other members of the Tarot were blocked. Leonard maintained his posture and said, "This is something I can't decide. My suggestion is that you get someone to contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine as soon as possible and get them to think of a way to get you out. These two fellows even caused an accident with a simple protective custody." The fool Klein, who was listening by the side, wanted to laugh, but he held back. Emlyn's expression sank. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right. What's the point of looking for the higher-ups of the Blood Clan? The goddess is the Lady of Crimson. She still cares for you fellows who belong to the Moon Domain, even though you don't believe in her," Leonard said in a perfunctory manner. The real explanation in his mind was, an ancient race like the Sanguine that had lived for several eons definitely had some sort of connection with the various churches, especially back when the Sanguine Queen was the Empress of the Night Emperor. And back then, the Church of Evernight supported the Night Emperor. Emlyn also thought of this and nodded slightly. "I'll try entrusting it to Mr. World." This was the most reliable candidate he could think of. Just as he said that, Emlyn and Leonard suddenly said at the same time, "That's right." "That's not right." "You thought of it too?" Emlyn then glanced at the star beside him. Leonard chuckled. "It's such a simple question." Emlyn replied with a scoff. "But you just suggested that I contact the upper echelons of the vampires. I've already been imprisoned in the Church of Evernight for several days. They must have long known what they should know. They didn't attempt to rescue me probably because they want to observe who else will help me so as to find my accomplices." Leonard's gaze was elsewhere. "That might be the case. Therefore, you can only continue to stay behind Channy's gate. Perhaps in a few more days, they will lose their patience and get you out." Emlyn was at a loss as to what expression to show in response. After the man and Sanguine finished their private conversation, the world German Sparrow looked at Magician's Force. "Give me the meeting place and time. After the gathering, I will find you and take you to a new place." "All right." Magician's Force hurriedly applied to Mr. Fool and conjured the time and location on a piece of goatskin. When she handed over the piece of paper, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. World, what should I pay attention to this time?" "Keep warm," the world's German Sparrow replied simply. "Keep warm." Magician's Force was momentarily stunned, unsure of what he was trying to say. After reading the goatskin parchment, the World German Sparrow surveyed the area and said, "Everyone in Beekland, please pay close attention to your surroundings. Firstly, it was very likely that Zaratul would fish a morn over. Secondly, Demonis Trissi might help Mr. Dorr prepare the ritual. Thirdly, it was unknown when George III would begin the final step of becoming the Black Emperor." "All right." Audrey and the other tarot members in Beekland nodded one after another. They recalled the recent situation and didn't find anything abnormal. After communicating for a while, the other members asked Miss Justice to use hypnosis to help them forget a portion of their memories. With that, the tarot gathering came to an end. One figure after another disappeared above the grey fog, leaving only the fool Klein behind. After sitting in silence for more than 10 minutes and thinking about other problems, Klein returned to the real world. He teleported to the agreed location and waited to meet Miss Magicians. It was almost winter, and the sky was dark at 4 in the afternoon. The clouds were grey, and the gas supply was restricted due to the war, so the street lamps hadn't been lit. Chapter 1161. In the alley where few people walked, the environment turned darker. A cold wind blew past, and although it wasn't like a blade that could scratch one's face, it seemed to have magic that slowly but surely seeped into one's clothes. Klein, who had transformed into German Sparrow, raised his hand to press down on his top hat. He saw Miss Magicians wrapped in a dark scarf and a thick coat. She carried a seemingly heavy suitcase as she warily walked into the alley. In the Kingdom of Ruin, due to the influence of the Church of Evernight, many of the clothes that were considered only for men also had women's styles. Just like in Intis, the ladies of high society often sat sideways on their horses and had special saddles. However, in Ruin, the ladies had their own knight's clothes. Klein took out his left hand, which was wearing Creeping Hunger, from his pocket and spread his fingers. "Are you ready to save the manuscript?" Force suddenly felt a cold wind blow at her neck as she subconsciously shrank back. "It can be serialized for at least 2 weeks. I've already handed it to the editor of the newspaper." Without waiting for German Sparrow to ask again, she hurriedly added, "I brought a pen, ink, and paper." "I brought a pen, ink, and paper." Klein nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to grab Miss Magician's shoulder. Force immediately focused as an illusory, slowly flipping book appeared in her eyes. Her surroundings immediately turned dark and colorful. The reds turned redder, the blacks turned blacker, and the browns turned browner. They stacked together, giving off a hallucinatory feeling. Force was already completely accustomed to this state as she successfully recorded this journey. She also seriously observed the scenery of the journey. She copied the strange and indescribable spirit world creatures into her mind. A few breaths later, her vision turned black as she felt a chill she had never experienced before. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Instinctively, Force cast a spell to illuminate the environment. She looked around and found that she was in a wooden hut. The German Sparrow, the world, had disappeared. "What is this place?" Force looked at the window, only to see that there was a thick layer of something that prevented any light from shining in. This made her even more confused. She walked to the door, stretched out her right hand, and pulled the door open. Amidst the creaking sound, she saw the snow that had accumulated to the point that it had blocked the exit. Force was stunned. Her mind echoed with German Sparrow's reminder. "Keep warm." And in just a short minute or two, Klein had already circled the sea and used the prey he had long chosen to appease creeping hunger. He returned to his rented apartment in Beekland and waited for Queen Mystic Bernadette and Miss Sharon to gather information on any anomalies. In fact, with Klein's style, he would definitely personally take action on such matters and do additional investigations at the same time. He wanted to ensure that Demonis Trissi didn't have any plans to help Mr. Dorr escape. However, considering that Zaratul was already in Beekland, he was cautious and gave up on the idea of wandering out. Under the influence of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, he felt that if he were to wander around Beekland, he would sooner or later encounter Zaratul or even Amorn. "Sigh, I've already thought of how to disguise myself. I'll buy a bicycle, get a uniform, and ride around different streets as a postman. This way, It'll be the least likely to arouse suspicion. Klein drank a mouthful of the guru tree sap he had brought back from the sea and leaned back in his chair, allowing his marionettes, Inuni, and Konas, to massage his shoulders and legs. Afternoon town camp in the forsaken land of the gods. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked around the bonfire to the chief's room. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, raised his hand, and lightly knocked on the thick wooden door. "Please come in." Amidst the knocking, Colin Iliad's deep voice sounded. As he turned the doorknob, he pushed the door open and entered. As he cast his gaze at the white-haired demon hunter Colin, who had an old scar on his face, he blurted out, "Your Excellency, I discovered some strange mushrooms. They can be eaten." Colin Iliad fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Your Excellency, I discovered some strange mushrooms." Mushrooms? Upon hearing the puzzlement in the chief's words, Derek instantly recalled a type of mushroom he had seen before. It came from the abandoned temple of the fallen creator. It looked especially bright and appetizing, but it was essentially very dangerous. His mood immediately calmed down a lot. He nodded and said, I'm not sure. Yes, mushrooms, different species of mushrooms. They can devour the flesh of monsters to grow and reproduce." Derek described the uniqueness of the mushrooms in detail, and earnestly explained what milk, beef, fish, and flour were. Finally, he solemnly emphasized that the mushrooms had to be fully cooked before they could be eaten, and that they had to pay attention to distinguishing the types of poisonous mushrooms. Colin Iliad listened quietly and didn't show any emotional fluctuations. After some thought, he said, "That's right. What other dangers do they have, or should I say, what do I need to pay attention to?" Derek's face suddenly turned red. "I'll go and do some research." Without waiting for the chief to speak, he turned around, opened the door, and ran out. After returning to his room, he took a deep breath, sat down, and began praying to Mr. Fool, asking him to convey the question to Mr. World. Above the grey fog, Klein sat on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool. He tapped the armrest with his index finger and silently muttered to himself, "That's right. What other dangers are there? Although Frank's imagination, actions, and creativity leave me a little fearful, he's still a Sequence 5 druid after all. How dangerous can the mushrooms he creates be? With the City of Silver's years of experience in the dark, they can easily deal with those mushrooms. The shocking abnormalities of the future producing milk in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods and the pirates' heads growing watermelons are because of the remnant aura and divine powers of Earth Mother. The true murderer is the deity and not Frank. Man, if the birth of the forsaken land of the gods has something to do with the death of the ancient sun god due to his betrayal, the battle back then wouldn't have only left behind the powers of Evernight, concealment, degeneration, and storm. Perhaps certain areas have the influence of sun and earth. This, Klein thought for a moment before conjuring the world German sparrow and getting him to tell him the truth. If they encounter the divine power of the earth domain, those mushrooms might undergo an unknown mutation. After getting a response, Derek dashed out of his room again and sprinted to the first seat's door. This time, there was no need for him to knock. The door opened naturally. Derek turned back to look at his teammates by the bonfire, entered the room, and closed the heavy wooden door behind him. The divine power of the Earth domain may have caused the mushrooms to mutate in unknown ways, he stated frankly, without explaining how he came up with it. Demon Hunter Colin's expression didn't change as he repeated the key phrase in a low voice. The divine power of the Earth domain. His voice gradually lowered and finally fell silent. After about 10 seconds, he said, "After we return, we can designate an area to plant them and see how they turn out." "So, what's the price?" Derek immediately replied, "That's right. Classical alchemist's potion formula." Colin Iliad nodded slowly. "This has to be decided by the 6-member council. Once we return to the city, I'll push for this matter as soon as possible." Their expedition team was supposed to return to the City of Silver in the next 2 days. Firstly, after the previous exploration, the survivors and the ones who had lost their loved ones needed some time to adjust their mental states. Secondly, the amount of food left in the camp was limited, and the area around Afternoon Town couldn't plant black-faced grass. They could only rely on hunting monsters to replenish their supplies. Therefore, One of the expedition team's responsibilities was to transport safe food. They had to rotate every once in a while. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek didn't rush him. He was already used to such a process. After he left the room, Colin Iliad came to the window and looked at the bonfire in the middle of the camp. The flame burned quietly, and in the deep darkness, a faint yellow light shone over the entire camp. On top of it was a disgusting vampire with pus oozing out of his body. A few days later, Klein received the corresponding feedback from Queen Mystic Bernadette, Charismatic Order Patrick Bryan, and Miss Sharon. He confirmed that Beekland hadn't had any abnormal movements of materials or personnel recently. From the looks of it, Demonis Trissy only plans on speaking to Mr. Dorr for the time being. Furthermore, this seems to be the first time they've established contact. Regardless, I still have to warn you beforehand. This requires sufficient skill. The more you say, the greater the possibility of making a mistake. Furthermore, you can't reveal your trump card. Klein thought for a moment and found the hair of the deceased provided by Miss Magicians. He unfolded the piece of paper and wrote, "This is the material you need. Hair from a descendant of the House of Abraham. The provider has a request. It's to help ask that existence a question. The question is how they can escape the curse on them. Finally, a reminder. Be careful of Mr. Dorr." Klein folded the letter and placed the clump of hair inside. He took out the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. After a brief silence, Rionette Tynker walked out of the void with 4 bright-looking heads in her hands. "Give this letter to the fool who was tempted," Klein instructed as he handed over the letter in his hand. Just as he said that, his heart stirred as he hurriedly added another question. "Can you locate him?" "Yes." One of Rionette Tynker's heads answered the question before biting the letter. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly. "P.S. I had something to do in the morning. I'll update first before making any changes. I'll make up for the draft at night. Divine King of the Nine Heavens." Chapter 1162. In the Beekland Bridge area, Klein found the man who had been tempted by Trissy to help her send and receive the letter according to the location provided by Miss Messenger. However, Klein didn't enter the apartment, nor did he disturb his target. He stuffed his hands into the pockets of his black trench coat and continued walking forward. Under the illumination of the gas street lamps, he came to a crossroads and turned into another street. During this process, inside a certain building, a rat that was stealing food suddenly trembled. It then abandoned the piece of cheese and followed the usual passageway that it used to pass through, walking with its back facing Klein as it approached the target area. Then, the rat opened its mouth in a hidden corner and let out a human voice. "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorsted Archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, controller of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous." Just as the rat finished speaking, Klein, who had already turned into another street, vanished. All that was left was a wisp of fire that quickly dissipated. He had used flaming jump, but he wasn't using it to travel. Instead, he was entering a hotel room he had booked and rendezvous with one of his marionettes. Therefore, he wasn't too worried about being sensed by Zaratul and encountering an accident. After all, his target was clear, and the distance was very short. Furthermore, he had protection. In the room, under the gaze of his marionette, Inuni, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. As he sat at the end of the long bronze table, he drew the sea god scepter and used the prayer light to observe the target's situation through his true vision, the man who had helped Demonis Trissy relay the news. A few minutes later, Rionette Tynker appeared in the apartment as promised. She took the gold coin and left the envelope on the table. The man trembled in fear again, but he finally overcame his fear. He picked up the letter and weighed it in his hand. 15 minutes later, he took out the black paste carefully, separated a small piece, and smeared it on the surface of the mirror. Soon, he saw the girl in the dark mirror that occupied all of his sweet dreams. He quickly said, "You're not the only one." He hurriedly said, "That crazy adventurer just sent a letter. It seems to contain something else. According to your instructions, I didn't open it." At this moment, Klein, who was above the grey fog, began to see something magical. In his eyes, the mirror itself had become blurry, closer to a dark and illusory channel. It was connected to similar objects in the surrounding area, forming a complicated and abstract spiderweb that interweaved into a profound and strange world. With the grey fog's true vision, Klein could barely make out the general situation, but he was unable to distinguish the details. He didn't know that there were strange and terrifying creatures lurking inside the world. In mysticism, mirrors are often given the symbolic meaning of leading to another kingdom. Furthermore, they are often related to horror and horror. This is the world in the mirror. My Beyonder powers don't involve this domain at all. That's not it either. If someone prays to me and attempts magic mirror divination, then the world in the mirror will naturally have an illusory channel that points to me and the grey fog. Strictly speaking, the world in the mirror isn't the real world. It's closer to an amalgamation of doors. It connects to different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms. If one were to get lost inside, they might directly appear in the abyss or even the cosmos. Of course, a demigod with such abilities should be able to create a reflection of the world and hide inside, an amalgamation of doors. Apart from demonesses and wraiths, high-sequence Beyonders of the apprentice pathway also have similar powers. Does the mystery of a secret sorcerer represent the mirror world? This is sufficiently mysterious and secretive. Under normal circumstances, even with true vision, there's no way to directly see the mirror world unless someone activates it. Klein nodded in thought as he heard Demonis Trissy reply in a sweet voice, "That's right, it's impossible for him to see the mirror world." He heard Demonis Trissy reply with a sweet voice, "Throw the letter into the mirror." "Can you throw it in?" As a low-sequence Beyonder, the man had never seen such a magical thing. After a moment of hesitation, he held the letter and pressed it against the mirror. On the surface of the mirror, the darkness suddenly spread out like ripples of aqueous light. Just as the man felt the solid sensation lighten, he saw the letter magically penetrate the surface of the glass and enter the illusory interior. Right on the heels of that, the letter seemed to be attracted by a massive vortex as it continued falling deep into the room where Trissy was. Above the grey fog, Klein raised the sea god scepter and focused on tracking the letter in an attempt to lock onto the Demonis location. At this moment, in his true vision, the dark and deep world in the mirror began to fluctuate violently, turning everything into a blur. By the time the tremors calmed down, Klein had already lost track of the letter and Demonis Trissy. The aura of the primordial Demonis can actually interfere with such a gaze. After a moment of silence, Klein let out a sigh. It was precisely because of Trissy's various oddities that he didn't take the risk of mixing his hair into the materials to locate her. It was very easy for him to suffer a terrifying curse, and he might even die on the spot. To Klein, it didn't matter if he died suddenly. After all, as long as his corpse wasn't pulverized, he should be able to revive. However, that meant that he wouldn't be able to seize the opportunity to lock onto Trissy. She would definitely move quickly. Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting a precious opportunity to revive? Having suffered a setback, Klein quickly returned to the real world and left the Beekland Bridge area. The next morning, with an ordinary face, Klein rode a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. He planned on telling the Evernite goddess about Demonis Trissy by chanting her honorific name and praying softly. When the time came, if anything were to happen on the night of the full moon, there would at least be a deity watching Beekland and making preparations ahead of time. Back then, the Evernite goddess had exiled and sealed Mr. Dorr. She definitely knew the other party's tricks. In such matters, Klein never flaunted his superiority. He knew himself very well. Since he couldn't resolve the problem himself, he had to find someone who could. As for why he didn't do it at home and insisted on coming to St. Samuel Cathedral, it was because Klein wanted to observe the situation in Boklund Street and the surrounding area in passing. He wanted to find the minute traces of Amorn's arrival. Hazel and her family had once been embroiled with Amorn, and she herself belonged to the Marauder pathway. Be it the intersection of fate or the convergence of characteristics, it made her a high-risk group for encountering Amorn. Klein didn't dare to be negligent or careless about this. He reminded and arranged for himself to come every once in a while for a checkup. Similarly, due to Miss Justice's subsequent treatment of Hazel's psychological trauma, it was very easy for her to be implicated if anything were to happen to Hazel. Therefore, Klein was also very worried about the noble lady's safety. He believed that it was necessary to use the Crimson Star to confirm her condition from time to time. Of course, he would avoid the more awkward times. As his thoughts raced, Klein, who was approaching Phelps Street, got off the carriage ahead of time. He got his marionette, Inuni, to recite the honorific name of sea god in a hidden spot. He switched places with his marionette, Konas. In a sealed space that he distorted, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the grey fog. Then, with the help of the sea god Scepter's true vision, he carefully observed the situation in Beauclund Street and the ruined Charity Bursary Foundation. Hazel wasn't parasitized. Miss Justice isn't either. Their maids, pets, and bodyguards aren't either. The residents of Beauclund Street and the staff of the Charity Bursary Foundation aren't either. There aren't any signs of Amorn's activities in any of the streets in this area. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the real world. Following that, he approached St. Samuel Cathedral, passed through the door, and found a seat in the dark and serene prayer hall to sit down. After softly reciting the honorific name of the Evernite goddess, Klein gave a simple description. Demonis Trissy has obtained the hair of a descendant of the House of Abraham. She plans on contacting a certain hidden existence on the night of the full moon. Her exact goal cannot be determined. After sitting in silence for a while, seeing that the goddess didn't respond and the archbishop didn't come out, Klein wore his silk top hat and slowly walked out of the cathedral. At night, he changed locations and controlled a rat as his marionette. He recited another honorific name, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. I wish to meet you. Just like before, the rat lost its life the moment it finished praying. Klein then distanced himself from it. He wanted to meet the Red Angel and chat about Mr. Door and Dark Angel Sasria. After waiting for a few minutes, with the help of another rat marionette, Klein saw the previous one burst into flames, spewing out blinding white flames. The flames quickly outlined a short sentence on the ground: I don't want to see you. The muscles on Klein's face twitched indiscernibly. After some thought, he rationally gave up and left the area. After dozens of seconds, the remaining blazing white flames formed new words: beg me. And at this moment, Klein had already left. In a particular house in a certain area of Beekland, the pale Sauron Einhorn Medici, who was wearing a black robe with red patterns, stood up from the sofa. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, who's disturbing me? In the blink of an eye, Beekland welcomed the night of the full moon. In a room illuminated by crimson light, Demonis Trissy stood in an altar. Around her were rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, lapis lazuli, and other ritual materials. After some complicated preparations, she lit the hair in her hand and placed it into the cauldron. When the flames were dyed with a layer of darkness, Trissy took 2 steps back and chanted in Jotun with a solemn expression: the great door of all doors, the guide of the endless cosmos, the key to all the mysterious world. Chapter 1163. As Trissy chanted, the gems around her emitted cracking sounds as they shattered into powder and floated up. They shimmered with red, blue, green, or resplendent glimmers as they quickly converged into a torrent that was cast towards the candlelight on the altar. At the same time, the burnt strands of hair in the cauldron also joined the ranks. The flames swelled and intertwined, turning darker as though it was an illusory door that led to another world. Trissy immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly, as though countless dangers were seeping out from the flames. A sentence flashed across her mind. It was a warning from German Sparrow: be careful of Mr. Door. As expected of someone with a messenger of that level. His understanding of Mr. Door and his grasp of my plans might be deeper and more precise than I imagined. Trissy slowly took a deep breath and patiently waited for the subsequent changes. In the blink of an eye, she felt that the void in the room had become a lot thinner. Many places were filled with shadows, as though a large number of indescribable, strange, and dangerous creatures were hiding behind them. The dark and expanding flames slowly spun, turning into a huge, deep, crimson vortex. As the vortex spun, an ethereal voice that could pierce through a spirit body finally sounded from the bottom. Cheek. Upon hearing this voice, the blood vessels on Trissy's forehead throbbed. It was as though her head had been stabbed with countless steel needles that were frantically stabbing and stirring. Her black hair fluttered without any wind. Every strand became thicker, and the skin on her face turned transparent. Her blood vessels protruded out one after another, densely packed like a spider web. After spending a lot of effort, Trissy finally controlled herself. She heard the voice that was enough to make most beyond us gradually lose control and chuckled. From the looks of it, its cheeks blessed. Back then, we looked at the second blasphemy slate together, and were able to surpass sequence 1. The only ones left alive should be Artisan, Cheek, and me. Trissy ignored Mr. Dawes' sigh as she spoke with an unconcealable warped expression. Honorable Mr. Daw, I have something to ask you. Speak. Being lost in the darkness and trapped in the storm for years is too boring. It's rare to have someone to chat with me. The terrifying voice replied without much change in the slowly spinning vortex. The muscles on Triss's face twitched a few times. She still couldn't get used to the voice that sounded like the ravings of an evil god. She paused for a few seconds before saying, I want to know if there's any abnormal way to enter the 9 secret mausoleums that Blood Emperor Tudor built to advance to Black Emperor. It was unknown where he was, but Mr. Dawes' voice sounded across the endless void as he let out an ethereal laugh. So it's because of this. That's not difficult. I'll give you a symbol. Gather the blood of Beyondus of different pathways and mix them together. Taint it with spirituality. In front of the mausoleum, draw the symbol in the void, and you will be able to open a secret passageway that leads inside. As the being spoke, sparks separated from the dark vortex and formed a rather complicated symbol in midair. It was like a series of doors stacked on top of each other in a disorderly manner, with no end in sight. Trissy endured the tearing pain of her spirit body and memorized the symbol before seeking confirmation. All 22 Beyonder pathways. Every pathway only requires the blood of one Beyonder, regardless of their sequence. How much blood does each pathway require? Mr. Daw continued to reply in the same delirious state as before. Yes. I don't need too much. A small tube will do. I guarantee that I can finish drawing the symbol. Although Triss's expression was contorted from the pain, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth after obtaining crucial information. She revealed a smile. This, combined with her overall expression, was very strange, making her look like a lunatic. After accomplishing her main goal, Trissy asked again in order to have a smooth cooperation with German Sparrow. The House of Abraham wants to know how to get rid of the ancient curse. The dark vortex fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. Set up such a ritual, using a demigod of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway as a sacrifice. Once I escape the storm and penetrate the darkness, the curse will no longer exist. Trissy wasn't interested in how the House of Abraham could get rid of the ancient curse. After receiving the answer, she couldn't hold it in any longer. As she thanked Mr. Daw, she began to stop the ritual. As for Mr. Daw, he didn't attempt to bewitch, threaten, or corrupt her. After the dark vortex of flames collapsed and the ritual ended, Trissy began cogitation. She spent nearly an hour to calm the effects of Mr. Daw's ravings on her. After doing all of this, Trissy found a pen and paper and copied the symbol provided by Mr. Daw. She described the answers to the 2 questions in detail. She knew that she was being pursued by Saintess of White Katerina, and that there seemed to be an even more terrifying hunter waiting behind her. It was very difficult for her to quickly gather the blood of Beyondus from different pathways, so she planned on leaving this matter to German Sparrow. In addition, she believed that even if George III and company believed that the secret mausoleum was safe enough and didn't leave too many guards behind, there would definitely be necessary defenses inside. It wasn't something that she, as a Sequence 4, could quickly break through and destroy. If that happened, she would be intercepted by reinforcements and lose the best opportunity. As for German Sparrow, even his messenger was at the level of an angel. The strength of the organization behind him was obvious. They had the ability to destroy the mausoleum at the critical moment and cause the Black Emperor ritual to fail. Since she couldn't complete it herself, she naturally had to find someone with the ability to complete it for her. After throwing the letter into a mailbox on a nearby street, Trissy, who was wearing a black dress and a black coat, slowly walked down the cold, dark road. Looking at the light from the gas lamps, she laughed self-deprecatingly. Just because of a little indignation, I actually walked step by step to such an extent. You're lucky. At least I'll avenge you, and if I were to die, apart from those who hate me, no one would remember me. After receiving Triss's letter from Miss Messenger, Klein sat in a chair and read it a few times. Before heading above the grey fog to divine the authenticity of Mr. Dawes' method, he subconsciously thought about how quickly he could gather the blood of the 22 Beyonder pathways. This symbol is very similar to the symbol on the back of Miss Magician's chair. A seer can use his apprentice to find Miss Magician's, and I can also give her some pressure to write her manuscript. There are 3 choices for the Marauder pathway: marionette as a mosquito to sting Hazel, obtain it from Vice Admiral Iceberg's third mate, flowery bowtie, get Leonard's grandpa to give it to me, spectator pathway, Miss Justice. Bard pathway, Little Sun. Storm pathway, Mr. the Hanging Man. Reader pathway, Vice Admiral Iceberg or that demigod named Luca. Secret suppliant, find Marham Hermit's second mate, bloodless Heath Doyle. Corpse collector pathway, numinous episcopates Patrick Bryan. Sleepless pathway, my dear poet. Warrior pathway, most of the citizens of the City of Silver or Father Utravsky, planter, Frank. Apothecary, Emlyn Uarbiter, Miss Zio. Lawyer, Marionette Coners, Hunter, Dannies or Anderson. Demonis, I'll get Trissy to provide it herself. Prisoner, Miss Sharon or Marek. Criminal, I don't have one for now, Mystery Prior, Marham Hermit. Savant, Frank's experimental assistant. Monster, Marionette Inuni. From the looks of it, most of them can be obtained in a short period of time. The corresponding channels trust me enough to believe that I won't use blood to curse them. This Demonis, Trissy, definitely has a way to remove the connection between blood and her main body. She won't object. Only devils. Although I've already encountered a few, they've either died or escaped. I'm currently lacking a target to choose from. Yes, I'll ask Little Sun if the City of Silver has any devil flesh and blood in storage. They encounter it from time to time. On careful thought, Klein realized that he had transmigrated less than 2 years ago, but he had established a rather deep connection with most Beyonders of the Beyonder pathways. He immediately reined in his scattered thoughts and seriously considered Mr. Dawes' escape ritual. To sacrifice a marauder, apprentice, and seer demigod. These are 3 pathways that can be interchanged. Is Mr. Daw going to use the temporary combination of the 3 pathways to use an ingenious method to open a passageway to return? The demigods of these 3 pathways aren't that easy to capture. It was possible when the House of Abraham was at its peak, but there was basically no hope for high-sequence Beyonders after the War of the 4 Emperors and the corresponding aftershocks died. If Mr. Daw was a little more patient and gave his descendants more time to grow, it wouldn't be impossible. But why is he constantly calling for help, causing one descendant after another with potential to die? Could he have already gone mad? A lunatic who looks like a normal person on the outside. Klein pondered for a moment before burning the letter and entering above the grey fog. He did 2 divinations. The revelations he received were, the method to enter the secret mausoleum was real, and Mr. Dawes' return ritual was also real. Looking at the spirit pendulum in his hand, Klein sat silently on the high-back chair for a while. After a few minutes, he pulled and clenched the topaz pendant tightly with his left hand. He muttered to himself, once the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion is completely digested, I'll hold the ritual with George III. Chapter 1164. Sonia C., Pazu Island. The summoned Blue Avenger finally arrived at the headquarters of the Church of the Storm and docked at one of the ports. Alger took off the cloth around his head and jumped out of the ship from the side. Under the wind, he landed steadily on the dock. The wind-blessed potion he had just consumed had long been digested. The reason he did this was to make his behavior more similar to the other members of the church, making them feel closer to him. All the things he had encountered over the years told Alger that it was best to stay in line with the people around him most of the time. He didn't want to appear too unique. It was even more so when he was hiding quite a few secret. "Ha, Alger, control your impatience." A man who had been waiting at the dock came over with a smile. He had a head of soft blonde hair and wore a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. He was Alger's former partner, but one of them chose to be the captain of a ghost ship and continue drifting at sea, while the other returned to the clergy system. Alger smiled, raised his right hand, and punched his left chest. "May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you." The blond man in his prime responded with a smile. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry. I heard that you've already adapted to the wind-blessed potion. Yes, it's very simple. Let yourself fly every day and maintain a floating state. Often using the wind to travel to different places, I'll be able to adapt very quickly. I've already sent a telegram back to report this matter." Alger made the corners of his eyes look a little proud. The yellow-haired man glanced left and right and maintained his previous volume. "It's no wonder you were summoned back. I heard that due to the ongoing war, there's a shortage of manpower in all aspects. The Council of Cardinals has decided to organize a group of wind-blessed to advance to Sequence 5 as soon as possible. You should be among them. How enviable. I just became a wind-blessed, so I don't have such a chance. Organize a group of wind-blessed to advance as soon as possible." Knowing that there might be a war in the world, Alger Wilson wasn't surprised. A word popped up in his mind: cannon fodder. In fact, with his contributions to the Banzi Harbor incident, Alger, who was only a seafarer back then, could have advanced to Ocean Songster without any obstacles. Furthermore, he was usually busy and had completed countless missions, but he only became a wind-blessed. He had to wait in line for an opportunity to advance to Sequence 5. But now, without needing to do anything, he was suddenly put on the reserve list, and would soon enter the ranks of the church's higher-ups. He could not help but feel suspicious. Indeed, once a full-scale war begins, the order that prevents people like us from rising will crack open. However, the most important thing is to survive the war. Only by surviving will everything be meaningful. As Alger's thoughts raced, he put on a look of pleasant surprise and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "Signs, really? I can't be sure. Anyway, that's what I heard. Let's go and get together. If you have the chance to become a senior deacon or a cardinal bishop in the future, don't forget us." The yellow-haired man called Signs reached out and patted Alger's shoulder. Alger stepped aside without a trace and replied with a smile, "Sure." In the City of Silver, after the expedition team brought back the news that there was a sea on the other side of the giant King's Court, all the citizens temporarily entered a state of excitement. After 2 days of waiting, Derek Berg finally received a notice from the 6-member council to receive the classical metallurgist potion formula. This meant that the upper echelons of the City of Silver had agreed to exchange for the batch of strange mushrooms. The advancement ritual is to personally refine a stone of life. What's a stone of life? There's no explanation here. Derek glanced at the goatskin in his hand and began to prepare the ritual without much thought. In his opinion, Mr. Fool definitely knew what a stone of life was, so he didn't need to worry about Mr. World. After preparing the altar, he took out 2 metal tubes, each containing the blood of himself and a City of Silver Dawn Paladin. The Dawn Paladin had reached a certain age, and his body could no longer withstand the corrosion of various toxins in most food. Under the circumstances that everyone could foresee, he was gradually approaching the end of his life. 2 days ago, his granddaughter had personally stabbed him with her last sword. Derek had obtained the chief's approval beforehand and found an opportunity to obtain some of the deceased's blood. As for the devil's blood that Mr. World needed, the City of Silver's inventory temporarily didn't have it. However, Chief Colin Iliad had said that as long as the mushrooms could satisfy a portion of the City of Silver's food needs, he would organize a small hunting team and head to an area with devils. After placing the 2 metal tubes and goatskin on the altar, Derek took 2 steps back and began the sacrificial and bestowment ritual in front of the lit candle. After a period of busy work, the illusory door that was formed from flames and spirituality materials opened heavily. It took away the items that had been sacrificed, leaving behind a gloomy glow. The glow slowly faded, and a large number of mushrooms of different shapes appeared before Derek's eyes. As for whether or not their looks were strange, Derek didn't even think about it. This was because he had only seen mushrooms once, and they were abnormal mushrooms. He lacked sufficient reference points. Recalling Mr. World's description of the different mushrooms and their effects, Derek quickly categorized them and placed them into different leather bags. Right on the heels of that, he couldn't hide his excitement as he picked up the unshadowed crucifix and prepared to head for the spire. However, Just as his hand touched the bronze-green crucifix, he felt a slight burning and stinging pain. It was as if light was seeping out from the rust and shining onto the mushrooms. They are evil and need to be purified. Derek was confused for a moment before he finally decided to believe Mr. World. He hid the unshadowed crucifix, carried Thunder God's roar, and went all the way to the spire to meet Chief Colin Iliad. "Are these the mushrooms?" As he asked the question, two complicated dark green symbols appeared in Demon Hunter Colin's eyes. His gaze swept across the different mushrooms that were either white and plump or fleshy. "Yes." Derek introduced them one by one. Colin returned to normal and fell silent for a few seconds. "There's an aura of evil and impurity, but it's very little. It can be withstood. This should have settled down after devouring the flesh and blood of monsters." He paused and said, "Let's test their reproductive abilities first." With this sentence, some of the members of the City of Silver, who had long been prepared to welcome the mushrooms, carried a few monster corpses into the chief's room and sprinkled a bit of different mushrooms on them. As soon as the mushrooms came into contact with the flesh and blood, they immediately grew mycelium and pierced into the flesh. About 20 to 30 seconds later, they began to swell crazily and produce spores. After a while, the corpses of the monsters were densely covered in mushrooms. However, the mushrooms didn't stop growing. They kept jumping up, and in the end, some of them were even taller than Derek Berg, looking down at him. Mr. World didn't say that they would grow this big. Besides, this speed of reproduction is way too fast. Derek watched in a daze, but he didn't think it was a problem. Colin Iliad's expression didn't change. When the monsters were only left with skeletons and dregs, he looked around and said, "It's better than I expected. Better than I expected. Next, who wants to try the effects of eating it?" Derek didn't hesitate to take a step forward. "Your Excellency, I'll do it." He was in charge of introducing the mushrooms, so he naturally had to personally confirm their safety. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. "All right." He then turned his head and said to another resident of the City of Silver, "Get Elder Lovia over to prevent any accidents." As a Beyonder who controlled flesh and blood, Lovia could resolve most of the mutations in the human body. As a Beyonder who controlled flesh and blood, Lovia could resolve most of the anomalies in the human body. Everyone waited for a few minutes before Shepherd Lovia, who was dressed in a dark purple robe, arrived at the chief's room. Just as she passed through the door, her pale grey eyes suddenly narrowed as she instinctively looked at the mushrooms that occupied most of the space. After staring at them for a while, Lovia looked at Colin Iliad and nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready to rescue him. Without any hesitation, Derek Berg chose a mushroom that was half his height. It had a black base and was inlaid with blood-colored threads and fat patterns. He tore off the mycelium that wrapped around the skeleton, started a bonfire, and began roasting it. Without any hesitation, Derek Berg chose a mushroom that was half his height. It had a black base and was embedded with blood-colored threads and fat patterns. He tore off the mycelium that was wrapped around the skeleton, started a bonfire, and began roasting it. Derek Berg didn't hesitate any longer. He chose a black mushroom that was embedded with blood-colored threads and fat patterns. It was half his height. He tore off the mycelium that was wrapped around the skeleton, started a bonfire, and began roasting it. Their Adam's apple moved, and they swallowed their saliva instinctively. The bonfire emitted a sizzling sound, and then, the aroma became even stronger. This wasn't an unusual smell that seemed to make one's soul yearn for it. It was a type that everyone was familiar with. It was a natural desire that they had after returning to the City of Silver after not eating black-faced grass for a long time. As the sizzling sounds became more and more intense, and as the fire grew brighter, they felt as if a hand had reached out from their stomachs, wanting to reach out and grab the food. Unknowingly, the other residents of the City of Silver, who were doing other things in the spire, followed the fragrance and gathered at the door. It took a lot of effort for Derek to control himself from tasting the mushroom midway. He waited until its outer shell was completely charred before retrieving it and blowing at it. At that instant, everyone's eyes were on him, including Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia. Due to his trust in Mr. World and Mr. Fool, Derek didn't say a word. He lowered his head and took a bite of the mushroom. Hiss. He hissed as he was scalded. Then, he chewed and swallowed it in large mouthfuls. When nearly half of the mushrooms were gone, Derek raised his head with a slightly red face. His mouth was covered in grease as he said vaguely, with grease covering his mouth, he said vaguely, "What a strange texture. I can't help it. I keep wanting to eat it." Colin Iliad sized up Derek for a few seconds before turning his head to look at Shepherd Lovia. Lovia slowly shook her head. "There's no problem." The surrounding citizens of the City of Silver immediately cheered as they went forward and surrounded Derek. They either wanted to share a piece or asked about how to deal with the other mushrooms. Upon seeing this, Demon Hunter Colin's expression gradually relaxed. He slowly closed his eyes and raised his chin slightly. He took a deep, deep breath of the smell that filled the room. The City of Silver is holding a mushroom sacrifice. Isn't that a little strange? Also, what's a stone of life? Yes, the people from the Church of Earth Mother definitely know about it. Frank is no exception. Above the grey fog, Klein listened to Little Son's latest report as he opened the goatskin he had previously received but hadn't had the chance to read in detail. The reason why he had rushed back to the real world after the sacrificial and bestowment ritual was because the horror legend of Beekland Hospital, which had been serialized in several newspapers, had reached its climax. Therefore, he had received a lot of feedback over the past few days. He had just been at a critical moment when the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion was about to be digested. And now, he had completed this step. He was already prepared to advance to Scholar of Yore. Chapter 1165. Putting down the classical metallurgist potion formula in his hand, Klein cast his gaze at the 2 tubes of blood that Little Son had sacrificed. Then, he beckoned for a ceramic jar that was wrapped in layers of paper figurines. This was the blood of Beyondus from different pathways that he had previously gathered. He had placed it above the grey fog and sealed it with Paper Angel. This was to slowly fuse with the aura of this mysterious space and eliminate the connection between the blood and himself. It was to prevent any accidents from happening when drawing the symbol to open the door and affect the provider. To Klein, it was fine if it backfired on him. After all, there was at least one more chance for him to revive. If it would affect those who believed in him and gave him their blood, he would rather not do it. After removing the paper figurines that sealed the jar's mouth and pouring the 2 tubes of blood into it, Klein conjured a glass rod and reached in to stir it a few times. Right on the heels of that, he used Paper Angel to seal it again. "I'm only short of prisoner, devil, and demoness. After I complete the ritual, I'll personally visit Miss Sharon. It's better to make a request in person for such matters. It's too impolite to ask for it by letter. Only Miss Magicians is a little special. Clearly, she would rather me write a letter than meet German Sparrow. She actually used the excuse of the low temperature to freeze the ink to delay the draft. Are all the tricks she knows fake? Thankfully, my potion has already been digested. There's no need to rush me any further." As Klein mumbled inwardly, he threw the ceramic jar that was wrapped in paper figurines back into the junk pile. After leaving the grey fog, he didn't immediately prepare to advance to Scholar of Yore. Instead, he took out a pen and paper and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying. This was something he had originally planned on doing before consuming the potion, to ask Rhodes about Sapphira Castle. As the symbol took form, the interior of the room, which was already poorly lit, became even darker. It was as though a cloud had floated past, blocking out the sun. After more than 10 seconds, the surface of the full-body mirror with cracks suddenly rippled with aqueous light. Silver words quickly seeped out: "Great Supreme Eternal Master, your devout, loyal, and humble servant, Rhodes, has come to answer your summons. Am I still your most trusted, intimate, and favorite servant?" This question. I seem to be able to read the panic and anxiety of this magic mirror. Is it feeling a sense of danger? Klein thought for a while and nodded in amusement. Yes. Actually, it's never been like that. I'm just comforting you. After answering, Klein silently added a few words in his heart. On the surface of the mirror, the aqueous light suddenly became much brighter, and the silver words were all dyed with a bit of gold. They wriggled and formed a new sentence: "Great Master, do you have a question to test me?" "Yes." Klein secretly tensed up and said, "What do you know about Sapphira Castle?" Rhodes fell silent for a few seconds before the pale golden words changed. I don't know much about this. I've only heard some rumors. In the early days of the Second Epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator had left behind some items. It might be a kingdom formed from a part of his body, or it might be something created by him. And Sapphira Castle is one of them. This is the name given by the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria. He called the hounds of Fulgrim Sapphira Castle Keeper. However, up until his death, he had never entered Sapphira Castle. Therefore, many powerful creatures suspect that Sapphira Castle doesn't really exist. It's just an abstract concept. It's related to the original creator, who created the world. After some thought, Klein said, I'm not sure. One of them. How many other places or items like Sapphira Castle are there? 8. There are specific records on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, I've never seen it. On the surface of the mirror, lines of words appeared one after another, but the pale gold color had faded and was replaced with silver. The ancient gods suspect that the source of the underground corruption comes from a place similar to Sapphira Castle. They call it Chaos Sea. Also, rumor has it that deep in the spirit world city of Calderon City, there are clues to the river of eternal darkness. This comes from the ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Greg race. As for the others, I've heard of some names, and they aren't complete. There's Shadow World, Knowledge More, and the Broodmother related to the moon. There's a total of 8. Chaos Sea, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge More, Shadow World, Broodmother. The Broodmother is related to the moon. It sounds very dangerous. I wonder if it's related to the Crimson Mother Tree. Klein silently repeated the key information in Rhodes's answer. He had a nagging feeling that he should be able to grasp something, but he didn't gain much from it. He was still lacking the clues to string everything together. Seeing that Rhodes had only heard some rumors and didn't have any actual knowledge, Klein sorted out his thoughts and casually smiled. From the looks of it, you might come from Chaos Sea. That's not important. What's important is that I'm now your loyal, humble, and obedient servant. Rhodes presented an entire sentence in one breath. Obedient, this choice of words. Klein lampooned and asked, what's the origin of Dark Angel Sasria? What's the origin of Dark Angel Sasria? On the surface of the mirror, silver words formed one after another. I similarly can't see it, but back then, there was a legend that said that when the ancient god of the sun was born, he was born with light and darkness as one. After all, he calls himself the creator, so he definitely had to be comprehensive without any flaws. Later, he separated the darkness in his body and used it to create the first angel with his rib. That's Dark Angel Sasria. This, rib. I can completely imagine that the ancient god of the sun personally fabricated and spread this legend. Brother Amorn, your wife has become a dark angel. Klein was first alarmed before many strange thoughts surfaced in his mind. As his thoughts settled, he began to analyze the truth that might exist in this legend. The spread of such a legend would cause believers to believe that Dark Angel Sasria is the dark side of the ancient god of the sun. They would worship him in a way that worships the Lord. Back then, no one objected to it, nor did anyone forbid this legend. And the Dark Angel is ultimately the deputy of heaven, the left hand of God. This means that this might very well be true. What happened after that can be summarized as the dark side of the ancient god of the sun colluding with external enemies and bewitching the kings of angels to assassinate his true body. This can explain the reason why Ouroboros and Medici joined Rose Redemption. They were only obeying the orders of the Lord. From this angle, isn't Dark Angel Sasria's position in the ancient god of the sun equivalent to the world in the tarot? Thankfully, the world is a fake person. He doesn't have his own spirituality or thoughts. As he thought about it, Klein suddenly felt a little sweaty. He was rather glad that he was a seer and not some other pathway. Based on his reasoning, he quickly came up with a guess as to why the Dark Angel was sleeping in the Giant King's court. Perhaps it has something to do with the fall of the ancient god of the sun. That's why Amorn's brother, the Dragon of Wisdom, and the true creator want to confirm Dark Angel Sasria's present state. However, there are still quite a number of questions. Among the 22 Beyonder pathways, which pathway is this King of Angels, the left hand of God? The Marauder has Amorn, and the apprentice has missed a door. The spectator, reader, bard, sailor, secret suppliant, warrior, sleepless, planter, savant, monster, assassin, hunter, and arbiter are clearly impossible. It's impossible for corpse collector to exist either. A death appeared in the fourth epoch, so it's impossible for there to be a king of angels at the same time, unless the dark angel has fallen to sequence 2. By the same logic, seer and lawyer can be eliminated until it's confirmed that the dark angel isn't a king of angels. Mystery prior, moon, and devil are all possibilities. I can't eliminate the possibility that the hidden sage, primordial moon, and dark side of the universe are dark angels' aliases. There might even be a mother tree of harmony hidden among them. It's also possible for prisoner. There's no clear evidence that this pathway has produced a true God. The chained God back then might not even be a king of angels. Klein thought for a moment and said to Rhodes, "It's your turn to ask." It's your turn to ask. On the surface of the full-body mirror with many cracks, silver words twisted and combined together, stretching into a new sentence. Great Master, can I guess what you want to ask next? Great Master, can I guess what you want to ask next? Sure. You wish to ask about Sasria's current state. My answer is, I don't know. I can't see it. Behind the silver words was a simple smiley face. Not bad. Klein praised. Then, let's end it here for today. I might summon you again at any time in the near future. Yes, Great Master. Your loyal servant, Rhodes, is always ready to serve you. On the mirror's surface, the smiley face turned into a waving cat's paw. After the mirror returned to normal, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote down what he had just learned. This was one of the documents he had prepared for the scholar of your ritual. In the past few days, he had already written a large amount of ancient history. Following that, Klein brought the information and 2 marionettes and teleported to the southern continent. He didn't dare advance in Beekland. If anything were to happen, Amorn and Zaratul would definitely sense it and come knocking on his door. Chapter 1166. In the Berserk Sea, on a barren and uninhabited island. This place wasn't far from the southern continent, but geographically, it didn't belong there. The reason why Klein chose this island as the place to advance to Scholar of Yore was firstly to avoid Amorn and Zaratul as much as possible, and he didn't want to enter the area where the Mother Tree of Desire had extensive influence. Secondly, it was because the Berserk Sea was enveloped by the power left behind by death. It was equivalent to the Evernite goddess's kingdom. If the ritual really caused any huge commotion, it could be effectively concealed. Furthermore, this place is very desolate. There aren't many creatures here, so there's no need to worry about any accidents affecting the innocent. Klein surveyed his surroundings and began setting up the ritual. He brought the corresponding ingredients from above the grey fog back to the real world. Right on the heels of that, he flipped through the thick ancient historical records and pulled out the parts of the records that he couldn't determine if they were real or fake using divination. Pa! With a flick of his hand, scarlet flames rose and devoured the stack of paper. The supplementary ingredients needed for the Scholar of Your potion were a large number of real ancient historical records. Therefore, Klein didn't want to take the risk of using those he couldn't be sure of. He would rather use fewer. After making his selection, he first poured the Hound of Fulgrim's blood into the cauldron. Then, he placed a few white frost crystals that he had previously weighed into it. As soon as the 2 supplementary ingredients came into contact, a thin fog immediately rose. It enveloped the vessel and was half a person's height and an arm's width. Klein glanced at it and, following his spiritual intuition, temporarily gave up on adding the last supplementary ingredient. He first got his marionette, Inuni, to grab the demonic wolf of fog's flocculent heart and throw the white fog into the cauldron. As the white frost condensed on Inuni's arm, the fog that emanated from the vessel became extremely thick. It began to shrink and expand, as though it had a life of its own. The heart was slowly beating. Without any hesitation, Klein controlled Inuni to pick up the pair of eyes of the Hound of Fulgrim and stuff the 2 dark red flames into the thick fog that seemed corporeal. The color of the fog quickly darkened, and Klein couldn't see the cauldron at the core at all. He didn't panic as he very calmly got another marionette to throw the pages of real ancient history to the dark fog. The thick fog gradually collapsed. After digesting the historical records, it finally fell back into the cauldron like water vapor, turning into a mass of dark red liquid the size of a baby's head. Upon seeing this scene, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and used divination to confirm if the potion had been successfully concocted. This time, he received the revelation that the mass was rather dangerous, but barely bearable. And this meant that the potion was successfully concocted. Even if I concoct it strictly according to the formula, a sequence 3 potion is equivalent to poison. If I can survive it, I'll advance. If I can't, I'll go crazy, lose control, or even die. Klein stared at the topaz pendant that was spinning rapidly in a counterclockwise direction for a few seconds. He pulled up the silver chain and wrapped it around his left wrist again. His gaze then cast at the potion floating in the cauldron as thoughts flashed through his mind. Apart from the keywords horror, director, and incomprehensible powers, a bizarro sorcerer's acting should also have the elements of mystery, the unknown, complexity, and the elusiveness of fate. Only when the two are combined will it be a complete bizarro sorcerer. One is his behavior style, and the other is his attributes. And to me, my origins are so mysterious that I haven't figured out the truth myself. My experiences are so complicated that I've already stopped the descent of a true deity and scared a king of angels. Fate is so elusive that even a snake of Mercury can't figure it out. Therefore, it can be considered that I've long acted ahead of time. I naturally digested that portion of the potion, and there's no need to summarize the principles. This is the true embodiment of the word bizarro. Yes, the ritual of a scholar of yore requires me to be completely separated from reality for at least 300 years. I need to consume the potion after I've become history and no longer belong to the present era. My life of being sealed in a cocoon and hanging above the grey fog is satisfying and more than enough. But after becoming Klein, I've experienced too many things in the past year. I've already left a mark on the present era. Will it affect the ritual's effects? It should be. Fortunately, it hasn't even been 2 years, so the mark won't be too deep. It's barely acceptable. After all, it's impossible for me to hang myself for another 300 years before consuming the potion. There's still more than 10 years before the world's apocalypse. Furthermore, the ancient history I grasp is definitely far better than any bizarro sorcerer. It can be considered an extremely effective acting ahead of time. I'll definitely be able to avoid quite a lot of danger. As his thoughts raced, Klein took a deep breath and stopped thinking. Wearing a silk top hat and a double-breasted coat, his skin suddenly turned transparent, and worms that contained 3-dimensional stacked symbols crawled out one after another. The transparent maggots stirred as though they wanted to crawl into the condensed fog in the cauldron, leaving behind the empty clothes and hat. Barely controlling this state, Klein calmly reached out his right hand and picked up the potion formed from the fog. The potion didn't seem to have any weight as it gently floated in front of his face. Klein opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The blob of potion immediately deformed and elongated into Klein's mouth, making him feel as though he was devouring a dark red glow. The transparent maggots swarmed back into his body, tore off some of the potion, and swallowed it. Due to his special form as a mythical creature, he was one entity, but he was also divided into many tiny parts. Therefore, Klein could only consume the potion this way. Of course, if he could control an incomplete mythical creature, it would be much simpler. Silently, Klein felt a cold sensation spread through every worm of spirit, along with a burning pain. A familiar, boundless grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. It enveloped the entire world, and beneath it, some of Klein's past experiences appeared. This included his creation of a terrifying legend, his conversation with the Red Angel evil spirit, finding Miss Justice to treat the demigod Lucas' signs of losing control, hunting Hvin Rambis, dealing with Amorn's avatar, taking revenge on Insangwil, exploring Calderon City, infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral, rampaging through the sea, preventing the descent of the true creator, saving Tingen, and other daily details of his life. They were entangled with different people and objects. It was very complicated, forming a sea. As Klein flew above it, he was unable to find a sufficiently accurate and clear position of himself. He felt like he was about to lose himself in this area, and the cold and burning pain drove him forward constantly to vent the effects that made it difficult for him to return to the real world. Klein barely controlled this feeling. As his consciousness gradually turned blurry and his body slowly descended, he tried his best to find something that could confirm his identity. Finally, he saw a shattered spot of light deep in the grey fog, at the end of the sea. His heart stirred as he followed his intuition and flew over as though he was roaming the cosmos. In that spot of light was a figure hanging on the blurry door of light. He was encased in a transparent cocoon, swaying gently. He looked exactly like the original Ju Mingrue. He had nothing to do with his surroundings. He was alone and could be easily grasped. Previously, I couldn't see it with the yesterday once more charm, but now I can. In other words, during the advancement process, I can indirectly affect Sapphira Castle above the grey fog. Wait, my thinking ability has been restored. Klein's consciousness became much clearer as he finally understood the essence of the ritual. By eliminating the interference of the details, he could provide a clear and accurate position for himself to become a scholar of yore and prevent himself from getting lost. Following a similar spot of light, Klein began to fly deep into the greyish-white fog. On the way, he discovered that there were all kinds of fragments of light scattered in the surrounding fog. They were from the colonial period, Roselle's reign, the Battle of the Violated Oath, the White Rose War, the 20-Year War. These were all the history of the Fifth Epoch that Klein knew. As Klein passed through them, he naturally split his consciousness and completed an invisible connection, making his position even clearer. The Pale Era, the War of the Four Emperors, the Tuluan-Sostal Empire, the Tudor dynasty, the United Empire, Solomon's First and Second Empires, the fall of the Red Angel, the Blood Emperor becoming a god, the return of the Black Emperor, and other historical fragments appeared in different places in the endless grey fog as Klein constantly traced back. They were like stars in the black night sky, illuminating the traveller's return. As he travelled, Klein felt himself become more and more lucid. The coldness and burning sensation from every worm of spirit became weaker and weaker. He could have long turned around and returned to the real world, but he didn't stop. He continued flying forward happily. Rose Redemption's fatal attack, the three angels of pure white, Storm, and Wisdom eating the ancient sun god, the giant King's Court's conspiracy, and the Church of Evernight, Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat hiding as secret organizations flashed through the greyish-white fog. The more he moved forward, the more comfortable he felt. He felt like he was about to fly after running. At some point in time, a group of terrifying dog-like creatures with dark red flames burning in their eye sockets and bodies covered in pitch-black short fur had appeared beside him. They ran wildly through the bottomless grey fog and followed by Klein's sides, as though they were his companions and guards. Among them, two of them had only one eye. Klein looked around and smiled. He didn't stop as he continued traveling deeper into the grey fog. Portions of the Second Epoch's Twin Era and the glorious Era of Fire flashed past him, pointing out the path ahead for him. Finally, Klein stopped in front of a lonely fragment of light. Inside was a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. He looked forward and saw that the greyish-white fog was quietly covering the area. It was unknown where the fragments of light were floating. Sensing his spirituality being drained, Klein didn't search for it. His consciousness connected to his starting point as he suddenly plummeted. As the grey fog rapidly dissipated, Klein sensed his body and saw the cauldron in front of him. He didn't have the time to experience his current state as he subconsciously raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw the grey fog and the ancient and majestic palace above it. The mysterious space was trembling gently. In Beekland, a postman on a bicycle stopped. He turned his head slightly and pressed on the monocle on his right eye. He then muttered to himself, "Sapphira Castle." After a few seconds of surprise, the thin young man curled the corners of his lips and smiled. His expression was filled with anticipation. In the East Borough of the same city, in a rental apartment, figures hanging in midair gently swayed as they spoke at the same time. Sapphira Castle. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell, who was assigning missions to his team members, suddenly heard a slightly aged voice in his mind. Sapphira Castle. P.S. There will be an update today. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 1167. In the Highlands, on an altar embedded with eyeballs, arms, heads, and organs. A dark red light that resembled blood surged out like a tidal wave, distorting into a deformed tree-shaped phantom. Amidst the buzzing sound, the human bones, candles, silver plates, golden boxes, and other items trembled as though they could scratch a spirit body. The surrounding prayers instinctively lowered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground. Then, they came to a realization at the same time. Berserk Sea, Reef Island. Upon seeing the ancient palace above the grey fog and feeling the gentle trembling of the mysterious space, Klein felt that he had a deeper, invisible connection with the so-called Sapphira Castle that was difficult to grasp. At this moment, he truly had the understanding that the place would gradually belong to him. In just a few seconds, all the abnormalities disappeared. Klein didn't delay as he got his 2 marionettes to put away the items that still had value and destroy the rest. He took out a paper figurine and casually shook it. With a snap, the paper figurine ignited with scarlet flames as dense illusory wings appeared on its back. Klein was taken aback when he saw this. He never expected that the simple interference of paper figurine substitutes would have some hints of Angel's embrace. He then grabbed his marionettes, Konas, and Inuni, and with the help of teleportation, he disappeared from the island formed by reefs. After passing through a few islands in the Sonya Sea and making a huge detour, Klein finally returned to his residence in East Beekland. During this process, he had used paper figurine substitutes, which had undergone several qualitative changes, to interfere with divination, prophecy, tracking, and observation. Phew, I never expected that I would really trigger a change in Sapphira Castle, producing an unconcealable phenomenon. Thankfully, I was careful enough and wasn't careless. If I had advanced in Beekland or the surrounding areas, Amorn and Zaratul would definitely have seen me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog to do a divination. After confirming that he was in a safe situation, he didn't stay any longer and immediately returned to the real world. With the help of cogitation, he converged his dissipating spirituality. After finishing this step, he took off his clothes and leaned back on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Typically speaking, a Bizarro sorcerer wouldn't be as exhausted as him after successfully advancing to Scholar of Yore. They definitely had the energy to check their condition. However, when Klein traveled through history, he relied on his imprint to allow him to go back very far. He relied on the fact that he grasped ancient secrets that far exceeded his current level to rush to the beginning of the Second Epoch or the end of the First Epoch, when the giant King's Court was established. This in itself was equivalent to digesting the potion. After several hours of deep sleep, Klein slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He fumbled to sit up, pulled a pillow behind him, and raised his head to rub his forehead. After 10 minutes of rest, he was completely awake and began to inspect himself. Most of the potion has been digested, at least 4/5 of it. This is about what I expected. But I don't know how much ancient information I need to obtain and how much real history I need to research before I can digest it. From the looks of it, the acting of a Scholar of Yore has 2 directions. One is to be a scholar from ancient times, and the other is to be a scholar who studies ancient times. Both have to be present. The first point is relatively easy because the ritual itself contains the key point to become an ancient person. Once I advance successfully, I can naturally act as a scholar from ancient times. The second point is very difficult. It's fine in a normal society, but in this world where there are true gods, demons, and evil existences, just collecting ancient information is something that requires great risk. If you still want to find out the truth of history, you might die a tragic death at any time for no reason. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. The reason why I know so much is mostly thanks to the arrangements of a few existences, as well as the complicated fate brought about by Sapphira Castle. This makes me encounter all kinds of things. Of course, even so, as a true deity's blessed, I've died once, much less other Scholars of Yore. If I swap the positions of Miracle Invoker and Scholar of Yore, acting would be relatively simple. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as an if. In addition, the previous 2 meanings are biased toward ancient times. I also have to pay attention to the word scholar. Only by researching something from history can I be called a scholar. There are a few directions to digest. First, I have to figure out Dark Angel Sasria's current state and truly restore the exact process of the cataclysm. Second, I have to spend some effort to truly connect the history of the Fourth Epoch together, and it's not limited to just a few fragments. Third, I have to delve deeper and go from grasping the macroscopic state to studying the microscopic details, such as the rise and fall of the Antigonus family. After confirming that acting ahead of time was effective and considering his future path, Klein combined the mysticism knowledge he had obtained during his advancement and his observation of his godhood patterns. He relied on divination and practical methods to probe the powers of a scholar of your step by step. The number of worms of spirit that can be split has reached 600. The godhood patterns have also changed to a certain extent. It's more complicated, and it can express the concepts of strength, bizarreness, and beyonder. The changes in the godhood patterns firstly stem from the newly obtained characteristic, and secondly, it comes from the mysticism knowledge contained in the potion. This is something that comes with the beyonder characteristic, but it's also something they obtained from a higher level. After becoming a true high-sequence beyonder, is it possible to directly modify the knowledge of a higher dimension and influence other beyonders? Being able to decipher the potion formula from the godhood patterns seems to be an example. Also, at the level of sequence 3, the changes in the godhood patterns also have the influence of a person's characteristics. This is closely related to prayers and responses. As a scholar of yore, the corresponding honorific names will be different in nature. This is because their personalities, experiences, and characteristics are different. Yes, I can make different worms of spirit listen to prayers instinctively and give a response when it's not too complicated. It won't affect my other actions at all. The specially marked and more complicated ones will be handed over to my main body. Scholars of yore can rely on the worms of spirit to complete the acting of a deity. How do sequence 3 beyonders of the other pathways deal with such matters? It's impossible for them to respond while sleeping, right? Heh. I'll think about my honorific name as a scholar of yore later. I'll first study the specific powers. The main power of a scholar of yore is to obtain help from history. This is divided into 2 parts. The first is to borrow strength from my past self. To me, this is rather awkward. It's useless at the moment, because my past self was definitely weaker than my present self. Yes, when I was hanging above the door of light above the grey fog, I was just an ordinary person. To a high-ranking beyonder who was once an important figure but is now weak for all sorts of reasons, this is a godly skill. I can be a baby, crying for ice cream while participating in a sequence 1 battle. I can't see any weaknesses at all. The only problem is that it can't last long. Of course, as I become a scholar of yore for a longer period of time, this will come into play. I can often borrow strength from my former self as a scholar of yore, so that I won't have any moments of weakness, even if I'm severely injured. To a certain extent, this is what it means to be self-sufficient. I'll never be in a trough until my spirituality is exhausted. Yes, before my spirituality is exhausted, I can keep borrowing strength from my past self. There's no limit to the number of times I can do it. And with my current spirituality, even without recovering, I can borrow strength nearly 10 times a day. Each time, I can maintain it for 5 minutes. The second part is to summon a projection from the historical void. It can be a person or an object. The more detailed and realistic the understanding of the corresponding history and objects, the higher the chances of success and the longer it can be maintained. Similarly, the lower the target's level is, the higher the chances of success and the longer it can be maintained. In addition, the closer the target is to me, the higher the chances of success and the time it can be maintained will also increase. These are the 3 conditions for success. Furthermore, when summoning a person or object that's of a higher level than me, even if I barely succeed, the final projection will only have a portion of the strength and characteristics. It's impossible for it to be a complete body. Also, I can only maintain 3 projections from the historical void at the same time, including those summoned by marionettes, at present. Even if it's the most ordinary and well-understood item that once belonged to me, I can only maintain it for 15 minutes at most. The fact that the target has a close relationship with me is something worth ruminating over. In essence, borrowing strength from myself is also a form of summoning projection. However, my relationship with myself is already extremely close, so there's no possibility of failure. It's an extreme situation. In other words, if I want to summon the projection of an important figure from the historical void, it's best if I establish a sufficiently friendly relationship with them and maintain it for a long period of time. Yes, if I were to summon Mr. Aztec's projection, the chances of success would definitely be higher than summoning the historical void projections of other angels. How is this a beyonder power? This is clearly the study of EQ, relationships, and interpersonal communication. Amidst his wistfulness, Klein sincerely felt that the core power of a scholar of yore was a godly skill. After all, it involved history and time. Most of them were extremely magical. However, to be truly useful, one had to have sufficient intelligence and make the corresponding preparations. This was an unchanging requirement of the seer pathway. Yes, when summoning a projection from the historical void, there's no way to talk or communicate. In other words, a scholar of yore can't interfere with history or change the past. From the perspective of acting, this can be summarized as witnessing fate, affecting the present, and being unable to reverse the past. Apart from transferring diseases, wounds, curses, attacks, prophesies, and gazes, paper figurine substitutes also have an additional ability. It can transfer a particular part of a paper figurine to the target. Before the target realizes that it's fake, it can operate as though it's real. Heh. If anyone were to encounter me after losing their heart and their brain hasn't died, I can give them a paper heart. It can obtain the power to beat and circulate blood from history. The initial control time of spirit body threads is reduced to 2 seconds, and the complete transformation into a puppet is 10 seconds. The range of the above two types of control is 500 meters. When driving a marionette, the limit of switching positions is 5 kilometers. Flaming jump is also 5 kilometers. The air cannon can be freely controlled, and it's at most equivalent to a coastal defense cannon. It can transform into a creature whose size doesn't exceed a certain limit. Some of the organs produced can be used, while others are just decorations. Phew, this is a scholar of yore. A scholar of yore who has already digested most of the potion. After examining himself, Klein slowly stood up. He prepared to enter the world above the grey fog to check on the changes in Sapphira Castle. P.S. First place in October's monthly votes will be updated tilde. Chapter 1168. Above the endless greyish-white fog, Klein's figure appeared in the ancient palace. Just by looking around, he discovered several differences. Among them, the most obvious point was that the state and layout of the mysterious space had been completely projected into his spiritual body. Even though he was far away, he could still see the greyish-white clouds and the weird door of light in midair. Apart from the palace I conjured and the door of light that originally existed, there's nothing here. It's empty, boundless, and filled with high-level powers. As Klein muttered, he sat down, raised his right hand, and gently pushed upwards. In the blink of an eye, the entire grey fog was boiling. The mysterious space that it carried also shook inexplicably, emitting rays of slightly dark brilliance. These beams of light gathered together, and according to Klein's thoughts, they condensed into a translucent angel with illusory wings on its back. It was an angel with the corresponding level and power, a dignified, holy, and extremely oppressive angel. There's no need to add the Dark Emperor card, Tyrant card, or Red Priest card, nor do I need to use the Sea God Scepter. Just by myself, I can stir the power of this mysterious space to the greatest extent, allowing the Fool's Angel to become a true Sequence 2 angel. Of course, this angel can't respond to prayers, nor can it be maintained for too long. It only exists in a hug and a few attacks, possessing some powers of the miracle domain. Indeed, my resurrection is a gift from Sapphira Castle. As for how many more times I can resurrect, I can't come to a conclusion now. If I can obtain a grade 0 sealed artifact and use its level to observe, I should be able to see it clearly. I'll just pretend that there's at most one more time. It's not a bad thing to count a little less. This reminds me to be sufficiently cautious and careful. This is the way of survival for Beyonders of the seer pathway. Unfortunately, this kind of miracle can only be used on me for the time being. Yes, it mostly refers to the present. To truly possess and control this mysterious space, I have to at least become an angel, or even a Sequence 1 angel. As expected of Sapphira Castle. As for that strange door of light, the requirements might be even higher. I can't tell if there's any hidden danger at the moment. What's the meaning of Sapphira Castle's existence? Bait the transmigrator and resurrect the original creator? Klein waved his right hand slightly, and the holy and powerful angel dissipated in midair. The entire Sapphira Castle calmed down. Then, Klein stood up and stepped onto the grayish-white cloud in the air. He stood in front of the strange light door formed by countless light balls. The door of light was stained with a little greenish-black, and the essence of each ball of light was a transparent and translucent worm that hugged together. Staring at the transparent cocoons suspended by the black threads, Klein reached out his right hand and slowly extended it towards the door of light in an attempt to touch it. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. His hand finally touched the edge of the light door, but it passed through as if it was only an illusion. However, compared to his previous attempts, the illusory door of light was visibly more viscous, as if it was about to take on a physical form. This is an item that represents the essence of Sapphira Castle. Klein pondered for a few seconds, then turned around and returned to the ancient palace. Without any delay, he left the world above the grey fog and began experimenting with the various abilities he had obtained. I have to get an honorific name first. The range of a sequence 3's response to prayers is a region. This is because of the different authorities. There are differences in size. It's obvious that Sea King has a larger territory. Therefore, my honorific name also has a limit. Protector of all the poor children in Beekland. It feels weird. Yes, others have to have such a limit, but I might not. I can use the blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle to replace it. I should be the only blessed that belongs to these two places at the moment. It's unique enough. This way, as long as they are in the same city or region as me, they can pray to me through this honorific name. There's nothing I can do if I'm not in the same region. It's impossible for me to be like throwing the sea god scepter above the grey fog and split a few worms of spirit above the grey fog. With the help of Sapphira Castle's level, the entire world will respond. Although I can't confirm the relationship between the Dark Angel and the ancient Sun God, this is enough to warn me to be careful of my avatars and marionettes. Furthermore, I can't just split a few. I have to leave most of the worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle to achieve the effect. I don't have that ability at all. By the way, my mental state isn't bad. I don't have a split personality, nor do I become cold and terrifying uncontrollably. This means that the mark of a scholar of yore in history is his anchor point. Also, this situation only became serious after the Emperor became an angel. He had no choice but to rely on his believers as anchors to provide his location. I'm still lacking a huge level. I have to search for other things that can be used as anchors other than believers, just in case. As Klein thought, he took out a pen and paper. He then wrote the first description of his honorific name, Blessed of the Spirit World and Sapphira Castle. After some thought, he began to write the second and third paragraphs with his rich experience and the knowledge he had gained from the godhood patterns, mysteries that originate from ancient times, testimony of a long history. As a sequence 3 wasn't a true god, he couldn't use a syllabic description. Klein thought for a moment and added 2 more sentences, protector of magic and theatrical performances, the great German sparrow. In fact, non-true gods could also use a syllabic description, but one of them needed to use the level of a true god. For example, Klein could use blessed of the Evernight goddess. Under such circumstances, it was essentially closer to a summoning incantation than a prayer for an honorific name. It was similar to a messenger. And if the messenger was a spirit world creature, there wasn't even a need to limit which true gods blessed it was. Therefore, it was often unknown what was summoned, making it rather dangerous. After some deliberation, Klein controlled Enigmas to recite the honorific name he had just written in ancient Hermes. A few seconds later, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples with a rather odd expression. He didn't hear the prayer. What's wrong with this honorific name? Klein seriously deliberated over it a few times and gradually came up with an idea. I might not be the only blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle. The Hounds of Fulgrim can be considered as well. I have to limit it. After some modifications, Enigmas once again recited in ancient Hermes, I'm going to take a look. Blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle, mysteries that originate from ancient times, testimony of a long history, protector of Beekland's magic and theatrical performances, the great German sparrow. I pray for your blessings, for you to illuminate the darkness before my eyes. Just as Enigmas finished speaking, Klein heard his prayer. Furthermore, only a few worms of spirit heard it. It didn't affect his main body at all. This is different from the prayer conveyed by Sapphira Castle. It's very clear. With a thought, Klein's worms of spirit responded according to the rules he had set beforehand. With a thump, a ball of fire appeared in front of Enigmas's eyes. It floated in midair and illuminated the entire room. That's right. If I pray in Hermes, I have to set up a ritual and draw symbols. As for essential oils and herbs, it doesn't matter if I have them or not. Am I someone who will be pleased by such things? The symbol is formed from a scroll that represents history, a complete eye that represents a witness, and a curve that symbolizes change. Klein didn't plan on spreading this honorific name for the time being. After all, it would announce that German Sparrow had become a sequence 3, causing him to lose a trump card. Furthermore, he still had the identities of Sea God and the Fool. A new honorific name wasn't important. Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the piece of paper on the table that had the honorific name of German Sparrow written on it. A scholar of yore also has the means to create fog and lower the temperature, but it's not a core ability. Next, I have to try summoning the historical void's projection. Who should I look for first? As he muttered to himself, Klein suddenly sighed. He then half-closed his eyes and used his guardhood to allow a portion of his spirit body to enter the grey fog and roam through history. Following the various locations that he had previously established, Klein instantly arrived in front of a spot of light. Inside the spot of light was a spacious, bright room with 2 rows of floor-to-ceiling windows. In the room, a man wearing a dark red coat embroidered with golden threads was standing by the window, looking at the spot where the sun had set. He looked to be in his 30s. He had long, chestnut-colored curly hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, thin lips, and a neatly groomed beard. He looked rather good. Roselle Gustave. On a street in North Borough, a young man with a thin face, a wide forehead, and a monocle was sitting in a cafe by the side of the road. He held a fountain pen and was in serious thought. He raised his other hand and pinched the monocle. Finally, he wrote a paragraph, blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle. Then, the fountain pen paused again, as though it hadn't thought of what to write next. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He had already made an appointment with Miss Sharon and Marek to meet in an uninhabited house that night. After some thought, Klein raised his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. A simple and unadorned brass key instantly appeared in his palm. This was the master key that had once helped him defeat Wraith Steve and prevent the true creator from descending. It allowed people to hear Mr. Dawes' ravings on a full moon night. Now, Klein had summoned it from the historical void, and it could last for 10 minutes. To a scholar of yore, as long as it's an item that has been used, regardless of whether it's sold, returned, destroyed, or lost due to various reasons, it's not really lost. It's just a form of accompanying a scholar of yore. Looking at the master key in his hand, Klein sighed in satisfaction. With this item, if Klein could grasp the corresponding ritual, he could also speak directly to Mr. Daw. Putting away the master key, he put on his double-breasted tweed coat and silk top hat, picked up his golden-laid cane, and walked out of the room. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1169. Beekland, East End, 7, Pinster Street. After a busy day, Leonard finally had the chance to ask his question. Old man, what's Sapphira Castle? The slightly aged voice in his mind was silent for a few seconds before replying with a hair. The place where you gather every Monday might very well be Sapphira Castle. Leonard didn't expect to hear such an answer at all. His mind went blank for a moment. He was surprised, shocked, and mixed with complicated emotions such as expected, there's no such background. After a while, he hurriedly asked in a low voice, what kind of place is Sapphira Castle? Palez Zoroast seemed to sigh and laugh self-deprecatingly. Actually, I'm not too sure myself. I've only heard some rumors. That's different from the creation myths, you know. Legend has it that the original creator left behind 9 different things. Some of them are countries, some are cities, some are rivers, some are seas, and some are keys. Sapphira Castle is one of them. It might not actually be a castle, but something else. You might know better than me what it looks like. The reason why I'm certain of its existence is because I sensed it when I became an angel, but I was unable to see it or establish a connection with it. My great-grandfather once mentioned a guess that the 9 items might be related to the Sephiro recorded on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, the content he saw was limited. He was unable to decipher the parts related to the Sephiro. Leonard calmed down a lot. He leaned back on the sofa and asked thoughtfully, "Old man, are you suspecting that Mr. Fool is the embodiment of Sephiro?" Based on what he had seen and heard on the tarot and what Old Man Palez occasionally told him, he already had a certain understanding of the deity ranks. Palez Zoroast was silent for a long while before replying. Maybe. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets of Beekland at night when the curfew was strictly enforced. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by, and the passengers were all people of sufficient status. After Klein arrived at the agreed house, he was not in a hurry to enter. He half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed at the air in front of him, pulling out another Sherlock Moriarty, who was wearing a black double-breasted coat, a half-top hat, and a gold-inlaid cane. This was him when he left the house. It was a historical void projection. Because Klein himself was right in front of him, the image was stiff, like a prop on a stage. Based on his previous experiments, Klein knew that this was the principle of uniqueness of time and consciousness in mysticism. In other words, at the same time, every person's essence was unique. If the main body could think, the projection wouldn't. It was the same when the deceased's historical void projections were summoned. Klein suspected that it was because his current level wasn't high enough. In short, other projections could only do more mechanical questions and instinctive combat. Even if a scholar of yore didn't know something, they wouldn't be able to give the corresponding answer even if they had personally experienced it. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. The fragments that a scholar of yore could see in the fog of history were things that he had understood and studied in reality. To put it simply, the fog needed a scholar of yore to light it up bit by bit. Of course, Klein also suspected that if most of the historical fragments of the same event had been lit up, the rest might very well appear naturally. At the very least, the corresponding abilities won't be lost just because I don't understand it well enough. As long as there's a projection in the historical void, the state of that moment will be completely recorded. That's enough. Klein looked at the historical projection that could only act based on instinct. His body suddenly vanished and entered the greyish-white fog. Since a hound of Fulgrim, who wasn't a complete scholar of yore, could live in the historical void, there was no reason why a real scholar of yore couldn't. The only problem was that there was a time limit. In addition, if time dragged on, Klein's marionette in the real world would definitely die. However, this was only a form of accompanying a scholar of yore. As Klein's body entered the greyish-white fog's light spot, his consciousness suddenly came alive in the historical projection. Raising his hand to press down on his top hat, the Sherlock Moriarty Klein came outside the house. According to the agreement, he took out the master key, pressed it against the door, and gently turned it. His figure directly appeared in the room. Using the crimson moonlight, he quickly surveyed the area. The sofas, cupboards, high-back chairs, coffee tables, and other furniture were clearly not young. They seemed to have come from 100 years ago, making them look rather old. In the dark environment, Sharon, who was wearing a Gothic regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color, suddenly appeared on a high-back chair. "Good evening." The puppet lady nodded slightly and greeted him. If she didn't speak, she would be the most standard and exquisite puppet. At the same time, Marek, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, appeared on the sofa. "Sir, it's already winter. Won't you feel cold wearing this?" "Ah, right, you're a dead person." "A dead person isn't afraid of the cold." Klein lampooned inwardly. He took off his hat and bowed at the pale blonde, blue-eyed, and pale-faced Sharon. "Good evening, Miss Sharon." He then turned his body halfway and said to Marek, "Good evening." Klein's deepest impression of this former zombie, who was now a wraith, was that he was actually playing cards with the zombies he controlled. "Let's play cards together later." He sighed silently. The reason why he suddenly thought of playing cards was that when Klein was analyzing the combat style of a scholar of yore, he realized that if he were to encounter Zaratul, both parties would very likely play cards on the spot. "If you play Consul Roselle, I'll play Emperor Roselle. If you play Bernadette, I'll play Bonua. If you play half the fool, I'll deal with Amorn." I never expected that a battle between seers would one day become a game of cards, a realistic and abnormally dangerous game of cards. Sigh, but Zaratul is a sequence 1 angel. He won't give me a chance to play cards at all. Furthermore, the success rate of me summoning those important figures in the historical void projection is rather low. Klein retracted his gaze and took the initiative to say to Sharon, "I need to do something recently. It's rather difficult and dangerous. One of the steps is to gather the blood of 22 Beyonders from different pathways. As for the Wraith pathway, the only people I can think of to help are you and Marek. You should be good at curses and have the means to eliminate the connection between the blood and yourself." In fact, he could attempt to summon Admiral of Blood Seigneur on the spot and mix his blood into the ceramic jar. However, Klein didn't know if it would work, nor was he able to divine it. After all, this involved a high level that exceeded Sequence 1, and he lacked sufficient information. The only thing he could be sure of was that drawing the symbol wouldn't bring any danger to himself or the provider. As a scholar of yore could do too many things, Klein had even attempted to summon the former witch, Trissy. He easily subdued her and smeared her blood onto Roselle's travels. However, it was useless. After some thought, Klein believed that there was a logical contradiction in the timeline that prevented him from succeeding. The blood was provided by the past Trissy. The person who pulled people in Roselle's travels was definitely the past Trissy, which was equivalent to changing history. And history couldn't be changed, so the experiment failed. Sharon quietly listened to Sherlock Moriarty's request and said without any change in expression, "All right. All right. How much do you want?" Miss Sharon's reaction is just as I expected. Klein took out a thin glass tube. "This tube is enough." Sharon, who was wearing a Gothic regal dress, raised her right hand gently. The glass tube seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically left Klein's palm and flew over. Right on the heels of that, the doll-like lady's right hand landed on her left wrist. Her fingernails suddenly grew long and abnormally sharp. With just a gentle swipe, a wound appeared on her wrist. Bright red blood seeped out, but it didn't drip down. Instead, it floated up and entered the glass tube. When the tube was filled, Sharon's wound instantly healed, leaving no traces behind. As for the stopper, it suddenly jumped to the mouth of the tube, spun a few times, and closed automatically. During this process, Sharon, whose face wasn't as pale as before, didn't have any change in expression. It was as though she was suppressing all her feelings to the bottom of her heart. Looking at the tube of blood in her hand, Sharon reached out her left palm and touched it, slowly sliding it down from top to bottom. This was removing the connection between the blood and her body. After doing all of this, the tube of blood leaped up and flew back into Klein's hand. "Is there anything else you need help with?" Sharon sat on a high-back chair and said calmly, "Not at the moment, thank you." Klein shook his head and snapped his fingers, igniting a scarlet flame in his palm. The flame rapidly rose up and enveloped the glass tube. When the scarlet dissipated, the tube of blood was gone. This was a new change of flaming jump. It allowed him to transfer items on him to his marionette or body. Apart from this, all of Klein's Beyonder powers from before had corresponding enhancements and changes. Having familiarized himself with his powers, he looked at Sharon again and casually asked, "How's the digestion of your puppet potion?" "How's the digestion of your puppet potion?" When he first met Miss Sharon, he felt that she was like a puppet. He believed that regardless of whether it was her nature or her abstinence, it was a form of acting in advance. It would definitely be of great help to the digestion of the puppet potion. "Not bad," Sharon replied calmly. "I should be able to digest it in 1 or 2 years. It's been 1 to 2 years. Indeed, no matter how fast it is, it's still counted in years. Only I haven't even been here for half a year. This isn't something to be proud of. It's been arranged clearly. Of course, if I count the time I've been hung above the door of light, it's counted in thousands of years. Miracle invoker. If I can escape this fate, perhaps I can be considered to have created a miracle. Klein sighed inwardly and nodded gently. What are your plans for the near future? Sharon said, I hope I can restore Teacher's body. Marek, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately added, but didn't you say that the leader of the secret order, Zaratul, is in Beekland and has close ties with Rose School? Yes. Klein smiled and said, wait patiently. There will always be a chance. This was actually a form of relief. Even though he had become a scholar of yore and could find many helpers, he currently didn't have any thoughts of dealing with Zaratul. A complete sequence 1 was definitely unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, the further he walked down the path of a seer, the more Klein realized how terrifying and difficult it was to kill Zaratul. After stopping George III from becoming a god, Klein planned on leaving Beekland to give himself more time to grow. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1170. Sonia C. Pazu Island, Abyss of Storm Cathedral. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Storm's headquarters, a holy temple within a holy temple. It was a place blessed by the deities. Here, azure, silver, green, golden, and other colors outlined the murals. Although they looked rough, they gave off a sacred and dignified feeling. Coupled with the dome that was over 100 meters high, people could feel their own insignificance just by standing here, and they could not help but lower their heads. Alger Wilson had already passed the ritual and truly became a Sequence 5 ocean songster. At this moment, he was here with the same batch of ascenders, waiting to listen to Pope Jared II's teachings. Indeed, it's easy to lose control by overdosing on potions. I've already digested all the potions in the past, but I still nearly couldn't take it. After I leave Pazu Island, I'll borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Sun and eliminate the excess characteristics. This can be exchanged for money, and I can also secretly nurture some Beyonders who are loyal to me. With the reflection of the blue stone tiles on the ground, Alger saw that the color of his hair had turned darker and thicker. At this moment, the sound of a thunderous musical instrument sounded, exploding in the hearts of every Beyonder, spreading immense fear. Pope Jared II walked out with his scepter in hand. He ascended the steps and faced the crowd, speaking in a deep voice that reverberated in the air. He said in a deep voice, "Congratulations, everyone. You are one step closer to the Lord." He wore a trident embedded with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems. He wore a dark blue robe that was nearly black. On it, there were patterns of lightning, storms, and oceans embroidered with gold and silver threads. His aura was deep and dignified, as though a huge storm was about to strike. This grounded angel, the spokesperson of the Lord of Storms, was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, but everyone knew that Jared II had been in charge of the Council of Cardinals for nearly 100 years. As a blessed of a deity, this level of longevity wasn't strange in the eyes of his believers. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was a very normal thing. Upon hearing the Pope's congratulations, Alger didn't have any thoughts. He clenched his right fist and struck his left chest like the other ocean songsters. He shouted, "Holy Lord of Storms." For the next 15 minutes, they quietly listened to God II's sermon. After going through this process, Alger received his mission from a high-ranking deacon: head to Sonia Island and lie in ambush in the surrounding waters. He was to find an opportunity to attack the harbor, the supply fleet, and the Fasak merchant ships. Beekland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey had just put on a blue cloak and was about to go to the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation on Phelps Street with Susie, her maid Annie, and the others when she saw her father, Earl Hall, coming in from the main entrance. "Dad, good morning. You didn't come home last night?" Audrey was a little puzzled and looked up and down a few times. "You can tell?" Earl Hall touched his beautiful mustache and asked with a smile. Seeing that her father was in a good mood, Audrey smiled and said, "There's a strong smell of cigarettes on your coat. This means that you haven't taken it off for a long time, and it's an outfit for going out." Apart from this point, there were many other details that could lead to the same conclusion, but Audrey deliberately didn't mention them. As Earl Hall took off his coat and handed it to his valet, he chuckled and said, "Not bad. You're very observant. From the looks of it, being busy at the Charity Bursary Foundation has greatly improved you. I was at the Prime Minister's residence last night, waiting for news." Upon saying that, Earl Hall sighed and said, "The front lines of Winter County and Midseashire have once again repelled the FASAC attacks. The front lines of Winter County and Midseashire have once again repelled the FASAC attacks. With the arrival of the harsh winter, we finally have a chance to catch our breath." Audrey blinked and appropriately expressed her surprise. Earl Hall immediately smiled. "I understand what you're puzzled about. What the newspapers say is what we want the people to know. The situation at the Amatha mountain range defense line and the major cities along Midseashire's coast isn't as good as you think. In the first round of attacks, our fleets and soldiers suffered tremendous losses. In order not to cause panic, we announced that each side had its own victories and losses, and allowed the various shipyards and munitions factories to work frantically. During this period of time, the two lines of defense were nearly breached several times. Many key areas were lost and recaptured. It's said that they've become humanity's meat grinders. Fortunately, we finally persevered. This winter will be the turning point of this war. Actually, I know. The number of dead, missing, and injured might have been concealed, but it also explains a lot of problems. Besides, winter isn't necessarily a good thing. FASAC's weather warlocks are very good at making use of such situations." Audrey's heart sank as she hurriedly controlled her emotions and smiled. "That's great. I hope peace can be restored as soon as possible." Earl Hall was taken aback for a moment before he said, "His Majesty plans on giving a speech to the people of the country on Saturday. His Majesty plans on giving a speech to the people of the country on Saturday, telling them that we will definitely win. When the time comes, we will organize people in the various cities and villages to gather in the square and use the latest technology to let everyone hear it." The latest technology. Let the people gather in the various squares to listen to the King's speech. Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. World's reminder and decided to inform him of this matter. Organizing a large number of people to the square to listen to the speech. This is the corresponding sacrifice, right? George III is about to hold the Black Emperor ritual. Klein, who had received the latest news from Miss Justice, returned to the real world. His expression clearly turned solemn. He paced back and forth in his rented apartment and didn't delay any further. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote, "I've already gathered the blood of beyond us from 20 pathways. I'm only short of assassin and criminal. George III will be holding a speech to most of the people this Saturday. You should know what this might mean. In addition, I need a ritual to speak to Mr. Dorr." After folding the letter and getting Rionette Tinker to send it out, Klein slowly exhaled. He couldn't help but have all sorts of thoughts race through his mind. The Demonist's blood shouldn't be a problem. Trissy seems very determined to destroy George III plans. Queen Mystic can reveal some news that I have a way to enter the secret mausoleum. Although her main goal is to revive the Emperor and isn't willing to directly become enemies with George III, if George III succeeds, the Emperor might not be able to return. The Devil's blood can only wait for the City of Silver's chief to return. The hunting team he led set off for more than 10 days. They should be returning soon. In theory, there's still time. No problem. If that doesn't work, I'll try 2 backup plans. One is to use the Blatherer's aura to replace the blood, and the other is to summon the devils I've previously encountered from the historical void and extract their blood, in a room that didn't look special in the Beekland Bridge area. Trissy, whose black hair was glistening, reached out and took out a letter from the mirror. When she opened it, her brows gradually furrowed, making her look especially lovable. "Is it finally coming?" Triss's expression changed a few times. She seemed hesitant, resistant, timid, and confused. Finally, she smiled and muttered with a slightly distorted expression, "I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Even if I die this time, I've already earned back my capital." After a few seconds of silence, Trissy took out a glass test tube from a hidden pocket in her black dress. It wasn't filled with her blood, but the blood of another Demoness. Her original name was Sherman, but she later called herself Shiamane. As a qualified and experienced demoness, Trissy had found an opportunity to take some of Shermane's blood when she was nurturing her, using it as a basis for her curse. This might not be useful most of the time, but it could effectively prevent any accidents. After Shiamane died, Trissy didn't throw away the tube of blood. This was because the demonesses needed this material quite a lot, just like now. In a residence in the City of Silver. As soon as the frequency of the lightning increased, Derek got out of bed, lit the fire, and quickly roasted mushroom bread. This bread was more exquisite than the black-faced grass bread. It was even sweeter and more delicious. He liked it very much, and he looked forward to his 3 meals every day like never before. The only problem was that the production of mushrooms that could be used to make bread wasn't high. Limited by the number of monster corpses, every resident could only receive it once a week, which was enough for 4 to 5 meals. After thousands of years of hard work, the area around the City of Silver was relatively safe, with fewer monsters. Derek had heard that in order to hunt monsters and nurture mushrooms, some people had deliberately placed themselves in the darkness, hoping to become bait. Then, he was eaten. Obtaining those mushrooms made everyone feel a certain sense of optimism. That's not good. Derek recalled the chief's wistful sentiments before he set off. He shook his head and picked up a jar he had picked up from the ruins of another city and poured out white milk. Frankly speaking, he didn't like such things, but Miss Justice's description of how milk could help humans grow taller and stronger moved him. As a resident of the City of Silver, Derek knew that since he hadn't chosen the giant pathway, the possibility of him growing taller in the future wouldn't be too great. However, he secretly hoped that he could reduce the gap between him and his friends, and the milk had allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. Gulp. Gulp. Derek drank his portion of milk for the day with a serious expression. Just as he was about to take the mushroom bread, he suddenly sensed something and looked out the window. A person grew out of the shadows outside the door and said, "Derek, the chief asked me to give you this bottle of blood. The chief asked me to give you this bottle of blood. The chief is back." Derek stood up abruptly. "All right, thank you." Just as he said that, he saw the shadow in the crack of the door come to life, surging forward and pushing out a small metal bottle. Derek knew very well that it contained the devil's blood that Mr. World wanted. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1171. After removing the cover of the paper angel, Klein poured the bottle of devil blood into the ceramic jar and stirred it with a thin glass rod that he had produced for a while. "Phew, I've finally gathered everything." Finally, he stared at it for a few seconds and sighed. This way, he had enough time to make additional preparations before George III held the ritual. As for whether the assassin and devil blood had the time to eliminate the connection with the original owner, Klein didn't care because he had confirmed that the original owner of the 2 sets of blood was dead. He had divined the origins of the assassin's blood to figure out if it belonged to demoness Trissy. If it did, he would consider if he should leave some behind and smear it on the surface of Roselle's travels. The outcome disappointed him, but it didn't surprise him at all. He had long realized that Trissy was as cautious as he was. Demonesses also have the instigator sequence. It also requires quite a bit of intelligence. The instigator and conspira potions should have the effect of increasing intelligence. Otherwise, Danny's future would be worrying. As Klein thought, he threw the ceramic jar in front of him into the junk pile. He then returned to the real world and browsed through the detailed ritual provided by demoness Trissy. This was a ritual that could help Klein speak to Mr. Dorr during the full moon. A total of 9 gems. Isn't this too extravagant? As he read, Klein muttered in passing. As a tycoon who had donated quite a bit of money, he still had nearly £30,000 in cash, £14,000 in notes, £15,000 worth of gold bars, 35 gold coins, and some change. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to buy gems, but he felt that it was too wasteful. After thinking for about 10 seconds, Klein decided to try and see if he could use the historical void images as a replacement. After all, he had no intention of pleasing Mr. Dorr. After the ritual ended and the gems disappeared, Mr. Dorr wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If it doesn't work, I'll consider buying it from a jewelry store. Klein stood up and set up the ritual in the room outside the rental apartment. After finishing the other preparations, he stretched out his right hand and slowly and heavily grabbed at the air in front of him. He grabbed a simple brass key out of thin air. This was the key item to summon Mr. Door, the master key. Then, Klein made a grabbing motion in front of him and pulled out an item from the void. This object exuded a tranquil radiance and was in the shape of a full moon. There were many scarlet gems embedded around it, and in the middle was a symbol representing the moon and many mysterious patterns. Scarlet lunar corona. The scarlet lunar corona that currently belonged to Sharon. It could create the effect of a full moon, allowing the person holding the master key to hear Mr. Door's ravings. If Klein only wanted to hear what Mr. Door was shouting, this was enough. There was no need to hold any more rituals, but his goal was to speak to the King of Angels, so he still had to follow the procedure. After placing the master key and scarlet lunar corona on the altar at the same time, Klein thought for a moment and reached out his right hand again, grabbing at the air in front of him. This time, he took out a gorgeous necklace decorated with diamonds and emerald. The experience of having the identity of Dawn Dantes is still very useful. Otherwise, how could I have come into contact with so many women of high society, dance with them, and see accessories of different styles and materials? And without such a close observation, how can I easily summon the corresponding historical void projection? This can last for 15 minutes. That's enough. Klein, who had easily achieved his goal, sighed inwardly in satisfaction. Then, he continued his efforts and continued to stretch out his right hand, preparing to gather the 9 gems he needed from the ladies and madams he knew in the past. In the next second, his hand paused in midair as his expression turned odd. I forgot that I can only maintain 3 projections from the historical void. What should I do? Should I replace this necklace and find an accessory with at least 9 gems? Let me think if I've seen anything similar. Yes, I can use dream divination to recall. This. Is dream divination used at times like this? Seer and scholar of yore are quite compatible. This is also an extreme form of magic. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was just about to find a chair to sit down and begin his divination when he suddenly frowned. He discovered something amiss. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to forget that he could only summon 3 historical void projections at the same time. Is this a subtle spiritual warning? Klein looked at the master key and scarlet lunar corona on the altar. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he made them disappear. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the honorific name. He arrived above the grey fog and sat in the seat belonging to the fool. Conjuring a pen and paper, Klein deliberated and wrote, "It's dangerous to speak to Mr. Door at the moment." This divination would clearly point at Mr. Door, causing Klein to suffer a certain counterattack. However, having gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and being able to use the power of an angel, Klein believed that he could withstand it. After all, Mr. Door was in a sealed and exiled state. Removing the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, Klein held it with his left hand and let it hang over the words, nearly touching the surface of the paper. He then closed his eyes and recited the divination statement 7 times with a highly tense mind. Silently, a shadow suddenly flashed across Klein's heart. It seemed to completely obscure his spiritual perception. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant had shattered into powder. After I gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, certain divination techniques have become more concealed. It won't cause any accidents. Yes, is it related to my own safety? Or is it because the gap between me and Mr. Door has narrowed to a certain extent? Of course, it's referring to Mr. Door in his sealed state. Or could it be a combination of the two? Now, this result indicates that speaking to Mr. Door now will result in unbearable danger. Why is this happening? Klein frowned. He was unable to make an effective guess or come up with a reasonable explanation. After a while, he leaned back against the back of the high-back chair and shook his head with a sigh. He gave up on his original plan. I can only make more preparations in other aspects. Klein pressed his left hand down, and the topaz pendant instantly returned to normal. After all, It was only a projection of the main body above the grey fog. Due to the changes in the divination, Klein made some connections. It was that spying on the cluster of distorted and transparent maggots on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range might not be as dangerous as before. There's a high chance that it's a sequence 1 angel of the Antigonus family. It might even be the half-fool that Leonard mentioned to me. If my spying can last a little longer, the possibility of directly deciphering the sequence 2 miracle invoker or sequence 1 attendant of mysteries potion formula won't be low. Yes, there's only one chance. Who knows what changes will happen to that completely crazy monster? When I'm completely accustomed to the scholar of your potion, I can give it a try. Klein rubbed his temples as his figure suddenly disappeared above the grey fog. After returning to the real world, he wasn't in a hurry to clean up the altar. Instead, he sat on a chair and seriously considered what other unconventional preparations he could make. The so-called conventional preparations were meeting Queen Mystic and discussing the details of the cooperation, giving more gifts to Will or Septin, Rionet Tynka, and Palez Zoroast, praying to the Evernite goddess to increase the chances of summoning the ascetic Oriona's historical projection, familiarizing himself with the core powers of a scholar of yore. As for unconventional preparations, it depended purely on Klein's imagination. After thinking for a while, Klein's expression turned heavy. He frowned slightly as he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. This time, he didn't drag anything out. Klein grabbed another 10 times, but the summoning ended in failure. This made him have no choice but to helplessly accept a fact it was impossible to succeed just by relying on himself. He then took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. On its surface, he wrote with a pencil, "Give me some luck, and I'll bring you ice cream from the Srenzo restaurant." After folding the paper crane again, Klein entered the room inside and lay on the bed, recovering his spirituality by sleeping. In his hazy dream, he saw thin, short, silver snakes. They formed a response 5. No problem. Klein smiled and made a promise. The next moment, he woke up. Sitting up, Klein reached out his right hand again and grabbed 10 times. All of them failed. It won't work even if I have enough luck. It's too difficult. Klein subconsciously wanted to tap the edge of the bed with his fingers, but he instantly restrained himself. This was because this action was a habit he had developed above the grey fog. It wasn't suitable for him to bring it to the real world. After pacing back and forth for a long time, seriously considering all kinds of connections, Klein finally left the bedroom. He brought an item back to the real world at the altar that had yet to be cleaned up. It was an ancient book bound in parchment with a dark brown cover. G. E. Roselle's Travels. Picking up the book, Klein took a deep breath and half closed his eyes, as though he was sensing something. Slowly, he reached out his right hand and grabbed it very slightly. Failure. He grabbed it again. Another failure. After 5 consecutive failures, Klein's movements became slower, as though he was taking out a piece of charcoal from a red-hot stove. Suddenly, his arm muscles tensed as he pulled back with extreme caution. He slowly retracted his right hand, dragging out a rather dim, ancient-looking quill bit by bit. It came from the Resurrection Square in Kukawa City in the northern state of the southern continent's West Balam. It came from beside in Zangwill's corpse. This was 0-08 before Amorn's brother picked it up. P.S. Recommending a book, Players Over Justice. It's a new book by the author of Quicksilver Blood, Buki 10 Strings. The power system and dungeons are very interesting. Chapter 1172. It can only last for about a minute. Isn't that too short? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without considering anything else, he took 2 steps and arrived in front of the desk. He put down Roselle's Travels, held 0-08, and quickly wrote on a piece of paper, George III plans on using this speech to bait out all the enemies who want to destroy his ritual. But if everything goes smoothly and nothing unexpected happens, he will also take the opportunity to consume the potion and reveal his trump card to attempt the advancement to the level of a deity. After all, there are too many unknowns in the future, and it's similarly not safe. Besides, his present preparations are sufficiently perfect and appropriate. This is a very reasonable development. After finishing the last sentence, before Klein could seriously check if there were any mistakes in the content, The slightly dim quill in his hand silently vanished, as though it had never existed. And the contents of those few short sentences seemed to drain Klein of all his energy, making him feel a little dizzy. He had no choice but to take a few steps back and sit down on a chair. That doesn't make sense. I didn't see how exhausted and strenuous Zangwill was back then. It should be because I forcefully summoned it and didn't dare to let 0-08 weave its own story. When writing, I had to rely on my own spirituality to support me. As for Zangwill, he could obtain 0-08's cooperation, so the expenditure wouldn't be that great. Klein closed his eyes and cogitated for a while before he finally recovered. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to summon this Grade 0 sealed artifact without any actual contact with 0-08 and having only met it once. However, on the one hand, he had the Snake of Fate personally augmenting him with luck. On the other hand, he had Grozel's Travels. This was an item left behind by the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. Inside it hid the City of Miracles, Leipzig. It had a deep connection with 0-08. If not for the interference of certain high-level existences, the two items would have long met. Klein didn't know if the connection between fate and characteristics could increase the chances of a successful summoning. He only thought that he wouldn't lose anything by giving it a try, and he really succeeded. And it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare use Rozel's Travels to carry the contents written by 0-08's projection. He didn't even dare let them approach, afraid that an unavoidable accident would happen. This was Beekland, a city with a high population density. Yes, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. After all, 0-08 is an image from the historical void. It's fake. Rozel's Travels was conjured by the Dragon of Imagination, so it's also fake. A fake with a fake doesn't make it real. It lacks the material foundation of a beyonder characteristic. I can experiment on an uninhabited reef island later. Klein rubbed his temples, stood up, and returned to his desk to examine the text he had just written. He didn't directly write that George III advancement had failed and that he had perished on the spot because he believed that when it came to interfering with a Sequence 1 angel, it was impossible to do it so directly with the projection of 0-08. He had to be more tactful. Furthermore, there was the psychological alchemy and Amorn's brother on the other side. If the influence was too obvious, it would definitely be detected and easily used. Klein could only take a roundabout approach to reduce the number of unknowns. I hope it's useful. After staring at it for a while, Klein folded the piece of paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he sacrificed Rozel's Travels to the world above the grey fog. After doing all of this, Klein began to consider another problem. It was when he should go out to buy ice cream for Will or Septin. Beekland has Zaratal, and it's very likely that there's Amorn. If I go out too often, I might bump into him. It's a little dangerous. Why don't I summon ice cream from the historical void for Will? It'll be very real when I eat it, and it'll disappear after 15 minutes. I don't have to worry about getting fat at all. It's just too wonderful. Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. In the end, he decided to change his clothes and head out because he had to keep his promises. On Saturday morning, the sky was grey and misty, making people feel depressed for no reason. This was a common scene in Beekland in the middle of winter. Although it was not as thick and pungent as last year, the geographical environment and climate determined that such a situation would inevitably exist for a long time. Moreover, the control of air pollution could not be declared a success in a year or two. Melissa draped a knee-length black coat over her long dress and put on a black gauze hat before walking quickly to the door. Benson held his top hat and shook his head when he saw this. A girl who's not even 20 years old should dress like a girl who's not even 20 years old. That's too mature and old-fashioned, understand? So old-fashioned. Melissa glanced at her brother and gave a simple reply. Another quarter-penny a pound of bread. This price. Benson sighed. He then took out the silver pocket watch covered in vine patterns, opened it, and glanced at it. Let's go. There's still a long way to go to the municipal square. Melissa tersely acknowledged and walked out with her brother to the streets. Good morning, Mrs. Daniel. After taking a few steps forward, Barnson saw a neighbor walk out and greeted her with a smile. He was good at socializing and had long established a good relationship with the neighbors around him. The lady who was addressed as Mrs. Daniel was dressed in a pure black dress. She was in her 40s and had a thin face. Her face was covered by a black gauze that hung down from her hat. "Good morning, both of you." She didn't make any small talk and walked away coldly. Barnson looked at her back and deliberately slowed down his footsteps. Only when there was some distance between them did he turn his head to ask his sister, "What happened to Mrs. Daniel?" "I've been too busy recently. I haven't visited the neighbors in a long time." Melissa pursed her lips. "Mrs. Daniel's eldest son, Larry, has been confirmed to have been killed at the front lines in the Amatha Mountains. That was yesterday's news. That tall, shy, but attentive, kind, and sincere lad. When he came back the last time, he said that he was promoted in the army and became a lieutenant." Barnson asked in surprise. Melissa nodded. "I can't imagine Larry dying just like that either, just like how she couldn't imagine a classmate she knew in school dying tragically in front of her. In just a few short seconds, some people could no longer speak, communicate, or study." Barnson fell silent for a moment before sighing. "I've been busy recently. Actually, I've been dealing with the pension issue. Perhaps the list I received didn't include Larry, so I'm not sure. Some were cheerful and passionate, some were humorous and witty, some were the only son of their parents, some had a determined personality and were the leaders of the soldiers around them, some had just gotten married and didn't have children, some were preparing a gift for their youngest daughter, and some had a love letter on them, planning to send it to the post office after the battle. All of them are dead." Melissa and Barnson fell silent at the same time. Neither of them spoke for a long time. When they were about to reach the intersection, Melissa looked at the road ahead and said softly, "What do you think His Majesty will be speaking about today? Perhaps it's to mobilize, or perhaps it's to convey the conviction of victory," Barnson replied casually. Melissa turned her head to glance at her brother. "This isn't like you, Barnson. Shouldn't you be mocking him? Mocking should be done after listening to the speech and figuring out the specific content. The most basic principle of being a person is not to comment on things you don't know well enough. Otherwise, you're worse than a curly-haired baboon," Barnson said with a smile. At that moment, he saw another neighbor. The person had white hair and used a scarf to cover half his face. He wore a thick jacket and held a cloth bag in his hand as he hurriedly walked past the siblings. "Mr. Thomas is dressed so strangely. Is he doing something else in passing?" Barnson looked at the person's back and asked in puzzlement. Melissa replied in a very soft voice, "Mrs. Thomas is sick and has spent quite a bit of the family's savings. Mrs. Thomas is ill and has spent a good deal of the family's savings, and the price of food has gone up a great deal lately, and Mr. Thomas's income has not changed much, and he has to queue up at the almshouse every few days for some bread. He is a respectable gentleman, and probably does not wish to be recognized. Also, the food at the relief shop is always limited. It's very likely that there won't be any left if he's too late. He has to apply for extra food from the church or the workhouse. The relief shop starts today after His Majesty's speech. Mr. Thomas probably wants to head there directly." Barnson nodded slowly and asked in concern, "What's wrong with Mrs. Thomas?" "I know a few good doctors. An illness caused by worry." Melissa recounted the news she heard. "Mrs. Thomas is very worried about her youngest son who's serving in the army." "Are you talking about Thomas Jr.?" Barnson frowned slightly. After getting his sister's confirmation, he fell silent, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, when they approached the nearest municipal square, Barnson looked ahead and said in a low voice, "Thomas Jr. is dead." Melissa didn't respond. She seemed to be in a daze for a moment. Once again, they silently walked forward, as if relying on inertia. More and more people appeared in front of them. These people were either wearing formal suits, holding canes, dressed like gentlemen, or wearing blue, green, yellow, or red skirts. Some wore sweaters, jackets, and trousers, while others wore dark, low-toned dresses. They came out of their houses and came from the streets they were on. Like splashes of water, they merged together at the intersection and formed a stream. The stream surged forward, and many streams converged, interweaving into a majestic torrent at the entrance of the square. The torrent surged forward slowly, drowning the square. Placed in the sea of people, Melissa felt that she was as insignificant as a drop of water. Chapter 1173. As they had arrived early, Melissa and Barnson were able to choose a pretty good spot. They could see a strange object on the greyish-white stone pillar in the middle of the square. One end was different, and it was painted with dark blue paint. It was connected to some kind of cable. Beneath the object was a group of soldiers in red shirts and white trousers. They carried greyish-white metal backpacks and held complicated rifles with large calibers. They warily watched their surroundings. With the influx of citizens one after another, the square was filled with people and became more and more lively. At 9 o'clock sharp, the strange object on the stone pillar suddenly emitted a rustling sound. Finally, it turned into a deep voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your emperor, the ruler of Rouen, East Balaam, and the Rorsted Archipelago, George Augustus III. That thing can speak. Is it based on the principles of a telegraph?" Melissa's eyes widened as her attention instantly shifted from the speech to the strange object. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your emperor, the ruler of Rouen, East Balaam, and the Rorsted Archipelago, George Augustus III." In Westborough's Memorial Square, Audrey accompanied her father, mother, and brother as they stood near the platform. They looked at the king in his ceremonial robes and listened to his speech. As she knew in advance which direction George III would focus on today and what kind of atmosphere he would create, Audrey didn't wear her favorite clothes. Be it the color or style, they were all girlish. Instead, she wore a simple and conservative dress like Countess Caitlin. The color was pure black, and she didn't wear any accessories. "I'm very happy to tell everyone that we've finally stopped the first phase of the Phaeacians' attack. We've thwarted their plan to wipe out Rouen in 3 months. However, too many outstanding young people have died on the front lines in this war. They should have had a better future. They should have accompanied their parents as they aged, matured with their spouses, and allowed their children to grow up in a loving environment and have a beautiful childhood. The Phaeacians have destroyed all of this." Audrey, who knew why the war was started, was not incited by the king's speech. She just felt that he must have a talent for drama. She could hear small sobs coming from the crowd around her. She could feel the sorrowful emotions emerging bit by bit, converging and brewing. This caused her eyes to redden uncontrollably. The king's speech was fake, but the people's grief was real enough, especially since Audrey had met many relatives of the fallen and helped those who lost their children, husbands, and fathers overnight. This is the great resonance of emotions. This is the best occasion to consume the manipulator potion. Audrey suddenly came to a realization, but she couldn't use it. This was because not only had she not digested the Dreamwalker potion, but she also hadn't accumulated enough contribution points from Mr. World. She took a slow breath and controlled the fluctuations of her emotions. She looked away from King George III and let her thoughts wander uncontrollably. Mr. World is very concerned about today's speech. I wonder how he will make use of this matter. I hope there won't be too many accidents. That thing called broadcasting is based on radio principles. Mr. World mentioned that there are already factions out at sea that are using this technology. Compared to the storm-prone ocean, land is clearly more suitable for such products. Just as Audrey was lost in her thoughts, George III, who had a mustache and was solemn and old-fashioned, had finished the first paragraph of his description. He solemnly said, "Let us observe a moment of silence for our heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, repeat after me in your hearts, in the name of Emperor George III, may the souls of the dead obtain peace. May they become eternal in the kingdom of the deity they believe in." This sentence carried an indescribable sense of majesty. It made everyone, including Audrey, involuntarily lower their heads and clasp their hands as they silently chanted, "In the name of Emperor George III. In the name of Emperor George III. On the other side of Memorial Square, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and had an ordinary face, prayed at the same time with the people around him. He appeared completely normal. During the 3 minutes of silence, he used an avian marionette that was standing on the roof of a nearby building to carefully observe George III every move. He tried to find any signs that the king was about to leave quietly, enter the mausoleum, and consume the potion. According to Klein's understanding, in the name of Emperor George III was the core of the entire Black Emperor ritual. If he were to consume the potion, it would definitely be at this moment, or within 2 to 3 minutes of the end of the silence. If it was delayed any further, the effects wouldn't be too good. George III is also observing a moment of silence. He didn't do anything else. Klein held back his impatience and puzzlement as he waited patiently. The moment of silence that made many people cry gradually came to an end. Everyone opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, George III still didn't do anything. He spoke again and began his speech. "We have already passed the most difficult moment. We will definitely defeat evil and brutality. This is the power of justice. This is the power of every soldier on the front lines. This is the power of every worker in the factory. This 0-08's arrangements didn't succeed. George III has no intention of becoming a god today. It's purely to bait the enemy who wants to destroy the ritual. After all, he can give many similar speeches in the future." Klein frowned slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he thought of a possibility. In the blink of an eye, Klein switched places with Inuni, who was hiding in the saws. The latter was dressed the same as him, and he looked the same. Just from the outside, there was no difference. Right on the heels of that, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. With the crimson star representing Miss Justice, he used his true vision to observe the situation in the square. He was already a sequence 3, so he didn't need to use the Sea God Scepter to expand his range. Of course, compared to a scholar of yore, the Sea King's true vision was clearly larger, but there was no need for it this time. Just as Klein cast his gaze towards the platform where King George III was giving his speech, his gaze froze. This was because there was no one there, or rather, there was only a fake illusion. It was the imagined George III giving his speech. Before Klein began his speech, he had been wary of such problems. He had specially observed and confirmed that it was the real George III. To his surprise, in just a few minutes, without him noticing, the real George III had become the imagined George III. During the moment of silence, he had used the powers of the Black Emperor pathway to distort, silently swapping himself with a substitute. This means that George III should have already entered a secret mausoleum and was consuming the potion in an attempt to advance. With a thought, Klein hurriedly observed the situation in the surrounding area. He discovered that there was an abnormal and extremely majestic dark power secretly growing beneath the podium. Klein then picked up the Black Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table and sensed it. Using the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence, he confirmed that the power belonged to the Black Emperor pathway and came from distortion. How impressive! While using a speech to bait the enemy, he used a fake person to disguise himself and silently left to consume the potion. It's almost too late. Klein tensed up and immediately returned to the real world. In the saws, he chanted in Jotun, "Holy Spirit that pursues knowledge, mysterious world's lighthouse, eyes that pry into fate, king above the sea, Holy Bernadette Gustave." This was the honorific name of Queen Mystic, but it was somewhat different from a normal sequence 3. Her range was extremely large, and it could even be effective in Beekland. With regards to this, Klein suspected that this eldest daughter of Roselle the Great had used a Grade 0 sealed artifact to achieve this effect. Bernadette rarely told others this honorific name, afraid that enemies would use prayers and automatic responses to lock onto her location before she reached Sequence 2. This matched Klein's thoughts very well. Klein had made an agreement with her that as long as he recited this honorific name, she would randomly choose a secret mausoleum and use the blood he gave her to draw a symbol to open the door and attempt to destroy it. He and Bernadette didn't have extravagant hopes of succeeding. This was because with the other party having angels, the guards inside the mausoleum would definitely recite the honorific names of those angels every once in a while, allowing them to use the prayer light to remotely observe the corresponding area. Once they discovered anything amiss, they would immediately rush over to help. Bernadette's main purpose was to attract attention. Of course, if the angels descended slowly, Queen Mystic could also go from a support role to a main attacker. After doing this, Klein immediately reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. As he pulled back his arm, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a lady with ordinary facial features and dark eyes. She wore a simple robe and a tree-bark belt. Her long black hair hung down, and she was barefoot without any shoes or socks. The matron of the Evernite cloister, leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, grounded angel, Oriana. I succeeded on my first try. Klein jumped in fright, but he didn't have the time to think too much about it. He hurriedly said, "Conceal my existence and protect the citizens of Beekland." He was worried that George III would rush out of the mausoleum and endanger the people in the city after the ritual was destroyed. "All right," Oriana replied with a calm expression. She wasn't stiff at all. "It can't be a real person, right? Actually, my summoning didn't succeed. It's just that the goddess had long gotten Ma and Oriana to secretly return to Beekland. The moment she sensed that she was summoned, she came over. An angel of concealment also has a certain level of confidence in her image in the historical void." As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he realized that he had entered a strange state, a state where he was no longer sensed by the outside world. Chapter 1174. Without the time to think about such trivial matters, Klein, whose existence had been concealed, immediately got Inuni to switch places with the new marionette specially made by the pirates. Right on the heels of that, he activated Creeping Hunger and teleported to the vicinity of the secret mausoleum in Awar County with his marionette, Inuni, and Konas. As he could only maintain 3 projections from the historical void at the same time, it was impossible for Klein to abandon his marionette and directly come over. He could only summon a projection as a replacement, which would occupy a crucial spot. As for the remaining marionettes in Memorial Square, they wouldn't die on the spot within half an hour. They would only appear to be in a daze, but when listening to the speech, such a state wouldn't attract much attention. After that, if Klein didn't return, the Church of Evernite's Red Gloves team would come to deal with him. At the same time, outside the secret mausoleum in Eastchester County, Bernadette, who was wearing a girlish yellow cake dress and a black bonnet, appeared while being surrounded by pea vines that grew out of thin air. Her chestnut hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her eyes seemed to contain a blue sea. Looking at the mountain wall in front of her, Queen Mystic extended her right hand and quickly outlined a symbol in the void. As her fingertips moved, drops of bright red blood that resembled fine gemstones seeped out and froze in midair. Soon, a complicated symbol formed from layers of doors appeared. They trembled slightly, resonating with an unknown location. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored symbol expanded into an illusory translucent door. Through it, one could vaguely see a huge mausoleum made of black rocks. Bernadette immediately took a step forward and passed through the illusory door, arriving in a dark and deep area. The light here came from the stone pillars on both sides of the path and the strange underground moss that grew on the cliff. Together, they illuminated the secret mausoleum that was hidden in the fog at the bottom. The symbol provided by Mr. Door was really useful. At this moment, as a certain ritual was being carried out deep underground, specks of dark light gathered and condensed into a human figure in the dark sky. The figure had a squarish face, black hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, a thick beard, and a solemn expression. His appearance and image weren't unfamiliar to many ruined citizens because it was printed on the front of the £10 banknote. Of course, people who had never received a £10 banknote in their lives could also see his statue or portrait in places like Memorial Square. He was the founder, protector, and first king of Ruin, William Augustus I. It was him. He used the ritual to descend directly from Beekland. Bernadette's expression didn't change. With a flip of her palm, an item appeared. The item was golden in color and looked like a shrunken kettle with a wick sticking out of its mouth. As Bernadette's right hand stroked the surface of the item that was covered in mysterious and complicated symbols, the wick silently lit up. The light it emitted was like a viscous stream of water. It sprayed upwards and formed a blurry and distorted light golden figure. Eternal Genie, my second wish is to obtain the power of Knowledge Emperor for a day. Seizing the opportunity before William Augustus I completely descended, Bernadette spoke solemnly in Jotun. The item in her hand was called the Magic Wishing Lamp. It might have originated from the First Epoch. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 churches, It had the corresponding Grade 0 sealed artifact number 0-05. This item could grant the holder any 10 wishes, but it was either done in a distorted form, or it would come with unpredictable and extremely terrifying consequences. None of its former owners had a good ending, including Roselle Gustave. This emperor had warned his daughter that she could think of ways to use words and preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but she absolutely couldn't make the 3rd wish. Absolutely not. A war county, near the secret mausoleum. Klein, who had arrived in a concealed state, didn't alarm anyone. Although time was tight, he didn't recklessly approach the mausoleum and draw the symbol to open the door. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 consecutive grabs, Klein's arm muscles suddenly tightened, as though he was pulling something extremely heavy. As he retracted his right hand, a figure quickly outlined itself. The figure's skin was bronze in color, and he was of medium build. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were soft, and there was a very thin mole below his right ear. He was none other than Aztec Egus. However, unlike the Mr. Aztec that Klein knew, this figure's eyes were indifferent. He wore a dark black robe embroidered with golden threads, and he wore a golden bird-shaped crown. It was as though he was looking down on all living beings. This was the former Death Consul, a Sequence 2 angel. Klein didn't size him up any further as he reached out and grabbed at the void again. This time, it looked like he wasn't holding anything back, but in fact, he had already summoned his past self from more than 10 seconds ago, his concealed self. Then, Klein threw a metal bottle to his projection and allowed his true body to enter the historical void in the grey fog. In his past body, his consciousness suddenly came alive and became extremely agile. In this concealed state, Klein brought Death Consul Aztec's projection to the secret mausoleum that had no entrance. He took out the metal bottle and used his spirituality to guide the blood that shimmered with a gem-like luster. In midair, he quickly outlined the symbol that Mr. Dorr had given him. The symbol quickly took form and resonated with a certain point in the mausoleum, expanding into an illusory door. In his concealed state, Klein and Death Consul Aztec passed through the door and entered the corresponding secret mausoleum. At this moment, the guards inside had long discovered the intruders and activated the ritual that they had prepared ahead of time. However, all they could see was the lofty Death Consul. Somewhere in Beekland, the former Duke of Southville, Dlink Augustus, was about to use the passage opened by the ritual to descend into the secret mausoleum when a man beside him suddenly frowned and said, "This is Aztec Egus. This is Aztec Egus. No, he is very stiff, like a historical projection summoned by the secret order's scholar of yore. You stay here and guard against the scholar of yore hiding in the shadows. Although they aren't angels, they're troublesome enough." Dlink Augustus was a slightly arrogant old man. His black hair was mixed with many strands of silver, and he didn't have a beard on his face. Upon hearing that, he laughed and said, "Isn't that scholar of yore beside us? Although he's in a concealed state, I've already discovered him through the imbalance in the surrounding area. He's misleading us, making us think that he's deliberately summoned a historical projection to attack this place while his true body has gone elsewhere. In fact, he's hiding beside Aztec's projection. Once this Death Consul attracts our attention and we place our main forces elsewhere, he'll use his concealed state to approach the mausoleum and destroy it. Besides, regardless of the reason, since he's summoned an angel projection, even if you carry a Grade 0 sealed artifact, you won't be able to finish off the target in a short period of time. If this affects the mausoleum, all our efforts and persistence will be in vain. If that scholar of yore did a triple misdirection and really went to another mausoleum, it's impossible for him to summon another angel from the historical void. You can eliminate him rather easily." As he said the first sentence, Dlink Augustus had already entered the passage opened by the ritual. The remaining content was said by his illusory figure. In the secret mausoleum in a war county, the indifferent and cold Aztec Egus scanned his surroundings. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant snake that covered the sky above the mausoleum. This giant snake was both illusory and real, as though it was formed from something incomprehensible to humans. His entire body was covered in dark green and black scales. White feathers grew out from the gaps, and every feather and scale had strange symbols of different shapes. Just looking at them would cause one's flesh and blood to rot, turning them into a zombie. This was the feathered serpent god from the southern continent's myths and legends. His eye sockets burned with pale white flames, and a pair of exaggerated and thick wings spread out from his back. Amidst the howling wind, the feathered serpent that was coiled in midair stretched its upper body forward and spat out pale white flames that could cover the entire mausoleum. Mr. Aztec's historical void projection is definitely much weaker than the original, but it still has such might. As expected of the Son of Death, the consul of the Balaam Empire. Although the concealed Klein had done summoning experiments at sea, he never expected Aztec's projection to be so powerful. At this moment, a slightly dark light flew out from the mausoleum, preventing the pale white flames that surged like a tidal wave from advancing any further. Following that, they formed a figure. It was none other than the Sequence 2 balancer, Dlink Augustus. Upon seeing him, the concealed Klein suddenly turned stiff and stiff. He could only act based on his instincts. This was because Klein's true body had returned from the historical void and was outside the secret mausoleum. Then, Klein directly teleported to a secret mausoleum in the lower reaches of the Tussock River. He took out another metal bottle and used his spirituality to guide the blood inside to fly out in a concealed state, outlining the symbol. In a few seconds, the symbol resonated and transformed into a door. Klein walked in with his marionettes, Konas, and Inuni. Of course, in the river and forest outside, he still had the marionettes he had just transformed into hiding. In the outskirts of Beekland, near ruin number 1, a figure dispelled her invisibility and appeared. Her black hair was lustrous, and her face was slightly round. She looked beautiful with a hint of sweetness, and her bearing was extremely outstanding. She was none other than Demonis Trissy. After Trissy approached ruin number 1, she also took out a metal bottle and used the blood inside to draw the symbol provided by Mr. Door. An illusory door quickly took shape. Chapter 1175. At the same time that she passed through the illusory door, Trissy silently hid her figure and jumped down from the cliff at the entrance, falling into the dark valley that she couldn't see the bottom of. The secret mausoleum that originated from Blood Emperor Tudor was hidden there. During the process of falling, Trissy's body was as light as a feather. She had lost most of her weight, but her speed wasn't slow at all. There weren't many guards left here, and none of them noticed that she had infiltrated. Just as Trissy was about to approach her target, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Concealment is prohibited here." Trissy's figure immediately appeared irresistibly, and above the towering mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley, a man had appeared at some point in time. The man had a rectangular face, and he wore a white wig. By the side of his mouth, there were 2 curving whiskers. His eyebrows were extremely thick, and his eyes were relatively large. He was wearing a formal attire and a cloak. His shoes were extremely long, and his attire was out of touch with the times. He was none other than the demigod who supported George III, Prince Grove. On the head of this Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter was a crown weaved from thorns. Pure light constantly gathered inside the crown, interweaving into a sea. Sealed Artifact 036, downstream of the Tussock River, Klein had just passed through the illusory door with his marionettes, Konas, and Inuni, when a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. A black cathedral stood in front of him, and the spacious door was open, revealing a man in overalls, a gentleman in a top hat, a lady with flounces on her sleeves, and a lady with flowers formed from lace on her skirt. They were all suspended in midair, motionless. Ah, ah, ah. Black ravens circled the top of the cathedral, letting out heart-palpitating cries. Without any other guesses, Klein felt as though he had fallen into a crack in a frozen lake. His body turned cold as his hair stood on end. Countless thoughts surged in his mind as they shouted out a name, Zaratul. In an instant, Klein instinctively made a decision. He planned on switching places with his marionette in the outside world and directly leave the cathedral in front of him. Clearly, he had encountered a miracle. After passing through the illusory door, he failed to enter the secret mausoleum of George III. Instead, he arrived at a baffling place. In the next second, he realized that the spirit body threads that connected him to the marionette outside had been severed. They quickly floated upwards and floated towards the pitch-black cathedral. If not for his intuition that exceeded his own level, allowing him to sense the danger ahead of time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. He would have been hung up and become one of the marionettes. Without any time to think, Klein quickly controlled his spirit body threads and retracted them, connecting them to himself, forming one circle after another. This allowed him to temporarily escape danger, but it also made him lose his marionettes, Konas and Inuni, in just a second. The two marionettes' necks suddenly tightened as they were lifted up by an invisible hand and hung inside the steepled cathedral. Together with the original corpses, they swayed with the wind and let out voices with different voices but the same words. Welcome back. On Memorial Square, the imagined King George III was still giving his speech. I will lower the property requirement for the right to vote again. I will transfer more rights to the House of Commons. Although the citizens didn't understand why the speech had such a development, they felt that it sounded pretty good. These are all bills that have been passed by the House of Lords. There's no need to tell the citizens during a speech. The king seems to be emphasizing that he will definitely follow this plan in the future. Audrey was puzzled, but she couldn't find an explanation that could convince herself. In ruin number 1 on the outskirts of Beekland, in the dark and majestic secret mausoleum, the real George III had already worn the black crown and consumed the potion. His body was changing in the direction of the shadow of order, expanding and extending in a magical state. And the 9 mausoleums were islands in the sea of nothingness, a part of the entire rule. And the Emperor George III that the citizens were chanting at the same time during the ritual was countless, densely packed lighthouses. Together, they anchored this ruler of ruin, East Balam, and the Rorsted archipelago, preventing him from completely breaking away from reality and becoming a part of the shadow of order. During this process, George III's thoughts couldn't help but wander, as though they had been torn apart. The Secret Order's Zaratul actually contacted me directly, hoping to provide help. He said that he had glimpsed some of German Sparrow's thoughts from the Capim case, the attack on the ailment maiden, the silencing of Crazy Captain, and the disappearance of Kona's Kilga. And the results of his divination made him cooperate with me and help me guard a mausoleum, waiting for German Sparrow to walk to him because of his own goals and the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. He also said that the most important thing to deal with a qualified demigod of the seer pathway is patience and determination. What a charlatan. He also brought Abomination Soir. I used my powers to sign a contract with them, together with the helpers I hired from the Twilight Hermit Order, as well as Grove, who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Even if most of the demigods from the military and the royal family are fighting at the front lines or protecting Beekland, I don't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed, unless a true deity descends into the real world, and that's impossible. Therefore, I, who originally wanted to use this opportunity to fish out objectors, finally decided to take this opportunity to advance directly. Heh. Grove still doesn't know of these hidden trump cards. He doesn't have the right to know either. In less than 2 minutes, I'll become an eternal deity, the Black Emperor who rules over the real world. In the dark world that reverberated with the cawing of the crows, the corpses hanging in the black steepled cathedral fell at the same time, passing through the main door. Their gazes locked onto Klein, who was outside. Almost at the same time, a figure slowly but firmly outlined itself in midair. Klein couldn't be bothered to see what it was. As he maintained the special state of his spirit body threads, he quickly snapped his fingers. A ball of crimson flame gushed out from his wallet and instantly enveloped him. The flames quickly extinguished, but Klein remained in his original spot, unable to jump out. He didn't show any signs of depression as he immediately activated creeping hunger and attempted to teleport. Klein instantly turned transparent before appearing again, unable to take a step out. His starting point and ending point seemed to be connected in a strange manner. At this moment, the figure in midair had already taken form. He was dressed in rather gorgeous clothes, and he had slightly curly chestnut-colored hair. He had blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than Roselle Gustave from the Emperor's era. He looked down at Klein as countless illusory symbols appeared in his eyes. Klein's mind instantly swelled up as he was injected with a large amount of knowledge that he didn't know was useful. At that instant, He felt like his head was about to explode. His other thoughts were completely occupied, so much so that he couldn't even move a finger. Instinctively, Klein split the knowledge into hundreds of worms of spirit. This allowed him to regain the ability to command his body as he quickly grabbed forward with his right hand. His arm suddenly sank before he suddenly pulled back. As the marionettes passed through the cathedral's door and launched their attacks, two other figures appeared in midair, dragging out a silver-white, scaleless tail. As Klein released his right hand, a gigantic snake appeared in the Dark Kingdom. His eyes were bright red and cold, and his body was covered in countless wheels formed from patterns and symbols with different details. Snake of Fate. This wasn't actually summoned by Klein from the historical void. Instead, it was the power of Will Orseptin's burning of the paper cranes after he used the Yesterday Once More charm. Klein had first used Flaming Jump to seek help from the Snake of Fate. And the reason why he had grabbed it was to disguise himself. He didn't want the hostile angel to detect the location of the Snake of Fate, causing Dr. Allen's family to fall into danger. This wasn't like dealing with Amorn's avatar back then. Klein didn't have the confidence to eliminate the clues, so he had discussed with Will ahead of time how to deal with such a situation. Fortunately, Will Orseptin's thoughts indicated that the essence of the summoning hadn't been discovered. At that moment, the gigantic snake of Mercury curled up, opened its mouth, and bit down on his tail, turning into a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. And in midair, two figures appeared on both sides of Roselle's projection. One of them was William Augustus I, who was engaged in an intense battle with Queen Mystic Bernadette. He was a sequence one-hand of order, and the other was formed from pure light. He had a pair of radiant wings on his back, and he clearly had the level of an angel. Suddenly, the two angel projections that had just appeared quickly vanished. The marionettes that had attacked and controlled Klein retreated into the cathedral and hung up again. Konas and Inuni walked out one after another, accompanying Klein as they retreated through the illusory door. They left the world that was filled with the cawing of crows and appeared downstream of the Tussock River. Snake of Fate, Reboot. The scaleless serpent's figure vanished as Klein didn't hesitate to activate teleport. He shuttled through countless spirit world creatures and arrived outside another secret mausoleum. He used his remaining blood to draw a symbol and opened the illusory door. This time, he entered and saw the solemn and dark mausoleum. Hence, he summoned the Sea God Scepter and released terrifying lightning storm again and again to strike down his target. Then, Klein turned around and left the scene. Everything went so smoothly, like a beautiful dream. Yes, a beautiful dream. The moment Klein, who could always remain lucid in dreams, entered the ruins where the secret mausoleum was, he realized that he was already in a real dream woven by someone else. Divine King of the Nine Heavens.